All
TikTok,
right.
it's time to rock. How's it going, brother?
All right, man. Let's do this.
What's been happening?
Oh, not much. Kind of weird doing this on a Thursday night, but I know it's October 6th over there where you are.
Well, that's right. And one of the great things about being a day ahead of everybody is that we do everything a day ahead of you guys. So yeah. So
you gotta tell us the winning Powerball numbers, man.
Wish it worked that way.
No, but it's a pleasure though to have you guys on here. So this is our annual EVH tribute show, guys, that we do here on the channel. We've got some people in the chat already hanging out with us, and we've thrown out a lot of invites for guys to jump on. So we're going to be streaming here for at least maybe 6, maybe 8 hours. So if you guys want to come on and hang out, we can have 10 people in the stream. And like I was saying before to Johnny, we've never had to kick anyone out for someone to come on.
Wow. Well, hold on. Like I said, I don't know if I can do 6 or 8 hours, but I'll try my best. I'll do what I can.
Yeah. Jimmy, brother, I know that you said that you're going to be here for a little while with us. So why don't you kick?
I just sent Les the link. I sent it to him before, but he's a little. I think Les is going to join.
He's got the link. I sent him the link. But why don't you kick the ball off, bro? Kick the ball off. You've got the mic, bro.
Okay.
Tell us what's been happening in the past 12 months as far as EVH. Tell us your thoughts. Obviously, it's a celebration of the life of Eddie. So the floor is yours, maestro.
Oh, okay. Oh, the maestro. Wow. Well, I mean, like it's another year, without Ed and stuff. It's pretty crazy. I remember. It's almost like it's like the Kennedy assassination. Like where you were when you heard the news. And I remember I was working, right. It was around for New York time. It was I think just under or just over. Hey Tanner, what's going on, man? I see you.
Yo.
It was just under or over 4 o'clock, right? So it was like around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was probably over like 4:15. I was doing some work for this just to close out the day, and I just I was waiting for someone to come through, and I looked at my phone on Instagram, and it was within like 2 minutes of Wolfgang posting that his dad died, and I was like, "What?" And I immediately told these guys, like Les and Conch, and I, pretty much messaged all my friends that loved Eddie, and it was just unbelievable. But we knew he wasn't doing great. It wasn't like he died in a plane crash like Cedar Yvonne or something. We kind of knew that he wasn't doing great, So, but it's still amazing that like I tell people, like your parents die or something, and like you expect like the world to stop, but it doesn't. The world just keeps on going, and this is the same thing with Eddie. Like Eddie was a god, but the world just keeps on turning, and now here we are, 3 years later. 3 years. I mean, that's a long time, So. So that's really it. I mean, outside of that, every year we kind of pushed it back a couple of weeks this year. Every year we do this EVH memorial show at this place, Crystal Bees, and we're playing it this year in November. So if anybody's in Connecticut, come to Crystal Bees in Southington. We're going to do, we do a full set, and then we take a break, and we come back and we do, we're going to do 1984 in its entirety, and then some other songs, and then call it a night. So if you're into Van Halen and you love Van Halen, and you live in Connecticut, then come down and see us over there. But that's it, really. That's it, really. It's just just hard to believe that it's been 3 years. I see Les in the chat over there. What's up? I mean,
Andrew, everybody there?
Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. So Okay, Johnny, I suppose you've got the next opportunity, and then Tanner, and then Les Paul. Yeah, share your thoughts, bro. That's what the show's about.
Well, yeah. When it happened, it's like what you said. It was like the Kennedy assassination. You remember where you were, exactly what you're doing. And I think that's when all the VH fans sort of realized we were all going through something at the exact same time. It wasn't like, we were talking about a different concert or a different year, a different album. This was, everybody was going through it at the same time. And I think we all were stunned at how much impact it had on us. It did me. I remember coming up to it, like hearing the rumors and thinking about what I would do, how I'd react if he did pass away. And that day was very much like a family member. You just didn't go back to what you were doing an hour after you heard. It was devastating. And I remember I just came home from work and I was pulling up the driveway in the car and it came on the radio. And this was back in COVID, like the height of COVID. And the DJ said, "Oh, I got some really bad news." And I thought he was going to say, somebody, some people died in the area or whatever from COVID, or we got something, more lockdown or something like that. And, he just came up, said that, Wolf said that his dad passed away, Eddie Van Halen, guitarist. And I was like, I stopped the car in the driveway. I was like, wait, what did he just say? That he didn't just say that. That's not true. And I was stunned. I got out of the car, walked up the driveway. My wife was doing some work outside, and she turned around and said, "Hey, honey, how was your day?" And I said, "Eddie died." Like, this was like 30 seconds after I just heard it, and she turned around with this look on her face, like she knew exactly what I was talking about, but she was like hoping some Eddie the Goldfish down the street or something that and I said, Eddie Van Halen died. And she just dropped what she was doing. She came over, gave me a hug, and I just started bawling. Like, unexpected emotion. Like, you just don't know how you're going to react at a thing like that. Like, it's not like just some A-lister star that you've seen in a dozen movies that you don't have any real connection to. You haven't followed his career or, tried to figure out how he painted his damn guitar for 6 years, and stared at photos and magazines for 30. So it's surprising how much the emotional part hits you and it goes over you in waves, like it's somebody you've known personally. I've never met him, so I didn't have that connection. But the thing that was really comforting, I think, for me to help bring things into perspective was the amount of people that reached out to me. And there was two kinds of people. There was a lot of people that were asking me how I was doing. Like, hey, as soon as I heard it, you were the guy that the first person I thought of. And there were people that from high school that I hadn't even thought or talked about or talked to in 30 years reached out to me and said, you were the first guy I thought of when I heard this. Because I was a walking billboard in high school, T-shirts, jacket, everything, that shocked me. But then the other person was looking for me to console them. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, there were people saying, I get up every morning and I realize that it's true. This happened. What do I do? What do I do? And these kinds of things, I think we all helped each other get through this and try to understand what this thing was. It doesn't happen every day where a celebrity passes away and it stops you in your tracks. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to deal with these feelings. So it was a big hump to get through for sure. And 3 years down the road, and we're still talking about it. We're still trying to figure this out and talk about the impact that this guy had on our lives. I mean, I'm sure everybody watching and everybody in the chats and you guys all completely understand when I say that he changed our lives. As soon as we realized, heard his music and knew what he was about, it literally changed our lives.
Yeah, like we wouldn't. None of us would know each other if it wasn't for Eddie. The only reason why we're,
and well, just one thing. Well, one thing, Johnny, that I just want to quick in and just interrupt before you finish and we flick on to Tanner and Les Paul. I really like the comment that you made about how your friends came to you, because all of us were in an orbit, and we were all the EVH nut, all of us, weren't we, with some friends? Because I had the same thing with some of my friends too. He said, "Oh man, yeah, mate, you've always been the EVH nut. How are you going?" That I hadn't heard for ages. So good point. Good point. All of us were. I bet Les Paul was and Tanner was. I bet people were getting in touch with you that you hadn't heard for a while, and they immediately go, Les Paul, Tanner.
Yeah, that's when I started hearing when that happened, people started to reach out and say, "I didn't know Eddie Van Halen played the Beat It solo." Because all that stuff, it says listed in his credits right there, and so I always thought that was kind of funny. It's like, where have you been?
Wow.
It's funny that I thought I was alone in the idea that, like, I remember the exact moment. I was just talking about it earlier, knowing that I was going to come on here. I'm glad Johnny mentioned COVID, because at that point I was in college, and I was doing college from home remotely on my computer, similarly to how we're sitting right now. And I was obviously messing around, scrolling through Facebook, and that's when I saw it. And I closed off my class, and just I didn't weep, but I definitely cried, and I yelled down to my mom at the time and said, Eddie died, and like Johnny said, I didn't have to explain too much. She kind of knew, and I made a post on Facebook, and funnily enough, my college professor was my friend on Facebook, and the next class he was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And it was really nice, and that people at work, I had someone at work come up to me and be like, "Sorry about your butt, like, sorry you lost your buddy." And I was like, it really did feel like that to me. Unfortunately, because of how little had come out of Eddie since or before he passed, since 2015, it was unfortunate that that it wasn't. I mean, it was a huge loss to me, but at that time, it was like, nothing was coming out of him, so it was a difficult thing for me. But I always remind myself, like, think about what he could have achieved after, like, post that. I mean, he was mid-60s. Like, that's not old. That's not too old to continue making music, or at least continue talking about his career. And that's the biggest hole for me, is hearing more about it, and especially when you hear the behind the scenes stuff from people saying that he wanted to go out the way he came in, what he was saying about that with Roth and even Michael Anthony. It's just, what could have been was the biggest loss for me. And yeah, so, but it's incredible that he brought all of us here together. And I'm psyched to be a part of this every time I go on. So, yeah.
Who's talking next? Chris, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, I'm undercover tonight, so hey, this is some deep stuff. I'm here to add some levity. So just the jester in the group here tonight. So I'm celebrating my Hanshin Tigers of Osaka winning the Central League in Japan for the first time in about 20 years. Tigers.
Oh, wow. Pretty cool.
Wow,
So I'm not going to jump into the river like all the other crazy fans off the bridge, but that was a while back. But anyways, but yeah, this is boy, talking about this stuff, man. It's 3 years still feels like yesterday. It's tough. That's why I'm wearing the glasses, so you can't see the water in my eyes, because it's just he'd be 68. That's still young, by today's terms. He was still playing great up until the very end, the last day. It's just like, my God, what else could we have gotten, from him? What gifts?
Yep.
And everything. Such a loss, and especially, those last 5 years of his life, where he was just so tied up in battling this invasive creep that is cancer, this plague upon all of us. You know, I like you guys, you know, I think it was something on the internet, some news item popped up. I don't remember where, you know, because it was like you guys all COVID. I was kind of just chilling at home and just scanning various things. And all of a sudden Eddie Van Halen's gone, you know, and it's like I couldn't believe it. And it hit me really hard because, I mean, it was a number of reasons why it hit me hard because one, I knew I had to mourn, but I also knew I had to get to work, you know, like really get to work because we had, we were actually very lucky. I talked with Damian Finelli over, you know, the editor of Guitar World, and right away and said, like, what are we doing? And I said, I want to do something, but I don't want to do the typical, the life of Eddie Van Halen bio thing. You know, as guitarists, most of us should know that already, which that's another story. But, you know, I just wanted to write something very personal. How long do we have? And Damien's kind of like, oh, we've got AC/DC and we're shipping that out in like a few days. And it's a drag. It's like, no, it's not. We're blessed that we have a whole issue cycle to devote to this because we need to do it right. We don't want to do a rush job on this. And, you know, I needed time to get my head together. You know, I needed a week that I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I couldn't function, you know, and then it's like, I have to write feature story about what Ed meant to me and what Ed meant to Guitar World, what Guitar World meant to Ed, what the Guitar World audience meant to Ed, because I knew that, what the guitarist community at large meant to Ed. A lot of people don't realize, you know, a lot of people complain about stuff, but a lot of what he did was really focused towards us, the guitar community. That's why he started the EVH brand. You know, that's why he did a lot of stuff. That's why he shared stuff at the end. You know, he's real secretive about that in the beginning, but at the end, he was like willing to share everything.
Good point.
You know, my last, you know, hardcore experience with Eddie, 2015, Bethel Woods, you know, a month before his last show, invited to spend the whole damn day with the band and the crew, you know, going through every single item on that stage. They gave me full on access. I could go anywhere I wanted, take any picture of anything I wanted to do, the front and the back of all the rigs, you know, and that was just, it was so generous. You know, I got the lowdown on his offset tunings, you know, all this, the secret sauce stuff. And it's just like, wow, it's just like, you know, Ed was kind of, Ed didn't know he was going, but it's like, it's kind of how fortuitous that we had him to give us all these details, you know, and, it was such a gift. But I mean, with the Guitar World thing, I had to write that article. I offered actually to do a couple other things. I offered to, when that story appeared in Guitar World on his rig, excuse me, it was a little messed up because we had changed editors. Brad Felinski was no longer there. There's a new guy, different art directors. When we initially talked about it, when I talked to Matt Brock and Ed, it was supposed to be like a huge spread, tons of photos, you know, tons of words. And unfortunately, all the photos that I submitted all got shrunken down to little postage stamp size things. He only did like about 3 or 4 of the 8 or 9 guitars of Ed's that I shot. We had no room for Wolfgang's gear. And I tried to make good on that, at least in the Eddie tribute issue. And so we ran the pictures of all his guitars bigger. We ran pictures of some of the amps big and everything. And so it was kind of nice to make up for that lost ground and show that. But yeah, it was a lot of work. I mean, it was tough. It was very emotional, period. And, you know, and then after that, I mean, this is the craziest thing of all. The story about the book, but it's like Brad and I had been pitching the book to publishers, various book companies for a couple of years before Ed passed. And we actually were trying to get Ed involved in the whole process. It was supposed to be something put out while he was alive and celebrating him. And nobody was interested. It's the very sad thing. You know, none of these publishing companies were interested. They all like, pass, nah, we don't care. The day after Ed died, it's kind of sickening because it's like the day after Ed died, our agent calls up and says, hey, we've got 6 offers, you know, not 6 offers. Actually, there's 6 book companies. We've got 4 offers, 4 serious offers. And, you know, they want to do the book. And we're like, holy crap, you know. And we just knew it was our moment, you know, and it was kind of tough because I had to explain to Matt Brock, you know, that we're doing this book and this is the time, you know. They were kind of offended about it. And I said, look, we tried to get Ed involved, you know, and now can I get you involved? And it was a typical Van Halen camp thing where it's like, hands off. We don't want to be involved with anything. you guys go and do it. And they were kind of pissed off, but it's like, I know it seems like it's too soon, but it's like, this is just the business. It's sad, but it just is how it is. But, from that point on, Brad and I just went to work on the book, and it was actually kind of nice and kind of healing to spend 6 months doing nothing but living and breathing Eddie Van Halen, digging into the finer details, digging into the research and everything, which for me goes on to this day. I mean, I did it before, but it's like anything. I have to write about other people. Eddie's not the only guy I write about, not the only guy I've ever interviewed, but to just really dig deeper into the Eddie Van Halen story, the finer details of things, of his life, to bust some of the myths out there, to try and get down to the brass tacks. Cause I knew this was going to be the book. Brad and I knew this was going to be the book, and we wanted to do our best job, present him as fairly as possible. Definitely honor him, honor his life, honor his contributions, the music, the guitar technology, the amplifiers technology, the EVH company, the Frankenstein, the whole thing about him. Van Halen was not about, these guys who fought and went through different singers and everything. It was, especially Eddie Van Halen's story. He's a guy who pioneered a lot of guitar technology. The Super Strat, the most successful guitar design of the last 40 years, was his invention. And he doesn't really get the credit that he deserves for that. It's kind of funny because like Les Paul gets credit for inventing the electric guitar, and he didn't invent the electric guitar. He played a role in the popularity of the electric guitar, but he didn't invent it. But Eddie Van Halen, who invented the Super Strat, doesn't get, the mass media out there doesn't say anything about him while he did with the guitar, So we wanted to really emphasize that aspect of it because it was important to Eddie. Guitar was really, he said it very often to his old girlfriends and everything like that. He loves his guitar more than he loved his girlfriends. So that was the passion and drive of his life, was the instrument. So, but I've been going on too long. Guys, enough of my yakking. Let's boogie.
No, well said. Well said. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly. Well said.
Well said, Chris.
We can listen to all.
I remember when Ed died, I got like a text message. Jim was on the text and stuff, and everything was like, wow, everything stopped. I'm like, hey, there's no more music, there's no more new albums going to come out. What we have is what we have, and it seems like since he passed away, there's been more pictures, more music coming out, which is great for everybody. Everything I had, I've always shared and released as much as I had, but it was tragic, no more, Van Halen tours or anything like that. And it's a real shame, we all felt that moment, like, of like loss, for what Ed meant to everybody, that people that knew him. Unfortunately, I never met him. I've got some things signed from him and all that, but his music meant something to everybody to a different degree. And there was no more coming out as far as future stuff. But, we had the books like Thanks to You, Chris, and all that, and to live by. And it's a shame. And, but, hey, we got the music and it's good to listen to and everything. I was listening to Van Halen earlier and I was like, oh, man, this is great. I was like, what if they did that? There's no more. There's no more like it. What if you got back with Roth or Sammy and did this song? There's no more. But we have the music, it's good in the memories, which is good. But it's just a shame because like we all want that next album. We want next tour, or that's never going to happen. And as much as we idolize it, it's just not going to happen. But we have obviously outstanding music and, stuff like that, and influence, and what he meant to all of us with gear and everything, and which keeps resonating. We're all listening to the great music and everything. I was listening to Girl Gone Bad and House of Pain tonight, and I was like, man, there's that was the shit. That was really great stuff that will never be topped or matched with sound or technique or music or albums, or production. And it's great, but it's somber in a way, And we all miss them still, It's just, it is what it is.
Hey Ed, welcome to the channel,
Hey,
brother.
Andrew.
Yeah, long time.
How are you? Thank you.
Long time.
Thank you for inviting me.
A long time in the planning. We were talking about doing this about 2 years ago, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, Johnny,
I know.
Chris,
You
Les Paul,
know everybody here.
Tanner.
You know everyone here.
Yeah, most. Yep.
Yeah. So, if people aren't aware, Ed's a regular on Fruitcake Tony's show on Halenville. So the fact that you've jumped on here and that you're going to share some of your thoughts and hang out with us for a little while is always a little bit exciting, Ed. So, obviously the whole show is about people jumping on, sharing their thoughts and experiences. So this is your opportunity, brother.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, everybody in my family and friends, they all know me as the Van Halen guy. I'm an OG, longtime online community guy. The Van Halen mailing list, all these bulletin boards, and now podcasts. And the day that it passed away, I was at work and I started getting all these messages. My phone started going crazy, and I was busy and I couldn't really. And I said, I was reading them saying, hey, sorry you lost your buddy. I know you loved him very well. And I was, nobody mentioned his name. And then finally my sister messaged me and I'm like, oh my God, who passed away? Somebody in my family. I was one of my best friends. I was starting to get upset. And finally I said, Jennifer, who passed away? And she goes, Eddie Van Halen. And I said, oh my God. Okay. And I was just shocked. Happy in a way it wasn't a family or friend, but in a way it was still a family member to me. I just lost it. I had to take a break at work and just, you grow up with the songs and everything, soundtrack of your life.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm getting a little. So
that's the thing.
Yeah,
I wanted when the Guitar World article was just how many people he affected. The music industry changed because of him. I can remember going to NAMM. The first time I went actually was 84, but I was only there for like half a day for a job interview. But when I got a job with Roland, and I was 86, and you go to the jams and you'd go see Eddie play if you were lucky to scam a ticket off of somebody at the Kramer booth or wherever. And just everybody was just so pumped by Eddie, and just especially from the guitar perspective, you go around the booth and it was just like Eddie. That's all you'd hear about, and it was just to see him at NAMM with just the circus that would follow him around. You always knew where Eddie was because there was like a massive crowd of people. It's like the poor guy could just barely, take a couple steps without just being mobbed, and but he just, so many people. It was kind of funny because, Roland had, Boss for the pedals and everything like that, but we were an electronic and, synthesizer company. And I eventually started doing artist relations there. And most people don't even realize this, but it went beyond guitar, like Jump. Jump led to a huge boost in synthesizer sales. That was the polyphonic synth had finally become affordable to people. And man, it's like, Jump was the stairway to heaven. What Stairway to Heaven was to the guitar department, Jump was to the keyboard department. No Jump. They got so sick of hearing kids come in and playing Jump, on the keyboard. And it was just funny because when I was at Roland, we had a really no endorsement policy. Nobody got anything. They might be lucky to get a discount, but there was one exception. That was Ed. It was like, this guy made us so much money. You wouldn't believe the amount of Boss pedals that people bought trying to copy Eddie's sound, the distortion boxes and all this other stuff. Can you give me the Brown sound in a Boss pedal? Like, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll have it for you next week. Like it's that easy.
Here's my wallet.
Yeah. But it was really, he was, pardon the pun, he was instrumental in the company's success. He played a major role. I mean, you could see it on the spreadsheet. All of a sudden, it was a little bit before my time I was working there, but 1984 came out and they said it's just like sales went. They rocketed it.
Hey, Mikey.
Hero thinks synths are cool.
Mikey.
Hey, he made synthesizers cool. I mean, come on, who did that? Kraftwerk didn't. The Human League didn't. So Gary Newman didn't. I mean, I love all those guys. I love Gary Newman. But Ed is the one. Took a Guitar Hero to make the synthesizer popular.
And I like Gary Newman, but he didn't sell synths.
No.
Not like Ed did.
Not like Ed did. Not like Ed. Ed just he blazed the industry. He lit it up. Light up the skies, Ed.
The big, correct me, Chris, but it seemed like everybody that bought a synth was like, "Hey, can this Casio get the jump sound?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Overarm sound. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we might have even had a couple patches in some of the synthesizers back then that were jump. They called it jump. I think we did that until I think they caught wind of it and said like, hey, cut it out. And it's like, hey, Eddie, here's some SD 3000s. It's cool. We're cool.
Yeah.
I heard Les say it earlier.
Sign off. You guys keep doing what you're doing. This is a great community, so keep doing what you're doing. Andrew, stay on here for like 8 hours and do this, man.
Love you, brother.
You need these guys. Good night, guys. Love you guys too. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Jimmy, bring your band a little further north. I want to see you guys.
I'm gonna try, man. Thanks, Ed.
Cool.
Mikey, good to see you, brother.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Mike.
John, hey, how are you, man?
Hey, Mikey.
Chris Gill.
No, I'm Rudy Van Desarzio today. Sorry. Jazz fusion guitarist. Dig my jazz fusion lick.
Sounds great.
You're gonna play some little guitars on that?
Let's see if I can bang it out. Let's see. Whoop! I dropped my pick.
Right.
And I'm wearing sunglasses. I got another one.
Oh no!
Hey,
I'm
Chris,
such a guitarist. I have picks everywhere. So
I really enjoyed the Wolfgang. The 10 minutes that you gave everyone and shared this week was fantastic. Wait for the article.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're I just talked with his publicist yesterday. It may not be mid-November, it may be a little bit later in November that we come out with it. We're working out some plans to get it out to the whole thing out to the people. So might have jumped the gun a little bit, but hey, that's how I ride,
That'll be awesome.
So doesn't sound the same without chorus.
Ooh.
Or amplification. Oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. I got power? Ah, there we go. Volume control.
Hey, Chris.
Was no sound. Sound.
He's distorted.
Awesome. It's there.
Chris.
Who jumped on
I'm
Chris?
distorted.
No.
He's got vocals.
What? Anyways, enough of my indulgence.
Senorita.
I mean, this is the thing. This is how Ed affects us. I just went to Japan and I bought this little guitar because, I had to have one.
Yeah.
I saw it. I had to have it.
Yeah, I need one of those.
So still selling the gear. I mean,
I heard Les say it earlier that like when Eddie died, like that's when we saw a lot of content come out. Like you saw like the I believe that's after he died is when some of the Fresno stuff came out, and it was like all these people were being like, oh, you guys want to see some Van Halen stuff? We got this collection. Here it is. And
it's amazing. I mean, so much. There has been a flood of stuff. I mean, my gosh, Look what just happened in the last week.
Exactly. Yeah.
Little Eddie, little guitar. I mean, it's probably a little bit taboo for me to talk about it, but those demos and
Yeah.
and outtakes. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Full, just
They
full,
sound
just
insane.
The
full
quality.
of, yeah.
I mean,
Hearing the demos was awesome for me, but the dry track, hearing dry tracks was like just amazing.
Dry tracks is
amazing.
just like, that's the bomb for us. I mean, the dry isolated tracks without all the reverb gloss and the post EQ and everything, just hearing the mic'd amp,
yeah.
you know, really being able to hear the phrasing, you know,
Yeah,
and
well,
everything.
you know, yeah, I mean, we got a snippet of it with the Sunset Sound video, but that was kind of like an in the room speaker kind of monitor thing, and that was a little bit messy, even though it was still cool. But you know, sitting here having it is pretty cool, and you know, I love everything. That's why I love the Get Back documentary and everything, every subsequent release, because I love the first 10 seconds of every song where you hear a little bit of laughter and talking and a joke and a stick click, and I love, that's the best part for me. It's just the human. They're human. It doesn't start on. There's a count in on every song, and
I love
amazing.
the mistakes. I
Me
love
too.
hearing the mistakes. You know, I know Ed didn't want to put out anything if it wasn't polished and perfect, but my God, I love hearing the mistakes. I love hearing the way that Dance the Night Away got worked out.
Yeah,
and Jamie's crying too. Like,
yeah, and Jamie's
totally,
crying.
Totally
Yeah,
different.
Just working it out, just figuring out what's the wheat and what's the chaff, you know, and just going through it. And it's such a great fly on the wall moment, you know, because that's part of the genius. Yeah, part of the genius is playing the perfect stuff, but part of the genius is also hearing the creative spark, you know, as it's being lit, you know.
I love, and you pointed on it, was the earliness of some of those. Ed's tone's amazing, but it was kind of pre-bar. So you touched on his phrasing. I'd love to hear more stuff before he got really with the bar and the tap. We hear him just playing. Like on the first album, you know the songs he's playing the Destroyer on. There's no bar and there's no whammy bar, right? So he just does a lot more on the fretboard, and a lot of the that I'm listening to, his phrasing is just out of this world. Like
Absolutely.
The ideas that he had when he doesn't go to grab for the bar, it's amazing.
Both the just the blues kind of Clapton derivative stuff, but also like if you listen to some of those early Eruption or whatever, you know, just guitar solos from 75 and 76 before bars, when he was, you know, playing 335s, like he's ripping like Yngwie level licks, and he said it in interviews, like, I need the bar or else I play too fast.
Yep.
and you know, we all want to kind of hear that fast stuff with the bar, but like it's fun. I always crack up about that. But some of that early stuff it's just wicked fast. But then you hear the kind of tasty, slower, bendy kind of Clapton stuff, and that's how it was. I mean, sort of improvised. Some of it was just kind of a bag of tricks, as most of us have.
It's so good.
The way he mixes it, it's like Angus Young kind of level, like progressions, you know, progression of solos, how it's supposed to start, how it's supposed to, and where it's supposed to take you.
I have a bootleg somewhere. I got to find it, where they're doing like Gene Genie by David Bowie at a backyard party in, you know, the 70s. And I mean, it's to the point where the feedback is so like out of control, and you can hear people going to the keg to get beer. I mean, it's so raw. And it's like, I was like, man, this guy had to, you know, he had to style back then. I mean, he was working on his phrasing and licks and stuff. And these guys, you know, half these guys are just trying to get laid at this party. But I'm like, you realize what's going on here? I mean, you didn't realize who's playing. But yeah, I mean, he was just like out of control. The drums were good. Roth was charismatic as hell, you know. But I'm just curious of what happened at that backyard party. But I mean, but the sound was there. The performance was there. The songs were there. You know, everything was there. Even their covers. And Eddie Van Halen, when he was playing Eruption, it sounded like he picked part of it rather than tapped it. So it's kind of weird, which is probably, you know, due to try to hide all his licks and stuff and tricks. But I wouldn't.
Well, the tapping, that's the funny thing. Not to cut you off here, but the tapping thing actually really came in, you know, 77.
Yeah.
You know, it really, because if you've gone through all the things, it's like, and Ed even said in the Steve Rosen book, which is probably the most revealing thing in the whole book, was when he asked Ed, when did you start tapping? He says, like, sometime after we stopped playing at Gazzari's.
Okay.
And they stopped playing in Gazzari's at the end of 76.
Right.
You know, and then you compare that to the bootlegs, and really you hear tapping in the summer of 77. It's those whiskey shows. We don't have every tape of every show that he did, but we can hear that. I think there's a June one or something like that, which ironically is also when he had, as Johnny knows, the first striped Frankie with maple neck.
Frankie was born.
You know, and that's when we also hear Eruption with the full-on tapping segment, you know, fully formed. Wow. You know, but the fact that he came up with that. And then
that was one of my parts of the Rosen book, is when Ed said they were going in to do Van Halen 1, and he goes, I have a few weeks to get this tapping stuff down. How amazing is that? Like, he had a craft, like he was doing it, but he didn't perfect it. And then they were going in to record a book, and in Rosen's, excerpt, he was just like, I have a few weeks to get this down.
And that's the thing. I mean, because we have obviously we have really clear versions of the Ted Templeman demos. And of course, most of us have the 25 song demos, the passed down multi-generation cassette copy onto CD eventually at one point. There's no tapping on any of those 25 songs. Of course, some of them are just vocal mess around things, but there's no tapping on the Ted Templeman demos. Oh. Then all of a sudden it's like, boom. And we have this bootleg in June at the Whiskey, and then the Magic Mountain show, again, even more so, and then the album's recorded. Wow. The timing was perfect. The timing was absolutely perfect for those guys.
Brilliant. Right. So what page is that on the biography, Chris? Chris Hunter, good to see you, brother.
Oh, I was just joking, going, I've got the
book. Are you getting paid by Rosen are you getting paid by Rosen to publicize that, promote that book?
But
Mikey, is that yours?
Oh,
is this yours, Mikey?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Sweet.
Well, you can hear the progression of like. Apparently, Roth took some vocal lessons in between the early '77 demos, and I never really thought I could hear it until I've been hearing some of the demos and stuff like that. You can really hear where the whole I can just imagine Don and Ted looking over at each other after some of those lines and those Warner demos and being like, God. But he really did clean it up by the first album, and though the lessons, according to him, didn't go very well, you can hear where he changed it, and and I think that's where the opinion on him changed from both Ted and Don. And people like to run with that, the whole they wanted to replace him with Sammy right from the beginning, and it's like bullshit.
No. I agree with that. No. Dave gets he gets kind of like beat up about the vocals up to the first album. I'll be honest with you, the first album and second album, when I hear some of these isolated tracks going around, he sings his ass off. I mean,
Dance the Night Away. I listen to the isolated track almost daily because it's Roth and Michael Anthony, obviously. My God, they sing there, and they're comped vocal takes and whatever, but that doesn't really matter to me.
I don't know how comped they really were, though. On that early stuff. The first couple of albums, they were pretty much bang, bang, bang. I mean, it's the amazing thing to me is how many alternate versions there are, because it's like, man, we thought it was just like get down a good take and go, and it's like, wow, there's actually, I mean, they did do some alternate versions, but on the demos particularly, there's alternate versions on the demos. They recorded 25 songs in 2 days.
Yeah,
plus alternate versions. Oh my God!
You can nerd out on the isolated tracks. I found, especially. I was listening to the vocal track from Everybody Wants Some the other day, and you can tell what was like, I guess, scratch vocals when he was sang along, because you can hear the bleed from the instruments from the other room.
Oh yeah,
through the wall. But every time he sings, that it's super clear. You can tell that was a different take. But like a lot of the stuff that they kept was the zip zap boom bap kind of stuff that he was doing, the kind of screams and interacting with the band and stuff like that, because they really wanted the cap, and they've said, all of them have said it over and over. Don just barely said it to Greg Renoff. They wanted Roth there to sing, because it just, they were a band. They weren't just a 3-piece band. They had Roth there, and it's good to know that it wasn't such a broken band for a long time.
Right.
Well, the genius of that too is that, I mean, you listen to other stuff, like, I mean, there was just a thing on Jeff Goebel had put up on Instagram about this kind of this supposed rivalry between him and Randy Rhoads. And you listen to those Quiet Riot albums that only came out in Japan, and they're very much studio, very stiff, and everything. And it's these guys, being told probably by a producer, oh, you got to do this, you got to bring that down, you got to do this. Whereas Ted's just like, guys, just let her rip.
Exactly.
And it was a big thing in that period of the 70s to try and get our live sound in the studio. And like Kiss was like Love Gun, where we rented out this theater in Detroit, and we to get our live sounds, like, no, it still sounds stiff and whatever. And but with Ted, it's just like, man, guys, just do it, warts and all, just get out there and do your stuff, because he knew that's where the magic was. You got to have that energy. It's that energy that made Van Halen just so irresistible, that just, it was,
you can really hear it missing in the Gene Simmons demo tapes. You can hear that part missing, because it's gone through the Gene Simmons filter.
Yeah. And it's like, this is how you make a record, guys. This is what you do. Okay, Alex, we're going to put you in a room here all by yourself. We're going to muffle your drums a whole lot, and you're going to play the beat. And you're going to play the beat. Okay? Let's see now. Who are you? What's your name? Mikey. Yeah. Hey, you stand over here. You play that bass. Okay, I'm a bass player. I'm going to be watching you. Eddie. Hey. Too much distortion. The chicks don't dig distortion.
Quadruple track and double track your solos.
Yeah. That's because that's what Ace does. Ace double tracks his solos every time.
Yeah. When he turns up.
When he turns up.
And that Bob Kulick double tracking.
It's the pyro.
77.
Well, Randy Rhoads.
There's no ramping back then.
But yeah, it's that it is those records. I mean, I we talk about memory of losing Ed, but how about our introduction to Ed? I mean, let's talk about that. Let's go back to the beginning. For me, it was like, I've told the story before, and I'm going to tell it again. I'm going to bore you all with it if you've heard it before. But my house was flooding. My parents' house was flooding, and we were out with our shovels trying to dig this riverbed, trying to keep the silt from flowing over into our yard. And we were digging, and it just was like pouring down. This was probably about January 78. And it was about 3-4 in the morning. I just said, I give up. This is futile. We're not doing any good here. It's like every time we dig, the water comes down that much harder and stuff flows over and we're screwed. And went back to my room, turned on the radio, KMET Los Angeles. And the DJ, I can't remember who was on that night, but he was like playing When the Levee Breaks by Led Zeppelin. I'm like, you motherfuckers. It's like, of all the songs to come in from like digging a fucking ditch to try and get my house and being flooded, he's playing When the Levee Breaks. And
he could have been playing the rain song.
They said, the DJ comes on and says like, and now here's something brand new from LA's own Van Halen. And it was, no. But it was like, this guitar sound. Oh my God, what the fuck is that? It's like, this is like the ultimate metal meets punk rock. And then these vocals come in with the harmonies and everything like that. And it's like, whoa. And then this guitar solo. The guitar solo was cool. It wasn't the best guitar solo I'd ever heard at that point, but it was really damn cool. And it's just like, I got to find out who these Van Halen guys are, And of course, went to the record store and they're like, what? Huh? You got a band for sale? What? You want to smoke a doob, dude? Hey, yeah. We can go to my band and smoke a doob if you want. No, Van Halen. Van Halen, man. What? You want to smoke a doob in my van? No. I don't want to be in Halen. I want Van Halen.
In Halen in the
So anyways, about a month later, KGB San Diego. I was in the sweet spot right in between. I was in northern San Diego County, right in between LA and San Diego. So I was getting radio stations from both. We weren't too far from the coast. So you have that curve in the California coastline, and the radio waves just flowed over the sea. So I could get both. Really nice. And KGB, it was Jim McGinnis. We're playing the new Van Halen album in its entirety, the day of its release, you know. Holy shit, there's that band, Van Halen. Yeah, all right. Because I'd actually heard You Really Got Me a couple more times at KMET, got to know whatever was going on with them. So it's like, okay, here we go. You know, by my radio. Oh my gosh, you know, you sound like a fucking alien ship landing, you know. Boom, 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 boom. I'm like, ah, shit, this is the best band in the world. They already had me hooked at that. I'm just like, holy fuck, this is my new band. This is my band now. You know, this is me now. This is my band now.
Do you remember what you were digging right before that? What bands? What topic?
Oh, I dug all kinds of stuff. I mean, I was just a guitar nut. I was an avid Guitar Player magazine reader. I was a guitar player. I loved, you know, Schenker with UFO, Pat Travers Band, Cheap Trick. Gosh, I could go on. Aldi Meola, you know, he's not my neighbor. You know, hey neighbor, hope you're doing well. You know, he has a heart problem out there in Romania and everything like that. But all kinds of stuff. Guitar music, you name it. If it had shredding, blazing guitar on it, I loved it. You know, hadn't quite discovered the Scorpions yet, but with Uli. But that was to come pretty soon afterwards. But yeah, I'll just heavy guitar music fan. You know, I was already going to concerts. Blue Oyster Cult was a big favorite band of mine. You know, with the 3 Guitar Army up there, and Cities on Flame with rock and roll and all that stuff. First concert was Boston with the Runaways opening that I saw in '76.
Nice.
Awesome.
But you know, Van Halen, man, it was just like, you know, Running with the Devil, that had me hooked. And then Eruption. It was just like, what was that? You know, I'm like, oh my God. It's like, I have my friend Robert, who's still a good friend of mine. He still lives out in the town where he grew up and everything like that. I immediately got on the phone to him. I'm listening with one ear to the Van Halen record, you know, listening to You Really Got Me, which I already knew at that point. So I said, okay, I can go talk to Robert on this because I know this already. Robert, are you listening to KGB right now? Did you hear that fucking guitar? So what the fuck was that? He's like, yeah, man. It's like, we got to go to the record store tomorrow and get the album. We got to go, you know, shit, you know. And Robert and I were on a race from that point to learn how to play Eruption. It was just like, because we were both guitar players, you know, we both had a band together. We jammed together. We were just in the big race to figure that shit out. We got to get tickets to when they come to town, man, you know. And I was right there. I think it was July 7th. San Diego Sports Arena. I was lucky as hell because, you know, they were out on tour. This was a headlining show, a very rare 1978 headlining show that they did. So we got the full set, and we got a good portion of what was going to go on Van Halen 2 at that set. But anyways, there were the binoculars, you know, like looking at Eddie, like, what's he doing? How's he doing? That's it. You know, what's he got in his rig? What gear does he have? But man, did it just change my life. It put me on another path to another level altogether. And it was the sound as much as anything. The playing was great, but also just the sound of Eddie's guitar. It was raw. It was visceral. It ripped your face off, you know, but it was clean and dirty at the same time. I mean, how do you explain it? You know? And that's one thing that's great about hearing these outtakes is to hear it without the reverb. Because you really get, you know, I think the reverb kind of adds a little bit of an illusion of extra distortion to the sound. So you think it's a little bit more overdriven than it actually is, you know, because it kind of draws the sustain out a little bit. And to hear this stuff, it's like, yeah, you can see how it is just really a plexi, obviously with the Variac, you know, doing its magic and everything. But man, it just it changed me. It was like I was just obsessed from that point onwards, you know, and I have not missed a Van Halen tour since that day, you know. And I no other band. I love all kinds of bands, but I don't follow them. Didn't follow them as religiously as I followed Van Halen. And the great thing about Eddie was there was always some new little thing, you know, that he just pulled out of his hat. You know, there's always some little trick or something fun. You know, just to always kind of keep you on the edge of your seat and learning and pushing.
Well, the first time you hear Main Street, You're like, what the is going on?
Oh my God. Yeah. Mean Street was just another one. It was just like, what is it? Because, you know, I was into a little bit of funk too, and Bootsy Collins and stuff like that. It was just like, what is he doing? Like slapping on guitar, you know, but that's beyond anything I'm hearing from the funk bass from Larry Graham or Bootsy or whoever. You know, it's just like, this is just funky as all get out. And then it goes into that riff. And I'm just like, You know, Fair Warning was kind of actually, it's interesting because it's like, I mean, I went through an ebb and flow with Van Halen. You know, I love the first album. I love the second album. Women and Children First was good, but I felt like they were starting to kind of repeat themselves maybe a little bit and kind of mellowing out just a little touch, you know, and everything like that. And then Fair Warning came out. It's like, oh, turn the gas back up to high again. Boys, we're burning the place down.
Back out to the van.
But I'm not gonna take over here. You guys, man, to tell us about your first Van Halen experience. Tell us how you discovered the powers that be.
Well, my dad had the record in '78, and I remember like he was playing it at a friend's house, and I was like, I think 6 or 7, maybe 5 or 6, and hearing an Alien Land, which was running with the devil. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then hearing that noise and that gargantuan guitar, I'm like, what the hell? And they just played it all through, and hearing Eruption. I never heard guitar like that. You know, I never heard really anything like that. You know, so it's like, wow. And I'm like 5 and 6. It's like, it's just cranked to the, because my dad played guitar. So I was like, wow, I've never really heard anything kind of like that. And I remember asking my mom in like 1980, 81, who's the best guitarist in the world? She goes, Eddie Van Halen, because he does all the tapping stuff. I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense, I guess, you know, whatever. And, you know, I didn't realize like what my name had kind of really meant, because I'm just a kid playing with G.I. Joes. And then like, you know, everything came out. Like I love Van Halen, you know, like I listened to it like because my parents listened to it. So I was like, wow, this is badass. Unchained was cool. And I finally saw him live in 1984, which is great. I was lucky enough to go to the Texas Jam in '86 and the Cotton Bowl in Texas. So that was great. And then seeing a few, you know, obviously a few times then. But, you know, just seeing the guitar, the stripes, the tapping, the smile, the grin, the videos, all that was just like, it all compounded to like something greater, you know, like, wow, he's a great songwriter. The band's great. David Roth is cool. The songs are great. The guitar playing's over the top, of course. And Eruption, you know, like I'd never heard anything like that, you know, like most of us here was like, what the fuck, you know, what's going on here? But I love Malmsteen, I love Rhodes, I loved Jakey Lee, I loved Paul Gilbert, all those great guitar players. But Eruption was something different, you know. It kind of really all made us like appreciate what was going on, and it means everything to some, you know, everybody else. But yeah, that was great, you know, and just hearing all that great stuff and seeing other people play it was great. I'm like, yeah, that's great, but that's not like how Eddie plays it. You're missing a part. You know, you're fucking up the tapping. You're not picking it right. The sound's not right. And you know, lucky enough, I have like a 71 Super Lead behind me over on my Agnator, which is great, which I have Variac, and I crank the shit out of it as much as I can in this apartment. And there's nothing like that Plexi sound, man. You know, Plexi's the way to go if you want that Van Halen sound. You know, that and a good old Echoplex, and just, you know, Variac the shit out of it if you want that Van Halen sound. Yeah, I love digital, but it doesn't give you what that head does. You know. So
no, you need that animal thing. You know, just digital doesn't get animalistic enough. You know, it's not doesn't get hot the way like a tube does.
Yeah,
you know, and you start to fight with you. You know, and so like
yeah, that amp growls. 71 Super Lead, man. It's nasty as nasty. It's 100 watts. Tear your head off.
And you just react differently. Listening to an amp in a room is just something you can't replace with sitting there with headphones. I mean, I record a lot of music with digital amps into my computer just because, but when I rip a freaking amp in this room, it's like, it's reactive. And Eddie himself has gone on record 1,000 times saying that, you know, you have to feel it. And we kind of talked about it earlier, like how the band interacted together, like that you have to interact together. and because there's things that just are irreplaceable, and yeah.
I got a story.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So
Was there?
growing up, I was it was all about Elvis. My mom had Elvis records in the house, and that's what I grew up with. I loved Elvis. I'd go to school, and the other kids would be like, "Don't. What about Kiss? What about Aerosmith? What about all these Led Zeppelin? Don't you know who they are? What about the Elvis stuff?" And I said, "Shit, man, he's the king, And one day I was at one of my best friend's house, and we were in the basement, typical 70s, 80s basement with the wood panels and the long console stereo system where you open up the top and everything was right there, all the knobs and the phonograph and the speakers were built in. And he says, "Hey, Ed, you got to listen to this." I said, "All right." He pulls out the album, puts it on. Boom, boom, boom. Running with the Devil. I said, car horns. And I'm like, "What the hell is this?" He goes, "Dude, this is Van Halen." I'm like, "Okay." I had started to listen to a little Ozzy. So I was probably about 13, 14 years old. So kind of late to the game. But and I couldn't believe it. And then and then when it went into Eruption, holy shit! I said, "I'm not, I don't know much about guitar, but I know what I like. I know what sounds great. And this guy, whoever he is just a wizard. I mean,
From another planet.
No. Yeah, just I couldn't believe it. The sounds that were coming out of the stereo, which is booming, and then You Really Got Me. And I thought to myself, I think I heard this song before, but this is wow. It was so much better than the Kinks. Sorry, Ray Davies. But just going through the whole album, I think Ray Davies got a lot of money for that anyway. So I'm sure he was happy. But but just as the album progressed and everything, I said, I gotta get this. I went down to my local record store. Boom. I think the next day, and I bought it, and then the cover looked cool, and David Lee Roth bending backwards like that, and Eddie's guitar looked like it was on fire, and I'm like, God, these guys are amazing. And I my first concert ever was 1984, Providence Civic Center, and from then on, I haven't missed a tour. I don't know, 25, 30 concerts, I think. I mean, obviously, no more, but yeah, I was going multiple times per tour. 3. Up in the Northeast, up here, you can go, Albany, New York, and Hartford, Connecticut, and Boston and Worcester, and all around. Per tour, and some places they played 2 or 3 times. So I would go multiple nights.
I lived in New York.
My favorite part of the whole thing, and I don't.
Garden and Long Island, the Coliseum. I'd see like 9.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, we're lucky. So, I had that same thing. Like I said, I lived between.
You guys know.
Yeah, I didn't care about. I didn't care
who how lucky you are about seeing them so many times.
I didn't care who the lead singer was or what was going on with the band. I just wanted to go see Eddie live. Whether even in 2004, we all know that story. But I saw them 4 times in 2004. I saw Worcester twice, and I had VIPs for those. And I saw Albany, New York, and I saw Hartford, Connecticut, I believe. So 4 times in 2004. But I could not wait until Eddie's solo. It was just mesmerizing every time, even though you knew what was probably coming up, Cathedral, or you knew the process. You knew what the solo was going to sound like, and when he was going to jump into a little bit of Mean Street or whatever. But it just blew me away every time, and I get goosebumps just thinking about it. It's just incredible.
You reminds me of something.
I don't play guitar. I don't play guitar. I have a few over here, but but I'm just an Uber fan, I guess you could say.
Cool. It reminds me of something, because when I first saw them in July
my guest room.
Oh, sorry. When I first saw them in July of '78, I was there with the binoculars looking at the gear, trying to figure out what Eddie was using. This is the thing, and I didn't figure this out until that 1980 Guitar Player magazine cover story. But because he had lost, a bunch of his amps on the way back from Japan.
Yeah.
And that was right when that happened. Like they played a couple shows before that, the Texas Jam and whatever. So Ed was using a combination of new Marshalls, Laney's, and Music Man amps on there. And I'm like looking at it like, what's he got all these just wild, crazy combination of amps? Is that how he gets his sound? It's like, oh shit, do I have to go out and buy a Laney, a Music Man, and a Marshall to get that sound?
It wouldn't
Damn
hurt.
it. It's like this guy's light years beyond us all. I'll never be able to afford that much gear. And come to find out that, he was a Marshall guy, but it was just like, I saw those amps up there and I was like, holy shit, how's he getting that sound with all that? I'm thinking, this must be clean and this must be the dirty part and this must be in between or something. And it's like, and he puts them all together and it's like, no, they were just backup amps.
Did he turn around? Did he turn his back on you so you couldn't see what was going on? Or
no, we could see. He was. I mean, at that point, that's the thing. I don't know how long the turning the back thing, and I almost think that might be a little bit of an urban myth of sorts that they created because it wasn't really that long of a period from the club days to them
Did
going
he have
out
the torpedo?
the world. Oh yeah, he had the torpedo. Oh
Big
god,
ass
do I remember
torpedo
that?
with
The torpedo
echo
was
in it.
so fucking cool.
That's so funny.
And trying to remember what else I remember. I remember them all. There was a segment where Al goes into a drum solo and then they all pick up drumsticks and they all are banging on the kit along with Al and everything like that. That was a shtick down the first tour, in '78, and that was gone in '79 when I saw him. In '79, it was then the two-handed bass thing. It was like, Mike and Ed playing bass together, and that was the shtick on that tour. And then, of course, the 1980 was, Mike on the keys with the bomb now with holding the electric piano in it, the Rhodes and everything. So, but yeah, the bomb. I mean, it was so cool. He's got a flipping bomb.
Practice
What's
dummy
in that bomb?
A World War
What
II
is
practice
that
dummy
thing?
bomb with an Echoplex in it, no less.
Well, it was the Univox EC80 in there.
Yeah.
I didn't know that at the time either. It was just like, man, he's twisting these knobs and making these crazy fucking sounds. What's in that bomb? What's in that thing?
He painted that black too. In the sunset sessions, you see him not painted. He should have striped it.
Yeah, true. That's true.
But you know what? I'll give a quick brief story because my story is similar to Chris's. I first heard Ed. I started playing guitar when I was about 10 years old. So I was like in 5th grade, going into 6th grade. And this is like, I was 73. So this is like early 82, 83, started playing guitar. And I had an older cousin. And we lived in his house, like a mother-daughter house in Brooklyn. He lived in downstairs, I was upstairs. And he was about 10 years older than me. So he'd be working out in the basement playing Zeppelin, Kiss, Deep Purple. And that's what I started listening to. And that got me, like Jimmy Page and Ace Frehley got me into the guitar. But when I heard that first Van album, I was stunned and puzzled I never heard anything like that. That sound just jumping out of just the rawness of the tone, how big it was. And then obviously the eruption and the finger tap. And I was just clueless to how he was making these sounds. And it just drew me to it. And even up to 84 came out, which is, a few hours later. I remember Aaron Hoff, the teacher, my buddy had brought the album home and we were listening to it in his house. And I'm like, I couldn't understand he was making the sounds. I couldn't understand. I couldn't, digest it because I was still 10, 11, 12 years old. But that was, after that, it was all about Ed. I was like, this guy is from another planet. And I'm like, all the guitar players I grew up and I loved, Page, Clapton, Beck, all great players. I wasn't into the Al Di Meolas or these like, I hadn't discovered Eula John. I haven't discovered, Yngwie with Alcatraz, so I really didn't know that. I knew all the blues-based classic rock guys. And I'm like, this guy is light years beyond. I mean, I knew Steve Howell and he was great, but I'm like, there's no one who touches this guy. He's from another planet. And then that same cousin took my first show in '86, and my first Van Halen show was Rutherford with 5150 tour. So it was the Live Without a Net tour, probably a few weeks before the New Haven show. So I went in August in Rutherford. So it was just, it's life-changing to this day. I get goosebumps, memories of when I first heard Eruption, my first concert, seeing them, them doing 50, seeing Ed up close, just goosebumps every time. So we'll have that forever. That's my favorite memory. And sharing this with you guys. I love this stuff. Thanks for putting this together, Andrew. It's awesome.
It's awesome.
I thought what was funny when I saw Ed in Dallas in '84, how red his 5150 Kramer was. Like, it was so new looking and cool. And I was like, wow, look how red that is and pretty. And when I saw him in '86 at the Texas Jam, it looked like shit. It looked like worn out, scraped up. It looked like somebody had pissed on it, burned it, whatever, faded it, And I was like, man, that looks like, wow, I saw him 2 years ago and it looked great. Now it's like, it looks like shit. I mean, I know he plays a lot, but damn, a lot more cigarette burns on it,
Yeah.
And but I mean, I like the neck sturdy and the maple neck sturdy, but it was funny because I remember going there and when they headlined the Texas Jam, Zeke was out there with the guitar and in his shorts and tuning in the guitar. I'm like, I was up close. I was looking at the Floyd on the guitar. I'm like, man, that guitar looks like shit. He really beat the shit out of that thing. But it was cool, and it's just amazing. I was like, wow, he's tuning the guitar up and whatnot. But '84, it looked like it's pretty much brand new, so to speak.
Right.
He hadn't really put it through its paces. But
the beginning of that,
great.
There was he didn't put the decal on it yet.
Yeah.
No.
To be honest, in '84, I can't remember if he had put the 5150. I just remember how red it was. I was like trying to think back to the best. I didn't have
the
my
beginning.
iPhone
It didn't have it. Yeah.
but whatever. But it looked cool. It looked so bright red, new and whatever. I think I was third.
It actually had a shine to it.
It did, Johnny. It's before we made it an ashtray.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I'm sure he washed his hands every time before he played the guitar.
Yeah, there's so many guys who make it. Johnny, you make guitars, and I love when I see like a worn-in relic, like 81. There's nothing better. Simon's got a great one.
You appreciate it.
It's a work of art.
I hate when you see guys online and they show this little dent in their guitar and they go, oh my god, I bumped into the mic stand, how do I fix this? And I always comment, like, just leave it, it's a battle scar, you've earned it. And you're gonna get more. Like, just think 20 years from now that it's gonna look a piece of driftwood and you're gonna look at it and go, man, I've learned so much and I've done so much on that thing.
Johnny,
shame to finish it.
That's what Joe Bonamassa says. That's his famous line, because he buys all the 59 Gibsons, Les Pauls and V's and Destroyers. And he's like, they're worth so much money. These are $500,000 guitars. And he's like, the greatest thing about buying, every scratch I get, it goes up in value. He's like, I don't have to worry about
it. You don't have to worry.
He ain't lying.
He's got some collection.
You buy a chainsaw, you're not worried about scratching it. You want to chop down that tree. So a guitar, it's not about making it look profitable or you're going to hang it on the wall and not ever touch it. It's about playing it and doing something and feeling good about doing it. So you shouldn't have to worry about scratching.
For Ed, it was functionality. I mean, look at the SG for Dirty Movies. Like, it wasn't working. Cut the horn off. I can't get the slide part to work. He didn't care about the guitar.
No,
that's
the thing. I mean, Ed's guitars were just, they were working man's tools, and they just. I told the story again, but about going up to his up to 5150 in 2013, and him showing me a bunch of guitars, and like the best example I could think of was like, here was a Lucille guitar that was a gift from BB King, and I actually, just funny because I was just talking with this Wolfgang back in January, but it's just like, Ed stripped parts off of it, and it's just like, he's showing it to me. It's like, Ed, where's the bridge? Where's the tailpiece? Where's the pickup? And he's just like, I'm not sentimental about guitars. It's just like, it's like, it's probably like, hey, Matt, Matt Brock is like, hey, Matt, I need a bridge. Go get the Lucille guitar. I think I can use that one. It was just, but most of his stuff, he didn't really have anything that was really minty fresh. It was all broken in and played and you name it. And it's funny because just another side story, but I know that Matt Bruck bought a lot of guitars for Ed, and Matt bought stuff for his own use too. But there was a point in probably about 2008, 2009 or so where I bought a Greco Destroyer, which is basically the Ibanez Destroyer. It's a Greco EX800 actually, but a Greco Explorer copy. Same Fujigen factory in Japan and everything. And I bought it off the eBay, got it from some guy in Canada, and it was just immaculate. It was just like, oh, wow, minty fresh out of the case. You opened it up, it's like, this thing looks like it was made yesterday, And I was talking with Matt Bruck a little bit later, and Matt's like, Matt was like, I was gonna pull the trigger on that, but it was too nice, It's just like we like guitars that are just been bashed around a bit, that have some life and some personality. I'm just like, I can see this, this getting to Ed, and it's gonna be, another shark, eventually or something. So
Chris, like you used to tell us on these podcasts when you were 50, that Ed would need a guitar and it'd be like 63 Strats lying around. He'd grab one. I need a pickup. Pickup will be ripped out of a 63 Strat, and like, who cares, right? It's just whatever he needed at the time he took.
Yeah, he was not reverent with these things at all. They were tools. So you gotta love it.
Awesome.
I feel I have
the other story. Brad saw this. I didn't get to see it, but it was like in I think Larry DiMarzio even told it in his remembrance about Ed that he posted after Ed passed. About Johnny and you and I have been through this discussion, about the mystery blue paint. But Ed used to just take the Frankenstein without a case and chuck it into the back of a pickup truck, or whatever. He would just throw that thing around. Here's probably the most valuable guitar in the world. Even then, it's the holy grail, and Ed was just chucking this thing around.
He wasn't careful.
Yeah. Watch the jump video. The jump video outtakes where he's got the Rasta and parts, and he does the same take of that clip about 50 times, and every time he throws the parts on the floor, and that's one of the top 20 guitars that we love, and it's just another take, throws the guitar on the floor.
Yeah. He just, that's how he was, In fact, it's funny because like he finally caught on to it, and like when I saw him in 2013, he finally had a case for Frankie. It's like, oh, now he's got a case for it, But he didn't have a case for it for years. I mean, they had a road case on tour and everything, but generally when he was around 5150 or whatever, it was just like, I'll just chuck it over here. I'll put it over here. Again, they're going off to do photos somewhere, and he just chucks it in the back of this pickup. Hey, whatever. No case. Not even a pillowcase or anything. Just chucks it.
Well, Chris, 150. That's how the headstock broke. Everyone says he threw it at Alex, but I heard it fell over at 5050 studio, and that's when the 7 tuner came on because it got sent back to Kramer to fix the headstock. But I heard it fell.
Well, actually, yeah, I think that didn't Ernie. Well, I think Ernie Ball, Music Man, did that. I believe that they put the extra tuner in there. I believe. I don't know. I may be wrong. I may be mistaken. I don't know. But
you're probably right. But I heard it fell because it was left lying around like most.
Yeah.
I got something cool for you guys, and you probably noticed, Chris, but you struck very well. Lewis at Fairfield and myself had went to see Adam Reed a few months ago because Lewis was doing him on in a joint. And Adam's awesome. He was telling us some cool stories that he had called him and Matt, maybe 6 or 7 months ago because they needed to do 5150, and Wolfie didn't know how many pieces of gear were there and what you need a catalog and inventory.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm like, well, how many pieces were there? And how long did it take you to do it? And he was like 3 or 4 weeks. And there's like 750, whatever the number was, 750 pieces of gear. I'm like, wow. But that's good amps. But that's a cool fun fact.
Oh, yeah. The good thing is now they know where everything is. It's cataloged. So they know what's actually there and everything. Right. So Wolfie used that a bit, on the new album. Not a whole lot, not as much as you would think. But there was just like, this is kind of interesting story because I just interviewed Wolf on, the making of Mammoth 2. And of course he put that Viette Citron Shark baritone on his Instagram a while back. And I asked him, I don't want to get too long of a story here, but unfortunately, it didn't end up on the album. So if you're going out there and try and listen to which track has the Viet baritone, it's not there. It's a track that will probably be on the next album, we hope. Fingers crossed. But I asked about that because Alan Garber and I were killing ourselves trying to figure out what is this guitar, because we've seen it in these pictures of 5150 in the early days. What is that? What is that? And I finally got a clue when I looked at Larry DiMarzio's photos that he took in 1990 at the studio, and you can see it sitting there, and it's like, okay, these pictures are pretty high resolution, so let me zoom in on that, and I could see the logo on the headstock. Oh, okay, that's Viet Citron. So that boom opened it all up. We figured it out. But then I did the interview with Wolf a little bit after I figured that out, and I talked with him about it, and then next thing I know, it's on his Instagram, like, oh, I used it on the record, and I said, like, did our conversation spark that? And Matt said, like, no, not exactly. But we were working on a song, and we thought that a baritone would be perfect for it. So they pulled up the database that Adam put together, and they said, okay, what baritones do we have here at 5150? And there's like about 8 of them, and they went through them, and the Viet happened to win. It sounded the best on the track. So, but it's really cool that they can do that now. It's like, oh, I need this. Well, let's go see what we have, Before awesome. Matt Ruck was at database, it's like
I was eager to see what tuning it was in, because there's been theories over the years of that being on the Wildlife soundtrack and stuff. So, and a lot of people have said it's probably the kind of bass sound on Donut City and stuff like that, which I'd love to eventually kind of get confirmation, because he had baritones, we know that, and of all brands, Dan Electro being some. But for Spanked on the for Unlawful Carnal Knowledge album, that was just in 6-string bass tuning. So, it was technically a baritone, but technically also a 6-string bass. So I've wondered what tuning that the Viet Citron was in, and plus the Kramer with the Ripley. The Ripley neck, that the baritone neck, what that was in, being that it was a Floyd. Plus, he also had all the Music Man that had with the Danny Electro kind of pickup schemes with Floyds and without Floyds and stuff. And be interesting. He loved baritones, but they didn't make it onto the album that much. That was kind of
not that much, yeah. But I think the Viet probably did, because I just Ed was always one of those people. Of course, as time moved on, he got more stuff. But it's like when he got a new toy, he generally put it to use. Right. And that's one thing we found with like the MXR flanger, And Alan and I again had a discussion about when did Ed get the MXR flanger? And again, the flanger's not on any of the Ted Templeman Warner Brothers demos.
Yeah.
So he got that in between those demos and the recording of the debut album.
Well, Chris,
and of course, what songs did Ed write between the demos? He wrote "Ain't Talking About Love." It's got a flanger on it. Yep. Wrote "Jamie's Crying," got a flanger on it. "Atomic Punk," got a flanger on it.
Well, so when they got Ed got the Advance and got some new toys. You said, right? He went out and bought the Phase 9 flanger.
Yeah, well, he had the Phase 90 before. He had the Phase 90 for quite a while during the club days, and you can hear that on the bootlegs and everything like that. But the flanger comes along sometime in the middle of '77, after they do the demos, the initial demos. But it's so funny, because it's like, when you find out what songs that you listen to the demos and which songs they wrote, but you find out which songs they wrote, in between the demos and when they recorded the first album, and you find they've all got flanger on them, except for the song that ended up being "Hang 'Em High," I guess. But we don't have an early version of that I guess they didn't record it for the first album, as far as I know. But it's hilarious that they was it "Hang 'Em High" or what other song it was? I'm trying to remember which song they wrote, but there was like 4 songs they wrote. Basically, 3 of them made it onto the record, and those 3 songs all have flanger on them. They're the only songs in the album that have flanger on them too. So, but that's why I think when Ed got the Viet about the same time that he finished up 5150. So you're looking at the 1984 sessions, you're looking at the Wildlife, you're looking potentially at the 5150 album. Those are all likely candidates, but we just have to get our ears out. And maybe he didn't use it. Maybe they just didn't make the cut. Maybe it's like with Wolfgang here. Maybe it was on a song that didn't make it onto the album. Maybe, Ed's, Wolfgang is the new manifestation of Ed, and now it's like, I used the baritone, but it didn't go on the record. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Well, we know part part of the 1984 sessions, they had kind of Ted would make the kind of, what we have already lists of what songs were completed right before the album was finished. And I think on both, it said there was a song called Baritone Slide, which we don't know of. We obviously have no idea, but I think it's probably safe to say that was probably the song that would have featured it on an album. As long as it's not like a hidden bass on a track or something like that. But yeah,
I think that's it though. I think that's basically. I think it is a song that just it's there in the vault at 5150, and hopefully one of these days we'll get to hear what Baritone Slide is, because there's nothing on 1984 that fits that description at all.
No. Even the bass sounds. I really don't think if it happened to be tuned as a 6-string bass, I don't think Ed played any bass on 5150. That's kind of my opinion. But and I don't think he would have used that as the bass if he did, because he was notorious for liking regular 4-string basses and had a dozen of them in the studio around that time, Fenders and some kind of custom stuff, plus anything Michael had around just for tracking. So I think it's doubtful, but we all want to hear that stuff.
Oh yeah, no. And the thing is, I know for a fact there is stuff. There's stuff. Yeah. Despite what has been said, there's stuff.
We're seeing that there's stuff. We're seeing every week there's stuff being released, and it's a breath of fresh air, because I mean, literally a month or two ago we were on this show saying like we're being punished. Van Halen fans are being punished. We're being held in contempt for not liking Van Halen 3.
Well, on that subject, I really wish, and I know for an absolute diehard 100% verifiable fact, is that there's a follow-up to Van Halen 3. And it's way better than Van Halen 3.
Yep.
And I know of at least 10 finished, done, mixed songs. Maybe they could be tweaked up a little bit, spruced up a little bit, but they are done. All the parts are there: bass, drums, guitars, vocals, sweetening, you name it. It's all there. Particularly about 4 or 5 tracks they did with Patrick Leonard. And
Mitch Malloy sings on all of them.
No, it's Sharon.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, and that's Sharon sounds like part of the band. He's mixed properly. Everything's done well. It's produced well. It's a great record. It's just one of those things. I think in a way, it's listening to it now with a different perspective. Maybe it was ahead of its time. Maybe it wasn't the right record at the time. It's very adult. It's adult music. It's a little bit more cinematic sounding. There's acoustic guitar, and it's and there's parts. And some of the songs are longer. They're 7 minutes long, and they go through various different changes and everything. And some songs are really, really rock heavily. And I think it's one of those things that Van Halen 3 bombed so badly that the record label just wasn't interested anymore, and Ed lost interest, and his life was starting to really fall apart. And it's a drag. But I think, gosh, if they're ever going to release anything, they could start with that, because that would completely shed new light on what the potential of the whole Sharon iteration of Van Halen could have done, because it's there. And it's really the album they should have done. They should have taken their time. They should have toured with Gary first and tightened up and everything, and then put out what this album became. It's really, I don't think Van Halen fans at the time probably would have accepted it, because they were still very butthurt about David and Sammy and back and forth and all that other stuff. And it was tough for anyone to accept Gary at that point. But third singer is just difficult for any. It's almost impossible. Imagine if AC/DC in the 90s were like, yeah, we actually have a new singer. Everyone would have been like, yeah.
Right.
And but I think if they had done that record, it probably would have been a little bit better scenario, for that. We probably would have gotten more out of it, and maybe Ed wouldn't have plunged as badly as he had, but beyond that, I mean, there's Sammy era stuff. There's
album name.
Yeah, there's Sammy era stuff. There's Dave era stuff. There's alternate things out there. They're in good shape. They sound good. You didn't hear it from me, but
Right.
It's there.
Yeah, the quality of the demo that came out is phenomenal. Phenomenal. It sounds so clean.
Yeah.
It sounds first album like clean.
Yes. I didn't even get through all of it yet. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's first generation. I mean, it's second generation basically. It's still obviously what we got are MP3s. They're compressed and so on and so forth, and they still sound really good, but they're coming from the first generation. So and there was some remixing that went on too as well. It wasn't just a remastering type of thing. It wasn't a little bit of sprucing up, but it was some remixing going on. If you really listen closely, to the demo tape, the stuff that was leaked, before basically what happened with the demos before was a cassette tape, that was made for people at Warner Brothers, and it was probably made, probably a dozen, 20 copies or so, maybe even more, that they passed around when Van Halen got signed, and people listened to kind of evaluate it and think about it. And of course, probably it was lying on someone's desk, and the intern came in and go like, "Ooh, what's this?" And many years on down the line, they're like, "Oh, I've got these tapes. Oh, what's this? Oh, Van Halen. Oh, I forgot I had this." It's like copy, then gets to a bootlegger. Hey, it's a seventh generation, but let's put it out there, and that's muffled it a little bit, and it sounds a little bit deader, not as lively, and now we get to hear it in its full glory.
A similar story with Neil Zloz's picks that Monk had, right? All those years, he had all these negatives from all the outtakes of the photos, and then Neil got them all back. It's like, those are mine.
Thank God he did, because the guy who did the first album session, I can't remember his name right now, but when I did the story on Ed's collection in 2013, I wanted to get the outtake of him with the Les Paul Jr.
Right.
And so I contacted the photographer and said, "Dude, do you have those photos? We'd like to run one, because we do kind of a low res copy off the internet." Right. He's like, "I don't have them. Warner Brothers has them."
Right.
And it's like, oh shit, and of course, I just told this story the other night, but it's like, that's a black hole. I called over to Warner Brothers to say, "Can somebody dig through the vaults and see if you have the alternate shots of, Van Halen's first album?" I'm like, what? Again, it's like the record store guy, what? In Halen? What?
Lunacy.
So it's like, oh man, here we go again. That was a lost cause. It's like, I'm sure those originals, the chromes or whatever that he shot, I'm sure they were chromes. Basically it's a positive image, like a slide film type of thing. I'm sure they're just long gone.
Every label historian. There should be a historian person at every label or any kind of art and media company. Like a Warner's should have a historian whose job it is just that, right?
To catalog.
They should, but I've worked in the corporate world. I worked for Roland, and we didn't keep. It's not profitable to do that.
Well, it's impossible to know. It was impossible to know that Van Halen would be Van Halen in 1978, and
right.
When people go back and criticize people for not remember, like Patty from the Sunset Sound Round Table, how were the mics set up? And she's like, I don't fucking know. And you can't expect her to know that, and you couldn't expect if it was 1984, she probably would have remembered it, or anyone.
Even then, you might not.
Even that.
I can tell you, I record stuff, and it's like I'm in the heat of the moment, and it's like, oh, that sounds good, boom, go, and I'm not taking notes.
Well, Don Landy can remember, like in the most recent interview with Greg, like he remembers a lot. I mean, he remembers a shit ton compared to what we probably thought he would know by now, but. Someone asked him something about Alex's drums, and he goes, "Oh, you'll have to ask Alex about that. He probably would know." But and so you can't expect people to remember things that happened 40 years ago,
my interview with Wolfgang here, we're just about he just finished up the album, basic. I mean, he did his tracking now about, he really got into it about a year ago, but it extended towards the end of the year that he finished up tracking. But he couldn't remember stuff, and that's like fresh in his memory. Wow. And I was asking him about a lot of the effects on the record, like what effects did you use? And it's like, man, Elvis would just throw things at me. Here, try this, try that, and I wasn't keeping track. I'm just there playing, until something sounds good and it's just go, especially at the pace he was working. He was working at a very fast pace, but it's like, I can't tell you what I was using.
When you experiment, you don't really remember. And that's exactly what we've seen with Eddie is that, when he tries to remember, he'll go, I think a lot of, and it's wrong, and that's okay. But
it's lightning in the bottle. Sometimes you can't catch it back. Right.
When people use Eddie as the main source of interview and quotes of what he used, it's like Eddie's the worst source. Eddie's the worst source about his own gear.
You don't know what he's missing. You doesn't remember.
Sometimes there's clues, though. I mean, it's like he's on the right track.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Clues are a great start, but when I interact with people on Facebook and YouTube, but Eddie said this. But Eddie said this on this interview. I read the interview. It's like, so did I 10 years ago.
Yeah. It's the gospel truth. It is as it's written. It's the Sermon on the Mount.
Exactly. Why would he lie? He was there. Why would he lie? He's there. Why would Ted lie? He was there to record the Lamborghini for Hot for Teacher, right? Wrong.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of stuff. It just
misquote stuff too.
That happens a lot too, and that's one thing I have a contention with some of the early stuff too. Is that I don't want to knock anybody or anything, but I know some people. And I know how things were editorially, and sometimes someone wrote something and then it went through the telephone game through various editors who did stuff. I mean, I remember at Guitar Player magazine, there was a whole debate whether it was Keith Richard or Keith Richards, and like Keith Richards, a very 60s early pop thing, where the manager wanted him to be called Keith Richard because he sounded more like Cliff Richard, And, but there was a big argument there. It was well before my time, but there was an argument about whether, and I think the cover actually said Keith Richard on it. It was like sometime in the 70s at Guitar Player magazine. It's like he had not been known as Keith Richard, since like 1965 or something. But that stuff does happen. There's things. I think Jazz Obrecht had mentioned something about something that Ed allegedly said. It was about the weight of the Frankenstein. And Jazz said, I went through the tape and like, he didn't say that, and obviously some editor there added some comment about something they didn't know about that. And I've had that happen to myself. I've had that happen with my own work at magazines. Not related to Ed, but I just had something like this guy, Stefan Sobel, I know in Northumberland, England, acoustic guitar builder, beautiful guitars, some of the best 6-string acoustics that you could ever get. And I have known him for years, and I wrote an article about him for a Guitar World Acoustic magazine, and his name's Stefan, Stefan. They changed his name to Steven. And it's like, how, why did this happen? I didn't do that. And part of the process was because the one editor didn't like to work on the computer. So he sat down with another guy who was younger, and the other guy jotted down notes. So, and probably the guy was reading in his own twisted mind, got things messed up and said Steven instead of Stefan, or he misheard him. Who knows what? But it was just like, it was messed up. And I had to apologize to poor Stefan. I was like, dude, I'm really sorry, because it's like, you don't get that much press, and that's his web address is his name. And if people go to Google him, they're going to look up Steven. So, I mean, they probably through default, because there's not that many Sobel, Sobell out there, but it's like, wow. And another story, I mean, behind the scenes, the dirt and grit of guitar magazines, but I was a judge at a Guitar Center King of the Blues competition in Chicago, and I had kind of made a joke about one guy, because during his performance he had this brilliant Hawaiian shirt on, really bright and colorful, and I just kind of made a joke. It's like, just like Steve Martin says, you can't play a banjo and not be happy. Well, you can't play the blues in Hawaiian shirt, and the guy said something about like, the guy who edited it saw some pictures from before the show rehearsal thing, and the guy's wearing a shirt, but it has a bunch of guitars on it. So, and it was like a Hawaiian style guitar, but but it's like it had guitars on it. So he changed it to like, oh, so-and-so wearing a shirt festooned with guitars. And it's like, he didn't wear that during the performance. He wore that during the rehearsal, and he wore a fucking Hawaiian shirt. God damn it. I was there. I wrote the article. I was there, and you changed this shit, based on a fucking photo that you don't even know the context of. So that's the kind of crap that happens. And don't even get me started with the fucking internet. Sorry, I'm swearing here, but it kind of pisses me off with the state of some of the online versions of things that are, and I'm going to get in trouble for this. Sorry, but oh well. I'm going to, I've already been lectured at, and I've lectured back. But the name's being exploited, and it ain't what it is or supposed to be. So end of sermon. But yeah, that's why you can't take everything that you read in print at face value. You got to dig a little bit deeper. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you do have to rely on the photos and the context of it. Johnny and I know, that there's a lot of photographic evidence out there and documents and things, and those carry a lot more weight than someone's recollections do. So that's part of the whole process.
People remembering is terrible.
Oh yeah,
nobody can remember correctly.
My friend
Even
Robert,
up and down, I was there, whatever. It's still not accurate.
My good friend Robert, bless his heart, man. It's like I talk with him from time to time, and it's just like he remembers things differently, And it was funny because I was out in January, out to one of my friend's 60th birthday parties. We had a surprise birthday party, and we were talking about stuff. And it's like, holy crap, I don't remember that. I don't remember things going down that way. And he may be right. I don't know, but my friend Robert, like, he says stuff and it's like, dude, no. That's definitely not what happened. Definitely not what happened. But he's convinced that's what happened. It's like, okay, I'm not going to have you write my biography.
Johnny, frame it back on from 40 years ago, and they're like, the whole opinion or argument about was the 5150 pop. Or was it Ash? Was it whatever? And you get these guys that were working in Neptune 40 years ago. Like, I remember we picked up that stock of guitars and it was Poplar. I'm like, I don't remember 40 years ago.
No. Well, the Kramer factory, man, they must have had some really good drugs. That's all I can say, because that's also where somebody says, like, oh, Eddie used Alan Holdsworth's whatever solid state amp to record Beat It. And it's like, that's the most flippin' far-fetched story. But unfortunately, the amp maker's son has gone on, he was like a hawk on all the internet, Wikipedia and stuff like that, changing it. If you ever write anything to correct what amp it's used, no, he used this because that's how it is, and it's because people say so. And I have witnesses, and whatever. And it's like, it's hearsay. The guys at the Kramer factory weren't there. They were on the other coast.
Right.
Luke remembers the sessions, right? Steve Luke there. He's been on record talking about what Ed did and what he showed up and what he played.
Luke wasn't there. I mean, you read, and that's one thing that in the book, in the Eruption book, I talked with Luke about the Eruption. I mean, about the Beat It story. And he told me one thing, and he said, oh yeah, Ed went to Sunset Sound. Ed and Don went to Sunset Sound and cut the tape up and everything like that. And you know how this all happened? I unfortunately, I kind of had a spark in all this stuff because I called Sunset Sound up because I was working on an in-depth story on Beat It, which I still haven't finished because there's just a few little nagging loose ends that need to be tied up and confirmed before I want to go public with it. But I called Sunset Sound to see if, hey, do you have any logs, of Don and Ed booking time at the studio? So I wanted to get those documents. I wanted to get documentation. I didn't want to just get someone's word. So next thing I know, Lukather's on Sunset Sound's, YouTube talking about, oh yeah, Beat It. Yeah, Ed did that at 5150. 5150 wasn't built yet. It wasn't even finished yet. It might have been a few bricks or something like that, but it was far from finished. Let's see. The Don Landy interview shows, Don says that they had a 16-track tape recorder in there. Well, guess, the Beat It master was multi-track master, was 24 tracks. How are you going to fit a 24-track on a 16-track machine? Even if 5150 was done, it didn't have a 24-track for years. You know, 16 tracks was enough for Van Halen. They didn't need, you know, a ton of tracks. So that was wrong. And it's just, I love Luke. You know, he's a good guy, but he wasn't there. He doesn't know. So he's just kind of guessing. And it's off on the whole thing of the tape being cut up. And I think in Luke's mind, it's unfathomable that Don and Ed would have cut the tape right there in the presence of Quincy Jones and Michael working in the other room. You know, it's just, how could they do that? But it's like, that's how they roll, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like Ed was probably just like, I can't play over this vamp. It's too boring. Fuck, I need some chord changes. Fucking Don, just grab that part there and put it here, and I'll solo over it. It's like, oh yeah, okay, whatever you want. You know, let's see, zip, zip, boom, boom. How's this, Ed? Yeah, fuck, that's great. Let's do it. You know. And like even Ed,
sorry, Michael, I changed your song.
Comes in to hear it and everything like that, and like Ed's kind of like, Michael, you know, I rearranged your song for you.
Sorry.
And Michael's like, oh, whatever, that's okay. That's good with us, you know.
I like
whatever you want to do with Mike. Eddie, that sounds great to me. And he's probably like, this motherfucker's crazy. He's gonna kill me. You know?
Think about what we were talking earlier about, like how he like BB King's guitar, and he took it apart. He didn't care. Like you can kind of connect that to the same thing. Like it's Michael Jackson, and it's a song in progress. It's not the beat that we know. He didn't just sit there and cut out the beat. It was in progress. So he might not have the right to do it. He might not have had the right to do it, and it might have been kind of wild, but it wasn't. He probably didn't think, oh, I gotta be on my best behavior. I'm around Quincy Jones, and you know whatever. It wasn't like, it probably just wasn't like that.
It's just Ed's like, hey, I was hired to do this. I was hired to play a guitar solo. So they want me to play a guitar solo. It needs to be under my terms. You know, I need something I can play over, you know.
Right.
And I'm not getting paid for it.
Right.
And they were making,
no.
He didn't ask for anything, right?
Right. We know this now with that musicians union work order that appeared, that the guy who was like the head of the session and everything. We know it was recorded now on October 4th, which blew my mind because I thought it was recorded earlier. That's part of the rabbit hole I was going down based on what Ed had told me, because he said we were getting ready to go on the Diver Down tour, you know, and had all our equipment in trucks, and I rented an amp. So that was making me think, oh, May, June, you know, that he did it. And we find out it's October, and that's really late in the process for the whole Thriller recording thing too, on top of it. But
isn't October
fits right in a break that they had too.
But there's that musicians union's worksheet, and it shows the date, and it shows Eddie Van Halen's name on it, musicians union. And this is the thing, it's the union. Oh, you think the union's going to let somebody do a session for free? That ain't happening. No. So he got paid, and that's my next thing, is to dig up and see if I can find a canceled check.
How much?
That. Because, you know, Ed said he didn't get paid, but for all he knows, it came in and, you know, went to
his management.
He went to his manager, you know, the guy who wrote the Run with the Devil book. Like I said, he gets this hour, and I start picking people's names. No Monk. You know, so No Monk could have cashed it. Valerie could have cashed it and bought herself some purses, you know, anything.
Sorry, Ed, we didn't get paid.
Yeah, so Ed's like, I didn't get paid. I didn't see the check, you know.
He never saw it, right.
And it just turned into Ed saying I did it for free, you know, or did it get transcribed wrong that, you know, he just didn't get paid for it, and it turns out I did it for free. And then he did say later a 6-pack of beer or whatever and all this other stuff. It's a great story. Right. But it was on a musician union log, money exchanged hands, even if it was just $1, but it probably wasn't $1 because it's like, no, you're getting union scale because nobody breaks the union rules here, you know.
Interesting.
You do not make any exceptions because, you know, we all got to get paid.
I have
SCAP
Sunset Sound logs for the Eruption. You know, Sunset Sound was selling copies of autographed Don Landy work orders, invoices. I bought one for Eruption. The October 4th taken out from 77. That might have been the date. That's funny. That's a coincidence that it's October 4th.
Well, yeah, it was the day they mixed it, actually, though, because we know now because there's
the day they mixed it.
The day they mixed it, yeah, because you can see on it, because it says something about, I forget what it says in there, but you can see on the work order, it says something about the process. I forgot what it was, the wording exactly, but it basically, that process is mixing. So, and there are the multi-track, there's pictures of the boxes of the multi-tracks.
I believe it's like alignment like there was a pitch like sign like I don't know, like it says tones at tail or something like that, and I believe it was to align tape machines and stuff like that for like
well there was
like
something
that.
about that, but there was also just something in it that was basically was mixing though, but it was like another like a more official studio term for it. But there are the boxes of the multi-track masters, and you can see the dates on there, and it just says, you know, September 8th guitar solo.
Right.
So and that's when it was actually recorded.
Yes.
And that makes sense because we know they went in the studio in late August and they banged the songs out, quick progression, you know, over about a week and a half, and boom, they were done. You know, and Eruption was one of the last things they recorded, and it fits with the timeline and everything like that. And then of course the band went off, and you know, Don went and mixed it and everything. That makes sense for October 4th for being the mixing date. So it's still, as I said to Jeff Goebel, it's still a monumental date. You know, he recorded Beat It on that day. The Eruption got its final polish. Basically, it became
what it is.
You know it as. You know, it was like the baby had been delivered. You know, it's like everything. It's like, you know, September 8th was his conception, and it's like it was born. You know, and he had a nice fresh little Eruption baby. Ooh, look at it, sweet.
Talking about Ed not having regard. I think it was in Rosen's book too when they did. Children First, and Ed started making money, right? The band, they lost money on the first 2 albums with the bad record deals. And then Women of Children First, they finally, they kind of made some cash. And Ed ran to Norman's Rare Guitars and 2 bursts, right? I think for $12,500 or $10,000 or $12,500.
About that much, yeah.
58 or 59. But then this wasn't the story that Ed ripped out like the rhythm pickup, the neck pickup, and then he went back to Norman's, like he was out of his mind. Said, "Norman, you sold me a guitar without a neck pickup." Was that in the book?
No, it wasn't quite like that. It was basically, I think Ed had put some different pickups in it and tried to sell it back to Norm.
Right.
And like, they got into an argument because Ed said, "No, it's just the way you sold it to me." And Norm's like, "Here's a picture of you, Ed, with the pickup removed." I know, because I've talked to Norm about this too, and it's just like, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a sore spot.
It was a 59 burst. He's just ripping out humbuckers. PA, I don't care.
Yeah, I'll pop that. I think that went to Frankie for a little while, even. You know, it's just like,
probably.
Yeah, that's when it actually had a PAF. You know, he said all these years a PAF, but he said that he pulled it out of his 335, and his 335 was a circa 63 to 65 model. So it was a patent decal, patent number decal humbucker. Still, you know, basically the same construction, a little bit shorter Alnico magnet. You know, more consistency in the build now, you know, whereas in the 50s, they were a little bit, you know, some days it's like they might have had too much pizza and beer, and other days, you know, Marjorie was feeling down because her boyfriend dumped her and whatever. But, you know, by the 60s, they had the process down pretty well, you know, standardized, and everything was very consistent. And the wire was, I think, a little bit different, but it was still a PAF essentially, but technically not a PAF.
Right.
But he's always called it a PAF, and it kind of confounded me a little bit because Chip Ellis even said, "Oh, he had the PAF, and there still had the PAF sticker on it." It's like, but did it really? You know
what though? For you, as a guitar player growing up, just due to my ignorance, I just thought PAFs. You know, I really didn't know it was patent applied for. I'm like, oh, those old pickups are PAFs. So I just.
That's probably what he thought. That's probably what Ed thought too. It's just, you know, in fact, he probably saw the patent number, you know, it's a patent pending or whatever. He said, "Oh, it's a patent applied for," you know, and didn't realize it's a patent number, not a patent applied for, you know.
I never knew that till I got older.
Yeah. And Ed probably didn't either until he got that Les Paul. He's like, "Motherfucker, it says patent applied for on it, damn it. I'm going back to Norm."
I have a pretty unique kind of introduction to Van Halen, being that I'm only 23 now. So, you know, I didn't hear anything as it came out really. But what happened was that I was super into AC/DC. I think from probably 9 or 10 on. My grandfather really, he got me a ton. I knew everything about them. I was taking trivia, AC/DC trivia on Google at the age of 12 and getting everything right. And anyways, my dad knew that I loved rock guitar. So he said, you know, here's a list of guys you really got to check out. And we sat there and we're on YouTube, and he showed me Eddie, and he showed me Randy Rhoads and Schenker and Scorpions and all this stuff. And Eddie really, I believe he showed me probably a clip of Live Without a Net, just the solo. And I remember thinking, thinking it was cool, and I don't remember if that was the immediate like, oh my god moment, but I remember kind of remembering like, oh, I know he mentioned Eddie Van Halen, so let me check him out, and I really dove deep into that, and I remember as we all kind of were drinking the Kool-Aid of what pedals and what we should get, as we've talked about a little bit. I remember when I started playing electric, I wanted to be Malcolm Young, so I bought a Strat that had no whammy bar, because I was like, I'm never gonna touch the whammy bar. I'm just gonna play rhythm guitar. I'm never gonna solo. But when I started playing Eddie is when I was like, I believe I know it was oh boy, Pretty Woman. I really wanted to hit that the harmonics in the beginning, and I was like, how do I play it without the whammy bar? And I went on Amazon and I looked and I found the Fender whammy bar, and it was an add-on, like an add-on item only. You could only buy it if you bought something else with it. So I'm like, what else do I buy? So I looked up Eddie Van Halen tone or something like that, and I found Phase 90. And I was 13. I had no idea what a Phase 90 even did, but I'm like, it's gonna help me sound like him. So here it is, $70 from it, and it was a box logo Phase 90. So it arguably sounds like shit when compared to Eddie's Phase 90. So there I was with my Phase 90 pedal, and I got it, and I'm going, what the hell even is this? And what is it doing? And so yeah, I could finally play Pretty Woman, but and then came the guitar modifications and ruining a lot of guitars for years, and then most recently,
Leon!
Hey guys, how are you?
Andrew!
Hey, Mikey. What's up, man? Hey guys, Johnny B, Chris Hunter, Tanner, let's Paul, good.
Yo.
Andrew Walton, how are you, man?
What's up?
How are
Good
you
to
guys?
see you, Landro. So sorry for interrupting,
Good.
Tanner, but we've got Landro in here, so it's always good to catch up with you, bro. What's been happening?
Wow, a lot of things. College. I'm in college now, so that's great,
Oh,
I'm still
wow.
playing. I'm still playing, yeah, man. It's a lot of things have been happening, great things. And yeah, man, I'm still rocking Ned's music, man. Got the guitar here, so So yeah, man.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What are you
But none of
studying
it-
in
no-
I
college?
gotta tell you, Andrew,
Hollywood?
it's so refreshing to see the young guys
Yeah.
embracing Edward and the guitar.
Go,
It's
go,
I
Ed,
feel confident.
Ed,
Yeah, man.
yeah, you're right.
means
You're right. Absolutely, it's a great thing.
Oh yeah. It's pretty rare seeing a young kid playing that kind of music today in this, today's day and age,
I love
It's
it.
pretty rare, if you ask me.
I was in Guitar Center last week, and I was pleasantly surprised, with the amount of EVH gear that was in there. Now, I'm in New Jersey, Monmouth County, so I was in Ocean County Guitar Center, and a bunch of the 5150 Iconics, combos, stacks. Sorry, my battery's running low. Sorry about that. But a lot of striped guitars, Kramer Diver Down, Bumblebee, there was a Shark. And as I'm in there shopping, there's a kid, Leandro's age, had to be about probably younger than you. I'd say he's about 17. He was with his dad and just whipping through Van Halen shit and playing Van Halen and Betancourt. He was just ripping through Extreme and Van Halen. And I'm like, it's alive and well. Like this generation, I was pleasantly surprised and very happy.
That's awesome, man. That's great.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's pretty rare seeing people like at my age playing that kind of music today. It's kind of cool actually if you think about it.
Just
Even
John
better.
Mayer. Too much John Mayer in our generation, Leandro.
Yeah,
That's really what it is today. John Mayer.
Blame
too
John
much.
Mayer.
Guys, I just my computer locked up, so I'm back, but I'm actually gonna take off. So I gotta hit the hay. But
Chris, thank you,
Andrew?
bro. Thank you for jumping on with us and sharing sharing with us your insights and your humor. You're quite humorous this evening, brother.
Yeah.
Let me bring back Rudy DeSarzio for one last jazz fusion lick here.
Guys, I actually got to take you. I got to work early in the morning. Friday.
Thanks, Les.
But hey, it's a great time talking to everybody. Great stories. You guys continue on, rock on.
Thanks, Les.
Mikey Mojo, good kid, man. I'm in Philly. Come on down.
Absolutely.
Talk to you guys.
Well,
thank you, Andrew. This is a great thing you do. I'm glad to be part of it every year if I can. I'm sorry I can't do the full 8 hours this time. That was that killed me. It took me a month to recover. But I know I'm gonna get up early tomorrow and watch the rest of this. So you guys, awesome job. Eddie.
Forever.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
However you do it. I can't do my gang symbols anymore. So, but yeah,
That's
Eddie
all right.
forever, guys. Thank you. And keep them alive. Let's do this every year.
Thanks, brother.
Absolutely.
Over and out. See ya.
All right.
Andrew, I have my
Good to see you,
charger. I'm too.
Yeah, grab your charger, bro. So, wasn't Chris on great form this evening? Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was fantastic. Yeah, it's always great to listen.
He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
He has the front row seat.
Yeah.
He's a celebrity and he's hanging out with us.
I know.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him a question about like whether like how many times has he ever got to see Van Halen? Really, you know?
He said every tour.
Every tour. Wow.
Every tour.
Wow, that's insane.
I'm
Wow.
sure multiple times.
I bet nobody
Each
here
tour,
is sitting. I bet nobody here is sitting in a 5150 miniature scale replica. So
That's awesome. Hey Tanner, I have a question actually.
Yeah.
What guitar is that actually? Is that a Kramer?
It is a recent build. I built it. Well, I'd say from scratch, but the neck was done, and I did the 5150 treatment to it, and then I made the body. I made the body myself, just
sick,
with a body blank and templates that I made from about 100 pictures that I could find and stuff. And
Wow.
It's not lock guitars accurate, but I didn't really want it to be. I wasn't trying to compete with anybody nor spend a week doing it. So, and I didn't want to paint it either. I really want to just beat it to hell without the paint and the neck. The neck has the finish that was kind of on it when I got it. So I'm gonna probably sand that back a little bit to my hand shape as it was done on the original. But yeah,
cool.
all my guitars, a lot of my guitars are, I would say, Eddie tributes. I've had a lot of replicas that I've built, and I always end up repainting them because I for some reason I can't stand having an exact replica, because it's kind of a one trick pony when it comes to the actually playing other things for me, because I do play a lot of other stuff, and you can't play John Mayer with a Frankenstrat, even though he tried, and that was embarrassing. But as Keith said, yes, I do have kind of a interesting little studio here.
It's cool, man. Hey, Mike is back.
I'm back.
George, huh? Yeah.
He's got a refill and he's got his charger.
Yeah.
I forgot to bring it down when we started, but I was fully charged probably an hour ago. So,
Oh, wow.
all right.
So guys, I've got a couple of questions just to keep the conversation moving. Feel free to jump in. There's no queue here with replies. The Sammy Hagar era box set's obviously been shipped. Pre-orders have been shipped. Hopes, aspirations, thoughts, and opinions on the box set.
I'm optimistic.
I'll
be honest with you,
like I said earlier. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Like I said earlier, I'm hoping. Well, I'm sorry, I mentioned on another show. I think I'm looking forward to hearing OU 812.
I was just gonna
and I
say
hope they remixed it a little bit. You know, that is a great album, and I'm hoping the bass comes through a little better.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm really looking forward to it. I ordered it through when I first heard about it back in the first week of August. I ordered it through Rhino, Warner Records, and thinking that I'd get it sooner than most people. But what I'm hearing is if you ordered it through the Van Halen store, you got it quicker.
Yeah,
I think
they
some
had it in
people already
inventory.
got it. And I got a message today saying mine is coming on the 11th. So now I have to wait. But I ordered, and it's going to be fantastic. I bet. I mean, I can't wait. And you know, and when I heard there was going to be outtakes or gems or stuff like
Rarities
that,
was the title they gave.
Rarities, yeah, rarities. You know, these are things I already heard. You know, I mean, so I'm a little disappointed. And what is it, number 5? Record number 5. You know, I'm crossing over. I have, you know, I got the Twister stuff and whatever else is on there, and Up for Breakfast, and I don't like that song, but Learning to See was all right. You know, so I already had those things, and I was hoping for something extra that we haven't heard before that hasn't been released. And I thought Sammy was hinting toward some song that released that might be in the box set, but I guess that didn't happen.
Right.
So.
He was on Eddie
But
Trunk,
anyway, I think I'll be happy with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Because Ed, did you guys see on Eddie Trunk they had Michael and Sammy on about a month ago, and they were hyping up about this release, and they also said next year they got a lot of stuff coming out. They said, and even in regards to like a tribute to Ed and doing a concert or setting something up, they said, hey, listen, if it's not going to get done, if Wolfie and Alex aren't, you know, they can't coordinate it, Wolfie's running with Mammoth, they go, we're going to do something. Like, you know, we're going to do something next year. So 2024 supposedly is going to be, if it's some kind of lineup with the Circle and or guests. But I think Mikey and Sammy are going to do some kind of homage to Ed and some kind of tribute. So that's going to be cool.
Yep.
But they were alluding to a lot of like unreleased stuff with this release. And for everything I'm seeing and hearing, not much.
They said it. They said it just the other day on the actual official release of just the two of them on the couch, and Sammy. The video starts with Sammy saying, "Oh, the best part was listening to all the outtakes," and it's like, "You fucker, stop teasing us."
What?
Right?
Yeah.
It's like, and I think it's safe to say that if it was up to Sammy and maybe Michael too, that it would have had more. It would have had more outtakes and stuff, and I think it's simply an Alex thing because like we said earlier, they don't release anything that's not pristine quality, and that's the downfall. That's the downfall of them is that they don't listen to us.
Yeah. Yeah, there'll be more released, I'm sure of it. This will be a teaser. This is just testing the market. This is something that the Van Halens haven't done. A lot of other bands have got a lot of experience in doing this, and we know clearly, are we going to be all of agreement and say that the record company is putting a lot of pressure on to get the stuff out?
I'd hope so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, take our money.
You're right.
Doesn't the record company want our money?
They want money.
Take it. I'm here.
Money.
The record company want to sell and get money.
Yeah. I wish Jimmy was here.
Yeah.
I wish Jimmy was here to say that, because I think every time we talk about this, he's like, "Take my money!
Take my money!
Take my money!"
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
But I think
yeah, you know, there's as far as Van Halen.
Go ahead.
As far as Van Halen fans go, a lot of us are older. We're settled. We have decent jobs. We have some little.
We
bit
have
of
disposable
extra,
income.
You know, money to spend. Disposable income, exactly. And we get nostalgic. You know,
Yeah.
and
Yes.
and when we hear there's going to be some outtakes or gems, sure, I'll buy it. You know, so I think the record company should eventually realize that when they see the sales of these, you know, live right here, right now, and all the rest of the Sammy stuff that just came
Yep.
out.
They gotta put
So
something.
I think it'll.
Will it
I
be a
hope
number
happens.
one? Will it be a number one? The package release?
I don't think so. Probably not.
Do they even
I
rank
hope so.
box sets?
Oh.
Yeah. How
Is
do
that,
they?
That's something they keep track of.
Oh, okay.
How many
Yeah,
categories
I
are
don't
there
know.
now in Billboard? Or whatever, or RIAA or whoever.
Some tracks
at
might
that.
make some tracks might make their way onto
Yeah.
like Spotify top tens and stuff like that because
Okay.
you know, like things can come
Okay.
back. I mean, literally every year that Mariah Carey Christmas song is #1 for a little while on Spotify, and that's 30
That's
years
true.
old. So you know, stuff like this can jump on those charts. I wouldn't say Billboard, but Spotify, all these you got kind of you know a little bit harder to find charts. But I mean, the remixes or remasters I've heard, I guess I think Crossing Over sounded really good, and I think
That's
better
the
than
highlight for me.
I think it's so much more clear to actually hear what's going on, what's being sung, especially.
It does sound
I always found that like the left side track where you hear what seems to be Eddie and Sammy singing and stuff. I always was like, what the hell are they singing? But
Yeah.
and then as much as Humans Being was pretty good already, I thought it just sounds like clear. It's like taking the blanket off a little bit, and that's all OU812 really needs is just just the blanket taken off of it. And I think, I mean, having Dawn on board to help, and I think it's it's not gonna be revolutionary. It's not gonna be like a complete remix, obviously, because that's not what they're trying to do.
People are making me scared because they're saying a remaster isn't a remix. So if there's not a lot of bass in the original mix, they can't enhance it.
It just depends. It depends on what they want to do because they could really change it. It just depends on what they want because you know Metallica remastered their Justice for All, which everyone was hoping like there would be some crazy, you know, different mix, and they openly came out and said like it's a snapshot of our history. We're not gonna like, you know, turn it into the Black Album, and that's fair because it really is. I mean, OU812 sounds dated. It's always gonna sound dated because it was, you know, the 80s. So
1988, right? Whenever it came out, 88.
So
right,
you know,
you guys have hit the mix. You guys have hit the mix with Jason in it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So good.
Yeah,
so good.
Very much. I just, OU812 is like, I mean, people have been okay with it for so long. It's just, I mean, it just would take a little bit of work.
Hey, John.
But hearing everything else is kind of, I'm not going to buy the box set, but on having it just immediately available on Spotify is pretty sweet. And although that might not, you know, people might disagree with Spotify, but being able to play it in my car is pretty cool. Not having to put a record in my car.
Convenience is
good point.
Question. Question. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
You go.
Huh?
Go.
Oh. So, quick question, actually, right? Who's going to EVH Con 8, actually? I'm curious.
I hope to.
Yeah, we're hoping to get a
Mikey's
date.
going. I know Mikey's going with that
Me
shirt
too.
now.
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing November 4th weekend isn't the date because Joe has some stuff going on. Maybe the following weekend, November 12th. It's a Sunday because that's when they're closed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I live. Well, Leandro, you're
I
like
haven't
a
heard
half hour
anything.
from there, right?
Yeah, it's in Greenwich. I think Greenwich.
Yeah, it's in Greenwich. I'm about an hour south in
Yep.
Jersey, so
Yep.
I'll definitely be there as long as it's happening.
Yeah, because me and Lewis, we
3
live
hours.
pretty close. We live like not even like 10 minutes away. You know.
Yeah, you and Lewis are very close. He's in Fairfield, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fairfield guitar, obviously.
We still live in the same county, so. Yeah.
It's only 5 hours for me, but it would be a blast to meet all you guys at least. You know, I've been wanting to meet John Conklin and Jimmy and all these guys for years now, and it would be really sweet to be part of it for once. I've always watched the videos and stuff after and been like, damn.
And Mikey.
Yeah, do you guys know Steve Nowicki from the Howard Stern show? I was talking to him
Rob
today.
Johnson.
Yeah,
Rob. He'll be there. He's building a Hot for Teacher guitar, and he's going to have it done hopefully for EVH Con.
Sweet.
I have a Star built that I'm going to bring. You know, it's exciting. I want to meet. I met a lot of folks last year. Leandro, we met. You know, I met Keith Campbell for the first time, which was awesome. Foley Walnuts, so many folks. I want to meet more this year. So,
awesome.
Have you seen?
And I've got to do a plug for our channel too, bro, because we'll be streaming it live here, like we did last year. We learnt some lessons. Jimmy's going to take a charger to make sure that his PC is going to be charged, and we'll stream it live here on the channel, on the only official EVH Con channel, the 5150 show.
Wow, cool.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a good time.
I would love
it's
to.
Good time.
Not this year.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'd love to plan like a New York trip or something.
I would love to
do
go.
it at that time, so I kind of do all that stuff at once. But yeah, it looks like so much
Mikey,
fun when you see stuff.
Can I just ask a question, Mikey? So is it true that the band that's there, you'll only play the song once? So if you want to play Panama, they'll only play.
True.
Oh, okay.
Not true, because last year there was a couple of repeats. Like I wanted to do Somebody Get Me a Doctor, and they did it early on. I mean, it's pretty much you go up there, and it's whatever you know. Like, and if you want to do one song, great. If you want to do 2 songs, you want to do 3 songs, it's so laid back, and everyone's up there jamming, and there's going to be repeats, and nobody cares. Everyone's just having a good time.
Who gives a shit? If it's played 4 times, because you got 4 different guys playing it,
and you got people rolling in and out at different times, because it's like this show, 8 hours. It's 10 hours during the day, and people are coming and going. And as long as the backline band knows the song, they'll do it.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Wait, Mikey, what songs did you do actually last year?
I did 2. I did Out of Love Again from Van Halen 2, and I did Ain't Talking About Love from Van Halen 1. And that's what got you flagged, Andrew, because they cut you off when we were playing that.
Yeah, exactly.
You were doing such a good job, bro. Hey, look, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Oops.
Woo! Todd! What's up?
Better late than never.
How's everybody doing? I was enjoying watching it.
What's up, Mr. Conklin?
Chris Gill was on fire tonight.
Oh, wasn't he? What? Wasn't he?
I
what,
never
bro?
heard him.
Yeah.
He was lit up. I loved it. He was talking.
He played a little guitars.
Yeah.
He's playing guitar.
That's great.
He's playing jazz fusion.
Yeah, exactly. Rudy, what was it? Rudy DeStarzio or something?
Yeah.
Final Tap, jazz.
My wife's like, who's that?
He took over the show.
Mach 2.
He even swore.
Oh yeah, he was
a little bit. Yeah.
Without the signature, the signature beanie.
Don't let me interrupt. Keep going.
Oh, we were just talking about EVH Con,
EVH Con.
and Mikey was just saying how it's it's a really good scene. You guys can play as many versions of Jump as you want, so that's good. I just heard a rumor that you could only play it once. So
No, one year that was like one of the guys that was in the band was just like once only, and there was a lot of blowback. I mean, from that, but it was no big deal, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
because
just like, I like to do obscure songs.
Yeah, like last year I did Out of Love Again from Van Halen 2. I'm like, no one's gonna do this song.
Right.
I love that song.
I think in 2016, I think I did 2016. I think I did Dirty Movies. That was fun.
I watched that on YouTube.
Yeah, that one was fun, and I'm trying to think what else. I did the Full Bug, I think, last year. Stuff that, not the regular.
I think there's Pretty Woman. I think I saw you do.
Yeah, I did Pretty Woman. One year it was boring. I did like Panama and Running with the Devil. I think it was like that was boring.
Dude,
what are you gonna do, Tanner?
Last year at Con, Steve Nowicki did a badass version of "Girl Gone Bad." That was fucking.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of the best.
Yeah,
I was watching that from a hospital bed. Yeah, I did see some of that.
I think Steve Nowicki did. It was Go Gone Bad, and he did.
Oh man, it was killer.
Oh, he killed it. He killed it.
Yeah,
killed it.
Over the years, we've had some like great moments like that. I remember the first time Joe Girard came on, and he did like nobody knew him at that point, and he just walked in, him and his wife, and he plugs in his guitar, and he did "I'm the One," and he just like killed it. It was like wow. It was really like it was a great moment. Yeah. So there's over the years, there's been some good moments, really good moments like that. Like Joe Suma, the singer from his old band, this guy named Ricky McCoy. He was a great David Lee Roth, and I always enjoyed playing when he was there because he had that whole Roth kind of vibe about him, and he sounded like kind of like a Roth. It was he was always good. Yeah, definitely. And Joe Girard from his band, Everybody Wants Some, the singer that last year, he had the harmonica. He brought his harmonica and he played it during the full bug. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Andrew, you got to fly in from New Zealand. Let's go.
Please, Andrew, you got to come here. You got to come,
bro. Oh man, I'd love to.
Crazy over the years. It started out with a small little amp and a little electronic drum set, and then we had Craig Stofko had the whole wet dry wet setup. We couldn't even put the cabinets on the stage. They were in front of the guitar
of the stage.
Yeah, we couldn't even hear. We couldn't hear what we were playing because we were standing up on the stage with the drums right there. So you couldn't even hear your guitars, and it was so loud in the front. I remember Dave Nesdahl used to be like, can they turn it down? They turned down, and I'd be always the one because I'm deaf. I'm like, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Up. So I
no variant tonight.
Dave like that sitting right in front when I was there. He's like, no, down.
Yeah, the cabinets are in front of the stage below, and you're on top of the stage. You can't hear out as a guitar player.
Can't hear anything.
You can't hear.
No.
So you're hoping, Mikey, when you were playing last year, you were hoping that you were getting it right.
Right. We're playing Out of Love Again, and during the chorus, the drummer's doing all the crazy Alex fills, and I'm like, I don't know when to come in because I can't hear my damn guitar, so I'm just playing.
Yeah, it's a little off-putting because you don't know it. You hope you're playing the right notes. I was like, you can't hear anything at all, So,
but it's a
you
lot
guys
of
are
fun.
playing Unchained too, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It was hard to hear when I first started playing. It was kind of hard to hear. I was playing, so I played on Fire, and I played "You Really Got Me."
Yeah.
When I first started the first song, it was so loud I couldn't hear nothing. I could hear my guitar, but it was like as soon as like the whole like band started playing with me, it was just like it was kind of hard to hear a little bit,
Yeah, and then Craig went up, and when you were playing on Fire, Craig Sofko went up and he adjusted the levels for you. I remember he made it better.
Yeah, I think I think I was in channel 2. I think.
Maybe.
The channel.
Yeah.
I think that must have been it. I think I saw Craig that must have done that. Yeah.
Yeah, he adjusted it.
But thanks to him, I managed to it sounded better. So But yeah, it was, and I was pretty nervous playing upstage for the first time because it's actually my first EVH Con, and I didn't know what to expect really. So
what it is, Leandro?
You did great.
I think it's because it's not like you're just playing in a bar. It's different. You're just playing in front of like a bunch of people that are just there to have fun.
Yeah.
They're not really musicians. Most of them, they just want to have a good time. But when you go to EVH Con, a lot of times you have people stand in front of you with their arms folded.
Yeah.
Waiting for you to screw up.
It's like the arms folded and just video recording.
A trial by fire. Trial by fire for sure. If you can get through that, you can play anywhere after that. It's like
Good point.
John,
John,
Go Gone Bad. You play Go Gone Bad.
John, come on. You want to laugh? Besides having all that, before I went up to do my song, I'm with Lewis from Fairfield, and he's friendly with Phil X, from Bon Jovi. And as I'm going up, he's like, Phil's on the phone, and he's FaceTiming us, and I see Phil. So now I'm on stage going into Out of Love again, and he's holding the phone. I'm like, now I got to play in front of Phil X. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
Yeah, on top of everybody else standing there, you got him on the phone watching too, right?
That was pretty funny. He was going to come last minute, Phil X. He was talking about coming this year. I don't know if he's going to make it.
I hope so.
That'll be nice. That'll
He's
be cool.
Huge headhead.
That'll be really cool if he comes.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. Actually, I never got to. It was so crazy when I saw on Lewis's phone when Phil X was on the phone, on FaceTime with Lewis. I was like, no way. Is this for real? No way. And then I see Caleb Rapport from Halen. I was like, no way.
Yes.
That's cool, actually. Man.
Yeah, I had the glasses and the shirt, and me and Craig Sofko and Lewis were FaceTiming with Caleb. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, I believe Lewis gave you that little like shirt that you have right now. Actually, just right now.
Yeah, Lewis brought me this last year as part of like my Christmas gift, which is awesome. He made these.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea because those were like, I still have the original one from the Balance Tour, but it's like they should reissue those or somebody should make them because they're the work shirts. They're so cool.
Yeah.
Lewis will do it.
I want the blue one.
Yeah.
Lewis, you know what? And Kurt 5150 made this for me. He bought the trucker hat and put on the logo. Kurt, thank you very much, and Lewis, thank you very much. Wow, we exchanged Christmas gifts, and Lewis is in the garment industry, so he just bought these shirts. He bought the patches, and he made it. So if you reach out to him and you really want one, he could definitely do it.
Yeah, it's an awesome idea. Definitely is.
They weren't leftovers like from the Balance Tour, like leftover service shirts from Joe, whoever from Experiment.
Those are nicer.
New old stock.
That's a nicer shirt than the one on the Balance Tour. That's a nicer shirt. That one.
You're right, John. Yeah.
Whoever thought that up was like,
see the patch on the back.
Yeah, that was a genius move. Whoever came up with that idea back then, and like, hey, let's call Cintas and get all their old crappy shirts. Yeah, and we'll throw a patch on them and sell them for $40.
Right. You want to know something though? That's the great thing about this community. Like every holiday, Jeff Goebel or somebody will send me something. Lewis sent me a bottle of Kramer Vineyard wine last year, and we'll just reciprocate and send stuff out. But people find cool stuff. Last year I found these 1982. Wow. I have one here. I got to show you guys this. It's a Eddie Van Halen Topps trading card.
Oh.
And I found them online.
Oh, those.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, and I sent them out. I sent these out to a bunch of people. It's a 1982 Eddie Van Halen Topps trading card, and I found a bunch of them, and I sent them out to people for Christmas. And everyone's like, "Where'd you get this?" I'm like, "I found them online. I never seen them." But it's great getting stuff like that from people.
That is cool.
That's
awesome. Is anybody going to be taking the new EVH pedal to EVH Con and putting that in the wet setup? Is it worth doing that and cranking that up, guys?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Conversation killer.
See.
Next question.
I'm not going to hear it.
So you guys said about when you were playing, it was really loud there. Can you remember how loud the amp was set?
I think it was on like 4, and that's loud enough for a small space like that. That's more than loud enough. Because like I said, Dave, I remember after the show they had like a recap that night, and they were talking about how loud it was, and poor Dave Nesdal, he did not like it that loud, and it was just like. And I know I got blamed. Somebody's like saying, Christofko was saying, yeah, Conklin's over there. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up.
Well, it's funny.
Do you guys think they'll ever switch to a different venue?
Yeah.
Do
They
you
were
think they'll
talking
switch
about
to
it
a
last year
larger
because it's
venue?
getting so oversubscribed that the place was really crowded last year. But it's kind of cool they have it there because it's a music store. But a funny Chris Safko story was last year he was drinking a bit, and I go, "You gonna play a song?" He's like, "Nah, man, I'm shot." And every time somebody would go up to play, he kept making the amps louder and louder and louder. He was doing it.
Every year,
He's trouble.
usually brings a bottle of Fireball with him, and sometimes it's like liquid courage, and he gets up there a couple times. I think he played like maybe once, but he never gets it. He'd rather be behind the scenes, like tweaking knobs and fixing pedals and stuff like that. He loves doing that kind of stuff. But
we should do a shout out to Craig too.
Yeah, Craig is a phenomenal guitar player.
He's a great player.
Yeah, he really is. He's a little new. I go over and him and I and his son now, and we go to his house and we sit there and like little things. We geek out over little sections and songs and like we have a great time. But Craig is like he's a really good player. You can see he's got a lot of videos on there, but he's just
he posts videos from the Couch series. They're great.
Yeah, exactly. And they go back for
celebrating
like 10 years.
21.
And I've never heard anybody
anniversary
play Cathedral better than Craig. Craig plays it. Other than Eddie, I've never heard anybody play it as well as Craig.
Yeah, he plays it awesome.
Yeah, he really
and his son's a good player too.
His son is unbelievable player. That kid in like 8 or 10 months, that kid is like what he can play is unbelievable.
Yep,
it's amazing. Yeah, Craig does Craig does amazing work too. He really real talented guy all around.
Beautiful guitars.
Yeah,
his finishes, the sparkle guitars, just are unbelievable.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, if you see them, I swear, sometimes I go over there and I'm like, I see all the stuff he's got in progress, and it's just like I get scared for him because some of these guys have ruined their reputations on taking on all this work and not being able to finish the job, whatever. But
right.
I mean, and I'm not talking about just Van Halen guitars. Craig does anything. Like I have a Gretsch guitar. Like a big, it's like a 5120, like a big one. It's not like a Van Halen type of guitar, but I want to get another one, and I want to have Craig do that one, like in like a sparkle, like black or something, like like that, because it would look amazing. If you see his finishes up close, they're so well done, and it's like I don't know how he keeps the quality control. I don't know how he works a full-time job, and I don't know how he has any free time. Because he's got 50 million things going on at once, and it's all, I mean, the quality on everything is incredible. It's
you know what it is? It's passion.
It is.
You got
it, and he's a talented guy. Craig could rip an engine apart and put it back
Fireball.
Together. He's good at whatever he does. He's good at. So
Passion and Fireball.
Passion and Fireball.
There you go.
I love that album.
Deadly combination.
Yeah.
Deadly combination.
That's his fuel.
Yeah, that's Craig's fuel. Fireball.
Craig can do it all. I mean, he has like that talent, he has skill, pretty much. He has both.
Yeah, and if you look at the
he does great work.
It looks like a professional factory fit. It's not like it's nothing rough about it. When Craig does something, it's
insane.
It really is.
Yeah, I've seen, obviously when I was at EVH Con last year, he brought a bunch of his guitars, but he did a few for Lewis at Fairfield, because Lewis bought some new old stock PV Wolfgangs from the early 2000s, and they're beautiful.
Yeah.
And Craig did a green one, and it came out phenomenal. And the finish is like glass. It's perfect.
Literally.
Better than factory.
Right.
I think it's better than factory.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Craig's done a lot of guitars for actual rock stars now. A lot of people are taking notice of him.
He did one for Ace Frehley with Steve Brown about a few months ago.
Yeah, exactly.
A sparkly Wolfgang silver. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Where'd you see that?
He posted it online. Steve Brown is mixing Ace Frehley's new solo album, and they went to Craig to pick up Ace's guitar. It was a silver sparkle Wolfgang. And Steve Brown on Instagram, if you follow him from Trickster from New Jersey, he posted everything.
Hey, I already do.
Yeah, he posted all the pictures. It was a couple months ago.
Yeah, and I know remember that band Slaughter? They were.
Yes.
There was one show where they were playing Craig's guitars. Like it was pretty cool. They were up on the stage actually playing his guitars. It was neat.
And Rob Caggiano from Anthrax, who used to play with Volbeats, got the purple 5150 Chris built. Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. All right. In Europe, he was on tour on it. There was a cool video of that, right?
A lot of cool videos of that guitar on tour. And Lewis was making him a purple 5150 banjo strap to go with it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pretty cool.
That is awesome.
Shout out to Lewis and to Craig. They're awesome.
They're both awesome, man. Actually, speaking of Lewis, actually, the first time when I did the interview with Andrew Walton, Andrew, remember when after the first interview that me and I did, actually, I think I told you that Lewis gave me a free banjo strap actually after I think it was like 2-3 days later, I think. Yeah, he gave it to me, and I love it. It's so comfortable. It's such great quality. It's like very detailed what he did with the straps. It's just amazing. I just love his work, you know. Yeah.
I'm going to be with Lewis. Here's a shout out. If anyone's in the New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, tri-state area, there's a Philadelphia guitar show November 12th.
Les Paul will be there. Les Paul Gibson's from Philly, so he'll be there.
Yeah, so Lewis is going to set up a stand and bring a lot of his stuff. So I'm going to go there with him. I think it's the 12th. I got to check now. It might be November 4th. It's the weekend of the 4th or the 12th. I got to check it out. Sorry. But I'm going to go with him.
I'll tell Les. I know he was on here before, but I'll let him know.
Philly's a great guitar show. A lot of guys come in for that show. A lot of people from like Asia and China that come in with big money looking for like old, like 58, 59 Les Pauls, Explorers, that kind of stuff. And you see some of that stuff come through. So that's a really interesting show.
I'm sure Adam
that'll be a lot of fun.
Adam Reaver, I'm sure he'll be there too.
Yeah, everyone's at that show. It's a lot of tables at that show. It's 2 days. It's a Saturday and Sunday.
So you can get to see what's on display, and you basically put a bid in or an offer in for if anyone's flicking off a 59 Les Paul. You know, if you got $1 million.
Yeah, people bring gear to trade, and people are there to make deals. Absolutely.
Wow.
And there's a lot of big name people and stands get set up. It's across 2 days. They do it twice a year in Philly. They do it in June and November, and I'm thinking it's November 4th and 5th. I'm not remembering it now because Lewis was giving me the dates. I'm going to go with him to help him out. That's going to be fun.
Sounds fun.
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, he was concerned it was the same week as EVH Con, but it's not.
You taking off, Johnny?
I'm gonna getting a little late for me. Been up early.
How's the weather up in Canada, Johnny? Is it cold?
Not yet. It's been pretty mild, pretty. We're still kind of like in summer right now. Got a little chilly a while ago, but we're
same here.
You never know. It can end quick, you know. Like this time, we could see snow in October. Maybe sometimes the warm weather can last until late November sometimes. So you just never know.
Yeah, same in New York, New Jersey.
Ontario, it's pretty warm here.
Yeah, we were 50s,
it's not
then
like
we went to 80s.
Yeah, here too.
And now we're going to be 45 next week.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what we're facing this time of year. You never know what it's going to be like in the morning when you get up. But yeah, I mean, this weekend's Thanksgiving weekend for us here in Canada. So anybody watching from Canada, happy Thanksgiving. Long weekend too. So
did they kick Trudeau out yet? Did they kick Trudeau out yet? Aren't they trying to kick Trudeau out right now up there?
Yeah, apparently.
Always. Yeah, it's like it doesn't matter who's in there, you know. It's like nobody likes who's ever in there, you know. Like
happy Thanksgiving, Johnny.
Now, so,
happy Thanksgiving.
And Andrew, thanks so much for having me on. This is a great honor to be part of this show, and you got to keep it every year. You know, keep doing this because it's important.
Fantastic.
Very important.
Oh,
all right.
We'll see you before next year anyway.
Good to see
for
you
a couple of shows. You're going to come on.
Absolutely. I'd love to.
See you next year. See you next year too.
You bet.
All right, John. Take care.
Anytime.
Johnny B.
All right, Johnny.
See you, Johnny.
Good meeting you, Johnny B.
Absolutely.
Hey, I got to run too, guys. I appreciate the invite, Andrew. Thank you. Good to see you, John.
No problem.
And to meet you guys. I mean,
come
I
back
think
on.
I've met Mikey before and stuff. I will. I appreciate
Ed, you're good,
it.
brother.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, you too, guys. Have a good show.
Peace out.
Thanks, Ed.
man.
Later, Ed.
Rock and roll, Ed.
Oh, look at that. Oh, what do you got there?
yeah.
Hold on.
I gotta paint it. I'm repainting it again. On the 5150 page a few weeks ago, there was a picture of it all looked like it was melted. I had painted it red, but I didn't like the way it came out. So
You got the Wimbledon white?
You know what? I'm not a Wimbledon white guy. I did that on my other one, but I don't. The real one, the white is still very white on it, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm not, this one, I'm not going to do Wimbledon white. And this one, believe it or not, I'm going to use a different color than most people use. I was talking to Craig and he spoke to somebody. And so I'm using 71 Corvette red. It's called Mille, M-I-L-L-E, Milia, M-I-G-L-I-A red. And it's 71 Corvette. So if you look up a 71 Corvette, Google it and look at the color, I don't know. I think it looks, we'll see how it comes out on this one, but I think I just got it. I got some spray cans.
I love it.
Yeah. So right here, and it's called Mille.
You know what's great about this? It's in Ed fashion, always tinkering, always trying something new.
Yeah. So I figured, you know what? Let's see how it comes out. And it's the white is
never happy either.
Right.
Happy.
Was it hard to find that color? The 71 Corvette?
I had to have it specially mixed. You know,
Okay.
It's like expensive. It's like $50 a can, but
But they'll do it.
Wow.
yeah, they'll do it. They
All
definitely
right.
will do
really?
it. You know what I mean?
So if it
Well,
comes out good,
yeah,
I wanna
but it's
see it.
weird because there's different like places you can order. Like the last one I did was the red that a lot of people were using. What was it called? It's the WA773. You know, the GM red.
yeah.
So I did that on the one I have in the other room, the 5150, and you know, it looks great. But then I had it mixed again by someone else, the same color code and everything like that, and it was a much more like candy apple brighter red, and it was like so. It was supposed to be
Because
the
it's
same
got to
color.
have an orange tint to it.
Yeah, it definitely has to have an orange tint to it. But I think you know, our problem with all these pictures we have, maybe there's not that many really, when you think about it, many good pro shot pictures of that clear ones, right?
Recent too,
right? Or with the white balance done properly. The ones that we're getting are like they're just not correct. So we don't even really know, you know. But
John, there's a guy, and you didn't hear this from me, and he's in this community. His name might be Kurt S5150. He's got some real recent pictures of inventory done at 5150, and you might want to reach out to him.
Yeah. All right. I will take that under consideration there. But yeah, it's good. It's funny because I had probably from the same person he saw or may have seen the pictures from. I had seen pictures before of the guitar, more recent shots, and like just laying on the side, like on the blacktop, you know, and it was like, wow, they were amazing shots, and but obviously they're not for our consumption, you know what I mean, to see. But I did get to see some of them, and they were and it is red, it's not orange, you know what I mean. I think Craig even said Steve Brown told him, you guys got it all wrong, it's a red guitar, it's not orange, you know. So I'm going more for the reds from, you know, now I'm not doing this ever again. This is the last time I keep saying that, but this is it, Mikey. I'm telling you, man. I'm not doing it again. This will be my last one. I promise.
How many times have you done it, John?
Like the first one I did was like 1988, I think. And because back then you guys was before like most of you were even born, probably.
I was born.
You were born great. But yeah, so and back then you could not get a maple neck with like the hockey stick on it. It was like virtually impossible to get. So I had I had like a 1987 Kramer Focus, the white one. It had the tilted pickup in it, but I had that. And then I was in the city in New York City. We had this place called 48th Street in the city.
Yeah, Manny's and Sam Ash.
Yeah, it was back then. It was like Disney
Guitar
World.
Central.
Disney. I spent my teenage years in all those stores all the time. It was just incredible. Manny's was great. We Buy Guitars was. I always remember We Buy Guitars. It was across the street from Manny's, and it was like it had everything in there. It, like in the window, they would have like a '57 Strat, and it wouldn't put a price on it. It would say "Sell your car," and then it would have like
mortgage your house.
They'd have a 59 Les Paul and it would say sell your house. It wouldn't even tell you the price on it, but it would be hanging in the window. And they would have all kinds of just amazing stuff. Like, I mean, unbelievable. It was almost like a pawn shop for guitars, that place. But it was a great time. And down the street, there was a place called 48th Street Custom Guitars.
Yeah.
And it was owned by ESP, believe it or not. And they sold a lot of ESP stuff. And then, hey, there it is. There you go.
One of these ones, right?
All right, you got it. Exact same color, exact same everything, Chris. Exact same guitar. That's how mine was. Yep.
So I want another one.
Chris, that's awesome.
That's it, man. That's the exact guitar. So what I did was I went to 48th Street Custom Guitars one day, and I went on the second floor, and they had garbage cans, plastic garbage cans full of guitar necks, I guess ESP from Japan. And sure enough, for $85, I was able to get a like a hockey stick maple neck. It was like, you know, like I said, back then it was like it was not like today where you could just call lock and get one made or anything like that. So it was like it was a huge score back then. So I did my first one, and it's funny, I still have the body and painted it. It's in like a closet, but it's terrible, you know, it's terrible compared to what we do nowadays, you know, with these things. That was the first time I did it. That was a long time ago, but I've done it 2 or 3 other times since then, but I don't enjoy it. A lot of guys enjoy doing it. I just want it to be done, and I want it to look cool. You know what I mean? Like some guys enjoy the process. I don't enjoy the process. I just want to get it done. You know what I mean? And put it together. That's, you know, for me. So this one, I'm just like, you know, this is it. I'm not doing it anymore. And then I tool around and I screw things up constantly too. But, you know, like I had a neck made at Music Craft made the neck, and they they made a Strat neck for me, and then I had it sent to Paul Unkert, and Paul chopped it up and turned it into and he put the stamp on it, like the Unk stamp on the heel of it. So like he says that's on all of Eddie's guitars has that he did. It has the same stamp because I still have it from then, early 1980s. It's the same one. So it was cool, but of course I couldn't leave it alone, and I sanded the neck. I kept sanding the shape of the neck down, and I like went right through the skunk stripe on it. So it's like I basically ruined the neck. So the neck's just going to hang on a wall somewhere at this point. So because I can't leave things alone. I just have to like sand the neck. I just, you know, I have to stop myself sometimes, but.
Well, John, I'll tell you 2 quick things. Those are great stories. I grew up in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn, so I lived on 48th Street. At all those guitar places in the 80s, we probably bumped into each other. But you guys know, last year at EVH Con, Chris, 5150, fair warning, he brought that 82 Kramer body from the Neptune factory.
Oh, yeah.
He brought it.
I remember that.
Yeah, he found it on eBay, and it was legit. It was from the factory, and he brought it to Unkert. And let me tell you something. He's a cool dude because he pretty much verified that came out of the factory. He remembered it, and he stamped the neck heel for him and everything. He didn't even ask him to stamp it. He just stamped it for him.
Yeah.
And then he sent it. He got a locking neck, and he sent it to I don't know if he sent it to Steve Nowicki. He sent it to someone the kid. What's the kid Nick's name?
Yeah.
He sent it to him to finish, to relic the neck and paint it just like the body, and it's finished now. It looks amazing. But Unkert, the story about him, what a cool dude. And
I never met, but I spoke to him on the phone a few times, and he's like the friendliest guy. If you guys ever get a chance to talk to him, he told me a story about how he was one day they were in the office and they called him in and said, "Hey, Paul, you know, John McEnroe, you know, we want you to make a guitar for John McEnroe, the tennis player," because he was friends with Eddie and the whole deal, and they got him to
the Venus Cheerilitis, the whole connection.
Yeah. So he built a guitar for McEnroe, custom made a guitar for him, and I forget what he said. It was, I think it was green. It might have been camouflage.
They made a green camouflage one for him.
You got it exactly, green camouflage. But so Unkert said, I made this guitar. It was beautiful. He goes, and McEnroe came back to the factory, and I went up into the office with the guitar. And they forgot to tell me that McEnroe was left-handed. So it was a right-handed guitar. He told me I made a right-handed guitar. He goes, I don't know where it is now, but he goes, somebody's got it. He goes, but
well, dude, the dude at Music Zoo bought the Venus Cheerilitis one, the red stripe one with the gold
That's,
you know, when he passed away, the tennis player, because him and McEnroe were best friends, and they were guitar players, him and Vitas and John, and they were Eddie Van Halen fans. So when they went to see Van Halen in '82, Eddie gave them guitars, and he had that green one from Mac, and he had the Vitas Gerolitis one that he gave to Vitas. And when Vitas passed away, his sister put it up for auction, and the owner of Music Zoo has it. Lewis went there and saw it. If you go to Music Zoo, where is he? In upstate New York.
The same red as the 5150. There's a few guitars that are the same shade of red, like the 1984, the 5150. The Hot for Teacher was a different red, but I'm pretty sure the Vitas and the Neptune are the same colors also. The funny story, we're talking about 48th Street. So I hung out with Vitas one afternoon on 48th Street, him and I, for like, we went it was a couple hours. We went through all the music stores together. We were looking at tablature. He was asking me, we're sitting on the floor and looking, it was in 48th Street Custom Guitars, I think, for that. Like tablature, he wanted to know, is this a good tune? He was like asking me what songs are good.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was pretty cool because it was funny because he was just like, hey, I'm Vitas. And I'm like, hey, Vitas, I'm John.
Did you know who he was?
I did know he was, but I didn't let on beyond that because I'm a tennis fan. So I go to the U.S. Open every year. So I knew he was. And he had like I remember he had a Rolling Stones leather jacket on from a Steel Wheels tour. And I remember they were like, right, exactly. It was like 2 years before Vitas died. And it was right after the Stones played at Shea Stadium. And I had seen the Stones
at that show.
Yeah, I was too. And I remember they were selling that jacket. It was $500. It was a beautiful leather jacket. And I remember it was $500. And Vitas was wearing it the day that I was hanging out with him that afternoon. But
and you were like, you better be careful in New York. You can get mugged.
Yeah, right. But he's from Long Island, so I'm sure he knows, right? But he was I had a great time. He was the greatest guy, just a normal, cool, loved rock, obviously rock and roll, loved guitars. So we spent the whole afternoon, him and I, just like it was really cool. And I never let on and you know, like, oh, Vitas, when you played Borg, blah blah blah, you know, I didn't do any of that. We just talked guitars, and it was a cool afternoon. But ironically, you know, he was Kramer in the history of Kramer and Eddie. He plays a part in it, you know.
Yeah, and for all you guys in the community watching this in the chat and stuff or on replay, if anyone is in the New York area and go, you know, Music Zoo, if you go there, you know, you could ask to see it, and it's there. So
yeah, I've never been to Music Zoo. I got to go to Music Zoo.
Me and Lewis
I'm Westchester. I try to avoid Long Island, but
yeah, me too. But Lewis and I want to see it and touch it, so we're gonna make that trip at some point.
Oh, let me know when you go. Maybe I'll meet you guys.
Absolutely. Lewis is dying to do it, so I'm gonna do it with him.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to see it too, obviously.
I definitely, without a doubt, that's definitely one to see for sure.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. So.
The other thing about 48th Street we're talking about. So you know who's got that famous Manny sign?
Oh, wait, no, who's got it?
Joe Bonamassa, because he is a collector of all ancient guitar stuff, right? He's like the Sanford and Son of not just 58 and 59 bursts. He collects old Fender clocks. And, you know, obviously he's an upstate New York guy and went to Manny's like all of us did. And he actually bought that huge sign, and he has it in one of the Nerdville.
It used to come up and down. It was like
the whole side of the building,
vertical down, Mannys.
Yeah, it was an old 1950s style neon.
He's got that sign.
And
wow,
Bonamassa bought it. And it's in one of his Nerdville estates, so that's kind of cool.
Andrew, you would have loved Manny's because there was no like wallpaper or anything on the walls. All the walls were photographs of artists starting from the 1920s. On up, all autograph Hendrix. There was even receipts from Hendrix, some Strats that he bought at Manny's. They have the original receipts and the bill signed.
So many famous guitars. The black Strat from Gilmore came out of Manny's.
Yep, and Sting wrote Roxanne on a Strat he bought. He had a black Strat. He plays it on the Secret Policeman's Ball and all that. But that black Strat.
There's another famous guitar, Jimmy Page. If you ever watch like The Song Remains the Same. He's got a Les Paul that's a number 2 and number 3. It's a cherry, the cherry red one. It's a painted over 69 or 70 gold top, bought at Manny's.
Yeah,
so it's got black humbuckers with no covers. It's red. It's on The Song Remains the Same, like Darn a Whole Lot of Love. It's his number 3 Les Paul, and that came out of Manny's. So a lot of history for Manny's.
It's incredible. And then Sam Ash too used to be right next door to Manny's. It was a smaller store than Manny's. They moved across the street. They kind of Sam Ash in the later years took over a lot of the stores in the block. They even bought Manny's later on, and but it's not the same. I mean, Sam Ash has a beautiful store in Manhattan on 34th Street now. I don't know if you have you better than that one.
Yeah, I work on 59th, so I go by there.
Okay, so you know, right? But it's just not the same as 48th Street was amazing.
Rudy's, it was like a guitar village.
Yeah, they open. Rudy's is actually you know used to be on 48th. Rudy's
it's
is
in
now Westchester and Scarsdale.
Yeah, it's in I know the town.
Scarsdale.
Scarsdale. Yep.
Yeah. So it's the same Rudy's, same people. You know, it's pretty cool.
They got 3 huge display windows with all like Dan Electros and Les Pauls, and Scarsdale, New York. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I go there. I window shop there all the time, and it's funny because like Rudy's in the city, like Jack Sonny, who just died. He used to work there, and he became the guitar player in Dire Straits around Brothers in Arms era, and he used to work in Rudy's. I mean,
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he just passed away about 3 weeks ago, a month ago.
Oh wow!
But he played. He played on Live Aid and everything, and he worked in Rudy's.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was
very cool. A lot of cool guitar history.
Alex Music. There was Alex Music wasn't as good as the other stores. It was like, and Right Track Recording was there where the Stones recorded. It was a gold door. You wouldn't know. It just said Right Track Recording. Like Foreigner recorded there. Kiss recorded a bunch of albums there, and the Stones recorded there. It was, and they wound up having to close down. I remember the last time because I used to love the parking garage on 48th Street because it had a bathroom. So if you're going to Manhattan, it was always perfect for my wife because the bathroom was fairly clean. And it's literally right around the corner from the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. It's only like 2 blocks away from that, all this. So it's like right in the middle of Midtown. And so I forget what I was going to say, but we used to park. Oh, the last time I was there, but we parked there and it was just so sad because a lot of the buildings were demolished already. And Right Track Recording, the studio, had to actually close down too because they were doing pile driving for like a hotel they're building where Manny's was. And you know, obviously when you're doing a recording session, you can't have any vibration or sound. And the mics were picking up the pile driving from there. So they had to close down too and move out of there, which is sad because there was like an amazing amount of records that were recorded in that studio. It was just a gold door, like right a couple doors down from Manny's.
Right.
It was all.
Dude, what's that studio called?
It was called Right Track Recording.
Right Track? Okay.
Yeah, Right Track Recording. Like, Google it or something. But I know Kiss used to record there a lot. I remember seeing a guy who wrote songs for Kiss. His name was
Desmond Child?
It's a guy named Jean Beauvoir. His name is. He's a black guy, Mohawk. He was in the Plasmatic for a little while. But I used to see him on 48th Street. I guess people were working at the studio and he was there. And so, yeah, you never knew who you'd walk into on there either, 48th Street.
One time I was in Manny's in the late 80s, like 88, 89, and there's a great jazz fusion guitar player. You might know him, Mike Stern. And he was in there just ripping it up, playing amps, playing the Telecaster. And I was just like next to him. And he was asking me questions like, hey, how's that sound? I'm like, it sounds amazing because you're Mike Stern. You never know who you bump into in those places. There was another great music store, but it was in the Village called Matt Juvenov. Guitars. I used to go there. Beautiful classic vintage instruments, 58 bursts, 50 broadcasters, crazy stuff. You got to mortgage your house to get, but you could play them. You could pick them up and play them.
Back then you could, and back then there were more. You saw more of them around. Like I said, We Buy Guitars. There were a lot of Les Pauls in there, like old, late 50s, early 60s.
You can get a 58 or 59 burst for like $1,500.
Yeah.
Now it's like $500,000, right?
Exactly. Right. Oh well. That's it. Well, guys, I'm gonna go to bed.
I could have bought Apple stock.
I gotta get up in a couple hours.
All right, John. Thanks for jumping on with us, brother.
John Kahn.
Yeah, definitely. And check out my tribute to Eddie song on YouTube or on Spotify. It's still up there. It's called Surf's Up Eddie. And
Surf's Up.
It's my tribute to Eddie is, and all that he meant to me over the years. It's like it's still hard to believe he's gone, but in a lot of ways he's not gone. So You know, he's still with us, right? We still talk about him, so he's still here. You know,
Right. 3 years.
Can you do me a
tomorrow.
favor, bro? Can you do me a favor when you log off? Can you send a link to that video here in the comments so that
Sure.
I can
Share
attach it to the description on this?
Yeah.
I have got it. I can go and get it, but if you do it now,
Yeah,
I'll make sure
I'll send
I'll
it to
put it
you.
on there.
It's also on Apple Music and Spotify and stuff like that too. You can check it out. But it's just a little tribute to Eddie. But I tried to cop his whole, I guess, foreign lawful cardinal knowledge sound and even the drums and stuff like that. Like, you know, Tanner obsesses over the drums, so he's into the drum part of it. And he's got it down pat. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, but I'll put that link in there. But great to talk to you guys. Great to see you, and long live the king.
Long live
Thanks,
the king.
brother. Talk soon.
Thanks, Con.
All right, talk to you guys. Take care.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Another outstanding Van Halen fan, isn't he? That guy.
Great
you know,
player,
it's
too.
just,
Great player.
oh man, oh, hot player.
John and I have been sending each other riffs and stuff. John kind of sends me riffs, and then he'll sometimes record bass over it, and I'll do the drums for it. We've been kind of messing around with some riffs and stuff, trying to make some more kind of tribute stuff. And he sent me a riff a couple weeks ago with some bass, and I split them up and kind of mixed it like 1984, and then I recorded my own kind of 1984 drum sound over it, and then
wow,
we kind of jammed around with that. We shared it a little bit, and then I went back and redid it because I kind of noticed it was a little bit more of a kind of 90s kind of sounding riff. Plus, I had been listening to Humans Being and stuff, so I kind of went back and redid it with kind of the more late 90 kind of 96 sound, and it sounded pretty cool too. So yeah, I've been screwing around a lot of drums lately, and I suck at writing riffs, and John has come up with some stuff. He's been sending me stuff that he wrote in the 90s and stuff, and it's pretty cool. We're hoping to release something at least, and maybe have other people, join in eventually.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I can write cool riffs. I'm like I can write cool riffs like Ed, but I can't construct like a bridge and a middle eight. Like, I can try to put pieces together, but I could write like Out of Love kind of riff. I can write a really cool Ed sounding riff, but then that's it. So I'm trying to piece pieces together. It's tough to write and arrange. And that was the beauty of Ed, because even when Sammy joined the band, he took arranging and writing to a whole nother level.
I've been kind of screwing around with just like different stuff, like Ed, Ed's affinity for baritone, and even his stuff with bass and obviously keyboards. But the more you kind of experiment with other stuff, I feel like the more you come up with new stuff. And I think he was obviously akin to that. And I really want to get one of those Dan Electro baritones. They finally released the 6-string, because they've had the 6-string guitar with a regular scale, and then they've had the 4-string bass, the Longhorn. But finally, I think even this year, they finally released the 6-string, baritone scale, and I was like, yes, finally! Now I can play Spank.
That's cool.
That's cool.
That is cool.
And it's only, I think it's like $550 around that, which
that's not bad.
Not bad at all. I mean, they make Dan Electros like 1,000 times better quality than anything Ed ever used. I mean, back then they were using practically cardboard to make their guitars. So
you're right, because you want to laugh whenever you see like that famous old Zeppelin footage, like from 79 Nebworth, and he's doing Kashmir on that piece of shit guitar, and it sounds amazing through the fucking Marshall Plexi and the phaser Echoplex, whatever he's got going on. And I'm like, that guitar is like made of balsa wood.
Yeah, I've done a lot of research into the early Dan Electros with it's called Masonite. That's the top, and they're hollow, and they're plywood or poplar in the middle, and and the necks are made out of poplar, which is like totally not not the most standard neck.
Pages is a 59. They got those little lipstick pickups, like
like adjustable truss rod, just steel bars, right? 2 steel bars right through the neck, but they're they sound incredible. They're on everything from Elvis to
you're right. It's amazing. Yeah, Page used it for like, Kashmir, obviously, used it for Black Mountainside and Zeppelin 1. A couple other songs. He might have used it with the Telecaster for 10 Years Gone. But there's some key tracks he played it on, and it sounds killer. And I'm like, it was a 59 Dan Electro with
Is that
lipstick
on Zeppelin
pickups.
1? Is that on Zeppelin 1? Oh.
Yeah, I love that the lipstick sound. I think Eddie did too. He had a ton. I mean, he had a few of those the Longhorns, and then he had and then he had Music Man make the guitars that were kind of inspired. And then the double neck from the FUCK tour, like that.
For Spank, the purple one, right?
Yeah, that one was sweet.
You know who used those lipstick pickups? If anyone's a Stevie Ray Vaughan fan,
yeah,
he had a white Strat with those lipstick pickups. So there's a famous concert from Passaic, New Jersey. It's on YouTube, maybe mid 80s, 84, 85. And he, rarely will he play that. He always plays the number one or Lenny. And he's got this white Strat with the lipstick pickups. It might have been Jimmy Vaughan's, and it sounds killer.
Dan Electro released the model. It was called the 84, I believe, and it was. They straight up said like it's inspired by Stevie's guitar from.
Yeah, and rarely see footage of him playing it, but this Passaic, New Jersey show is all over YouTube, and it's from '84, and he's got that white one. I've never seen him play it, and it sounds dynamite. I mean, anything he plays will sound great because he's Stevie Ray.
Comment, Mikey.
One of the best.
Page's Telecaster sold a lot of Les Pauls.
Randy Price.
Yeah,
100% true.
Yeah.
Sorry for interrupting you, bro.
No, you're right. Cool. The Dragon Telly, or the Mirror Telly at first, gifted to him by Jeff Beck, which became the Dragon Telly, sold a shitload of Les Pauls, as did Ace Frehley at Kiss. Randy Price, and that's a good player. Check him out on Instagram. He's got an awesome guitar collection, and he rips.
Yeah, one of the best Dan Electro performances I kind of have seen is, I don't know if anyone's ever seen it, but Paul Gilbert had a little band with Satchel from Steel Panther before he was Satchel. It was called the Electric Fence, I believe, and they had a pretty cool drummer. And basically all they did was just cover. Well, actually, first of all they pretended to be British, and they pretended that they wrote the songs, I believe, and like because they'd have like little shticks in between, but. Paul and Satchel would switch between bass and this Dan Electro Longhorn baritone, and they ripped through Sabbath and early Deep Purple, Mark II Deep Purple, and stuff, and it's so cool because it's definitely like an 80s reimagining of some of that Sabbath stuff, like with kind of more of a chorusy harmonizer sound, and obviously Satchel and Paul are both huge Eddie fans, so. They definitely import that kind of sound on it. And I think my favorite one was the Into the Fire by Deep Purple by them. It rips. And Satchel's playing, I believe it's probably a Jerry Jones, actually, because I think the only teal Longhorns available at that point were the Jerry Jones models.
Yeah.
And oh my God, he rips through that solo on a baritone. It always blows my mind.
You know what's great about Gilbert? You touched it. He's a huge Ed head. If you ever watched the Run-In with the Dweezil series, he does one with Dweezil, and he plays Beautiful Girls, but he plays
vocal, He
plays Dave's vocal line, and it's just insane because the vocal line is all scat, all swing.
Yeah,
it's one of Dave's best, and Paul plays it on guitar, which is cool. And the other thing really cool about Gilbert, he's got all these offshoot bands. He did one with the drummer from Dream Theater. What's his name? Portnoy. Mike Portnoy?
Mike Portnoy.
And they do like a Rush tribute band. They do all like, I'm a hardcore Rush guy. Dude, it's so fucking good. I don't know the name of the band, but they do like a whole Rush thing, like a show. Farewell with the Kings, 2112. I mean, Gilbert could play. He's such a great guy. He could play anything. I enjoy that. But he's a huge Ed head. And
he
you
used
love
to
this.
He used to look like Eddie. He used to look like Eddie too, like with the hair and the cut off T-shirts and stuff. You can see some of those old Racer X kind of footage.
Yeah, that was a great band, Racer X. Yeah. I saw Badlands back in the day. I was a huge Jakey Lee fan, and the second Mach 2 of Badlands had the drummer from Racer X, I believe. I seen him at L'Amour's a couple of times, and that was a great band. But I love all the offshoots of these bands, which is cool. So, Leandro, a lot of this stuff's before your time. How did you get into Van Halen? You're such a young guy going into college, which is awesome.
Good question.
Who turned you on to Van Halen?
So mostly my mom, mostly my mom and my dad. They both got me to Van Halen. Although they were more to like my mom's more into like David Bowie, U2, Pink Floyd. You know, my dad's more into like AC/DC, Sabbath. But most of my mom showed me on the the radio, actually, the radio. And I heard
what turned you on to Ed? Like, what was your first, like, earliest memory of, wow, that's amazing? Was it like Eruption?
Well, okay, so it was I think my mom showed me a video of Ed playing Eruption solo live in '83 at the US Festival.
Awesome.
So yeah, that was like a I never heard a guitar player sound like that before. I never even heard guitar itself like that. I never sounded like it was just like alien to me, really. It really was. It was just
same.
And until then it was just like, okay, well, getting to high school, it's just like nonstop listening to Van Halen, like mostly like their early stuff, you know, like Van Halen 1, Van Halen 2, you know, and then heard Fair Warning, and then but by that time I didn't know who Sammy Hagar was, you know. I didn't know who Gary Sharon was, you know. I just was focused on mostly Dave, you know. I was mostly into like the Dave era stuff, you know.
I still don't know who Gary Sharon is.
So then, oh yeah. I think that they're still touring with you know, an Extreme, I think. But yeah, I mean, with, you know,
so we owe it to your mom.
It's to this day I still appreciate her for showing me that kind of music, because I'm just like, it was like a life-changing moment for me. It was
now
really
when she hears you play now, because you know you crush it. Does she love it?
I play pretty loud, so you know.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, man. And then
does she play? Your dad or your mom play the instruments?
My dad plays guitar too. Yeah, he does. Yeah, my mom doesn't really play anything. No.
All right, that's cool.
My dad sings and he plays guitar. Yeah, so yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, my dad was also he was once in the band also, actually. But it was mostly like, you know, like Spanish kind of rock. He was not really into like the American or like British rock bands mostly by then. But he loves both, you know, and that's what got me into that kind of music also. So
that's awesome. Yeah, I love it.
It was great.
I love this new generation, you know, finding out about Ed, all this kind of music, not just Eddie related, but any kind of good old classic rock, 70s, 80s, 90s rock, you know, discovering it's cool.
Yo, we've got two young cats in here, bro. We've got two young fellas in the stream with us, you know. You know, not saying that you're an old guy, Mikey, you know, you're looking pretty good though.
But I am. I'm double these guys' age, right? You know, 23, right? And how old are you, Leandro? You're going to college, so you're like 18, 19?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome.
I'm about to be 19 in March 10th. That's my birthday, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man. I heard Van Halen when I was like in like early 8th grade, I think. Yeah. So I was like, I was 13, 14.
13, yeah. 6th grade is when I first heard Ed. So I was like 10, going on 11. I just started playing guitar. I started playing guitar at 10, like I said. And I was into Page and Ace Frehley and that stuff. And when I heard Ed, it was just like my head was just exploded. I was like, what is this? You know, and it was amazing and depressing at the same time, because when you first hear it, you're like, I can't play that. I'll never be able to play that. I don't even know what he's doing. But you just appreciate it, and you have mad respect for it. And that's what I did when I first heard it.
It's crazy that like experiences like that can still be happening to like
inspire you. Yeah.
Even with the amount of accessibility we have to that kids have, like, you know, people that, you know, Leandro and I's age, when we found that, and everyone, and even your age, like when you guys found it, like it's funny how like we still found it at the same age, even though it was
right
30 to 40 years later. It's just like, and it's not like I didn't hear Eruption and go, oh yeah, it's just a guitar solo. It still was like, what the hell? And that was 2013, and you know, so it's still that's the amazing thing, is that it's not.
Well, you know
it
what
really
the big
isn't even a
difference
different
is for me?
experience.
Here's the difference. A guy my age, and I'm probably double your age, right? You know, when we grew up, you know, like Andrew and myself, there was no internet. There was no
Yeah.
YouTube. I mean, you guys go on and you see a handful of guys do, like the Caleb Rappaports of the world. You see all these guys who could do Ed and do it well.
Yeah.
When we grew up, we didn't have access to that. There's no internet, so we never heard anybody. It was like you said, it was like an alien. Like who could play like that? It's different for you guys because you see all these imitators who could do it. But when it first hit the scene and you never heard it before, it was really mind blowing. It was totally mind blowing. That's the only difference I see in it. I mean, you guys still have the massive appreciation for it because you can go, wow, that was 1977 and Eddie was doing that.
Yeah.
But it's a different kind of reality because you can go to YouTube now and see a billion guys play Eruption and come pretty close, right? But when we were growing up, there was nobody and there was no YouTube.
Mikey, that's a very, very good point because again, I think Rosen talks about it, or certainly even Chris Gill. Somebody talks about it in their book that it sounded alien.
It did.
It completely sounded alien, and it sounded beyond us, beyond you know. So I've spoken to a couple of young guys.
You're right, Andrew. Not to cut you off. Rosen in the book said when in Europe, when they first heard Eruption and the ending tap part, a lot of the record producers, thought it was a keyboard. They thought it was a keyboard. They didn't know it was a guitar.
Yeah. Well, exactly. You know, and it, you know, I've spoken to a lot of younger guys over the years. You know, and you know, they've said to me, we couldn't imagine how you guys would have felt hearing this, because when we see guys playing it, it's like, oh, okay, that's not too bad. Do you know what I mean? It's oh, okay, that's kind of playable, but we never.
Yeah, without the visual, you have no idea.
None. Nothing.
Main Street
and
was
Chris,
like that. Main Street was like that. I heard Main Street, you're like, what the is he doing? What?
Yeah.
Eruption, you kind of somehow get it. But the first time you hear Main Street, you're like, it's rad as hell, but what the hell is he doing? You know?
Good point.
Michi was a very, you know, I gotta say, Michi was a very, like, when I first heard of Fair Warning, like, that was like late 2019, 2020 kind of. I heard of Fair Warning and I was just like, whoa, what is that? What is like this? Like, just that alone was just like, it was like very
percussive.
It was very different. It was very different.
It's percussive. It's almost drum-like and rhythmic.
Yeah.
That
it's short and it does one thing and then it kind of rips off into this other bit.
And into like the feedback and stuff, the feedback at the end of that intro. Oh man.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
If you,
it really is.
I found a little while ago. I don't know if someone mentioned it to me or not, but I love ZZ Top almost equally as much as Van Halen, and I've done a ton of kind of research into them too. But Deguelo is one of my favorite albums from ZZ Top, and Manic Mechanic. The song Manic Mechanic is wicked weird, but in the beginning, the pattern, if you slow down the wacky part in the beginning of the Mean Street thing, it's the same exact pattern as just super slow.
That's wild.
But if you look through Fair Warning, there's moments that really do kind of capture the vibe of ZZ Top.
Well, Billy Gibbons, right, dude. I always said that the first fill in Out of Love, you know, in Out of Love after the first verse where Ed does the pinch harmonics.
Yeah,
that's Billy Gibbons. It's very Billy Gibbons.
Oh, you squank. He squanks the note.
The darkness of Fair Warning that everyone talks about, the more complex chords and stuff that Eddie had not really been doing before that, was the same exact stuff that Billy Gibbons kind of adventured into on Deguelo, like especially Manic Mechanic. Parts of Manic Mechanic kind of match parts on Dirty Movies and stuff like that. And I talked to Alan Garber about this a little bit too, and because of these findings, and I have no confirmation. I kind of tend to have the theory that like that was an inspiration of Eddie going kind of off a little bit, because
Right.
there are some similarities. It really is.
I need to listen to that again.
They
Wow.
both are kind of the albums where they took off from their
Right.
style.
One thing, that's a good point. And one thing that Ed always said in interviews was that he didn't listen to contemporary music or modern music because he didn't want to be inspired by anything like what you're saying. And now I'm not saying he wasn't, because he might have been. But it's interesting because in 1980-ish, they toured, and in one of the bills, AC/DC might have been on the tour in Europe. And in Back in Black was the album. So it had to be 80, 81. And when he heard Back in Black, the riff, the song, obviously he loved it. And later, him and Wolf's favorite album is Power Rage, right? But Eddie wrote Drop Dead Legs, and his always tongue-in-cheek lick was like, Drop Dead Legs, that riff. He goes, it's Back in Black, but just jazz like Van Halen would do it. So he was inspired by stuff. But it'd be interesting. I'm sure he heard that ZZ Top stuff, and I bet you it subliminally went inside here and he wrote stuff about it.
There's a guy, his name's Logan Shank. He's been on kind of the EVH pages for a long time now, and we became kind of friends a while ago and talk. And basically, all we do now is send each other clips of songs and go, this sounds like the riff from this song, and a lot of them you'll find a lot of them are songs they played in the club days. And
Right.
most obviously, Bottoms Up and LaGrange from ZZ Top, and those are the more obvious examples. But we found some kind of, I've found that a lot of the riffs are like I could kind of tell that Eddie and Alex were tracking musicians. They were because a lot of their musicians that they liked were in a bunch of bands. So Alex had Carmine a piece, who was moving from Cactus to
Right.
Beck Bogert in a piece and all.
And we know Ed was
and they loved all those.
Cream.
Yeah, exactly. And so they were kind of tracking them, and so like Ed was tracking Rick Derringer through his own stuff, through the Winter Brothers, their own stuff, which they played a ton. And when it all kind of when you lay it all out, it's like, oh geez, like I get it now. Like it wasn't just Clapton, and we all know that. I mean, it was started with Clapton, but if you like Clapton, you probably will like Billy, and Billy loves Clapton as well. So it's kind of, especially.
I think he even listened to Blackmore at some point. He was into Blackmore because he always gives reference to how Blackmore had so much potential to take it further, but didn't. I love Blackmore, but I kind of agree with him on that. Blackmore took a left turn, and I mean, Rainbow was great, but I think after Rainbow, it just kind of fizzled out for Richie. But you're right. I think Eddie did listen to guys like Clapton. Obviously listened to Holsworth in the late 70s, early 80s. It's really inspired by Alan because some of his playing in the early 80s, like the solos on Drop Dead Leg on the outro and Girl Gone Bad, very Holsworth inspired lines. And he went through that, and he loved Alan. He came out and said Alan's the best guitar player on the planet, not me.
Speaking of that, speaking of Holsworth, if you notice, if you hear the solo to End the Creed Will Rock, you'll hear that solo is very Holsworthy.
Oh, I find so many. The solo to Secrets is Holsworth. The outro solo to Drop Dead Legs is Holsworth. You can go through the catalog and see where Eddie took chances with his phrasing without the bar. And I'm like, that's Holsworth, and it's amazing. And Ed tried to get there, and then, then he went on to something else like he always did. But in the early 80s, Holsworth was a main inspiration for him, Alex Lifeson from Rush, and a couple of other guys who were trying to get that saxophone playing tenor in it playing, that fluidity, like a sax.
Mikey, what about Brian May? How much of an influence was Brian May on Eddie?
I think that's a great name to bring up because I think it goes both ways. Brian May, and he came out and said this in an interview, he was tapping before Eddie, like a lot of guys were. Like if you listen to News of the World in 77, the song It's Late. Too. At the end of It's Late, the outro solo, May is tapping notes on the high and the fretboard. And then May came out and said, I heard Ed do it in 78, and he took it to another universe. I just stopped doing it. So I think May appreciated Ed, obviously, when they did Starfleet, and I think Ed appreciated May. I think May is one of those guys who was under the radar at the time, was very underrated, and I think Ed, those lines that Brian would do in some of those solos, I think Ed, not that he, lifted any of them, but I think his style of playing was similar to Brian. They were the only guys around at that time, kind of in popular rock music, who were doing anything outside of the pentatonic box. That was interesting.
Riffs too, like listen to Stone Cold Crazy, like that's totally like an Eddie like riff, like if you take it out of the context of Queen.
It's late. That whole riff is the intro pretty much to Drop Dead Legs. That kind of, I mean, Ed loved suspended chords, but that was very Brian May. And that chorus, he kind of clean sound. I think Ed kind of listened to that and got inspired. So that's a great point, Andrew.
Eddie tracked Holdsworth through his career too, both like in his own stuff, but he also, like, Holdsworth was in a ton of the Bill Bruford stuff, which Eddie has actually gone on record saying he loves Bruford's solo albums. And but then again, Alex was also a huge Bruford fan and literally ripped off his drum sets, like straight up Roto Toms and the electronic Simmons, like all of that was Bill Bruford. And I think that's what helped them succeed, is that they, although like you shouldn't have the same exact influences as your bandmates, like it definitely helps. Like Michael Anthony loves Cream as much as Alex and Eddie, so that really did help. And like I think people forget about the AC/DC thing, which I think came more in the Sammy years, because, and my theory is that because Sammy could sing AC/DC better than Dave, obviously. But like, I mean, and he's gone on record by saying, this song was definitely AC/DC. But what's the song on OU812 that has the whole kind of like intro? I was listening to that the other day, and I was like, this is literally an AC/DC intro. And
not Cabo Wabo. I'm trying to think. AFU starts out pretty crazy, but then it gets into like AC/DC kind of chords.
It's Sucker in a Three-Piece.
Sucker in a Three-Piece, yeah.
That has the whole long intro, which is like kind of like an Angus thing, where we would do that kind of
like riff raff, right? Like
long intro. Exactly. Just a couple chords and
totally.
But then again, the actual the riff is the kind of the same thing. It has that kind of like driving, like the same thing at Panama. Panama was also an AC/DC kind of thing, and
yeah.
But 84, as much as it's like an incredibly unique and original album, has a ton of influence all over it.
Absolutely.
Led Zeppelin and Rush. I mean, especially like Girl Gone Bad is like Zeppelin and Rush mixed together.
Yeah, you know what? I definitely hear the Rush kind of lines when Alex and Ed do the syncopated runs. It's like very La Villa Strangiato.
The intro has that kind of building thing that La Villa Strangiato has, and then
exactly.
But then like the main riff is very what's that Zeppelin song?
Like Zeppelin song.
Song remains the same. But the drum, obviously, Alec, and that's what helps, is that Eddie loves Page.
Right, Jimmy Page had that guitar army sound he tried to do with Sarmaine Same and 10 Years Gone and those kind of tracks, Achilles' Last Stand. And that song, even though it's just Ed, reminds me of a building crescendo of a guitar army, because the guitar parts are just amazing. So it has similarities for sure. But you're right. I mean, I can hear all those. 84 is such a great, diverse album. For me, even though it's the last one with Dave, it's one of my favorites. It's such a great album. Even though it had all the radio hits like Jump and I'll Wait, the famous Michael McDonald song, but the Drop Dead Legs, the Girl Gone Bads, the other one, House of Pain. There's so many great songs on that album, great riffs, and his playing was just like top, boom.
Yeah.
The album of what could have been, what could have been.
Yeah, but then we got Sammy. It was a whole new thing, right?
Whole new thing. I was always a Hagar, Van Hagar, I'd say hater, but that's because I was just kind of drinking the Kool-Aid back when I was 16, just like hearing all these people say how crappy Van Hagar was. But when I finally got a chance to listen, I was like, well, especially 5150, I'm like, anyone could sing over this and it would sound good. It would sound good. Like it sounds good.
Yeah. Keith Campbell, Top Jimmy, awesome tune. You know what? I don't know many guitar players who could play that tune. It's in a weird tuning because I think the E string is tuned to F maybe.
The little falling down the stairs riff in the verse. I have never heard anyone play that.
I never heard anyone duplicate it. And
I've never heard anyone play it.
I mean, it's such a great, and it's another one that's on 1984, buried in as a deep track, and it's just a great fucking song.
The little falling down the stairs thing in 51 or sorry, Summer Nights. That before he does the woo, and then at the end he just has this depicts the pinch harmonic back into and it's like how and he would do it live and you're like I'm watching the video, I'm just like okay, I'll just whatever, I'll leave that one for somebody else.
Yeah. But you know what, you mentioned the Hagar years. I was like you when it first happened because I'm older than you obviously. Yeah. So Keith Campbell could definitely attribute this to. We're huge Dave guys. I mean, Fair Warning and Women and Children First are our favorite albums. When Sammy came in the band, was I upset? Absolutely. Was I, didn't like it at first? Absolutely. But you know what? As I listened to it and I matured as a musician, I look back on it and say, it's fantastic. I mean, they're both great. I don't pit one against the other. I mean, Balance is a great album. 5150 is a phenomenal album. OU 812, great songs. Forget the Mix, great album. Yeah. For Unlawful Carnal Knowledge, great album. It's great. So I don't never pit Dave against Sammy era. Everything for me is Ed. So.
I don't even separate it anymore. I used to be so like, this is the end, this is the beginning of the new band. And I think, I really have not taken the time to dig into Sharon. I kind of think of that as kind of a side project, but that's right. The progression into 50, like it's not like a very different sound from 84 to 5150. I mean, different guitar sounds, a little bit different drum sound and stuff like that. But
the rock and process, but that was a sign of the times.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say sign of the times. It was going to happen whether Dave was in the band or not. And I mean, according to Michael Anthony, Dave heard some of the songs that ended up on 5150, and even there is apparently versions of him on them. So
yeah, I read that.
I believe it. I could hear it on some of the songs. I don't think Dreams would have ever been released or
no. Dave could never sing those, right?
No, and I completely agree.
Like he can never sing Get Up. He can never sing Dreams. Even Summer Nights is.
Or what he wants to.
Modulates up. He can never sing that.
Yeah. No.
I mean, Dave's range was it was great, but it wasn't like high enough,
But I love Dave, and when we have this discussion with people, like Andrew, you could attest to this too. When people pit Sammy against Dave and say, "Well, Sammy is a greater singer," and he does, he has great range. But tell you something. Think about Dave. Think about some of the songs Eddie brought to the table, like Little Guitars. So This Is Love.
The whole Dive It Down album.
Vocal melody over those songs.
I completely agree. I think the Dave was the front man. Dave was the front man, and Sammy was the singer. Is such an outdated freaking like statement. I just think it's so bullshit. I think it's such BS. It's like, I mean, if you're talking about live, Sammy all day, every day for his entire career. That's objective. But subjective,
frontman is Dave.
Yeah, frontman is Dave, and I completely agree. But like Dave sang really well, and honestly, Sammy, although singing amazingly, was singing out of his range a lot of the time, and the people that don't like it can hear it. And for a long time, I couldn't understand why people would like it because it was so just like pushed and out of his range. Not bad, obviously in tune, and after a lot of takes, I assume.
See, Greg.
Here's the difference. Eddie wrote those songs and arranged those songs for a vocal palette like Sammy.
I completely.
The riffs that he brought for Dave. Think about the songs he mentioned: "House of Pain," "Girl Gone Bad," "Little Guitars." How do you sing? How could you find a vocal pocket in there? It's impossible. But Dave did it, and he did it great.
Yeah.
Even
so, I give Dave a lot of credit. He's people give him shit, but they got to look at that, and nobody could swing like him.
It's like Lars, like not to bring Metallica back up, but like without Lars Ulrich, there would be no Metallica. Like you just they're like Dave was the advertiser. Dave brought Eddie and Alex out of their shell and immediately, because like, you know, without Dave, like Eddie would have been wearing flannels. Like you see pictures when they started, and Dave's dressed like Bowie and Eddie's dressed like John Fogerty.
Yeah.
So
well, that's true. I mean, there's so many stories, and I believe some of them, like the first album with the Les Paul Jr. outtake, and Dave said, you know, the striped guitars, we got to be flashy. That's our style. I think Dave pointed the band and pushed it in that direction, to your point. And I think I always read after the Gene Simmons demo, when they went to New York and they didn't get picked up by whoever it was, Casablanca, I think that Ed did want it. Like the brothers weren't into it. Like they were going to think about quitting, and Dave pushed the band forward. So I think Dave, a lot of credit needs to go to Dave. And he even suggested the band be called Van Halen, right? Yeah, so early on, Dave was kind of the vision, right? Even though Eddie was the music.
He wanted to be successful, Mikey. Guys, you know, let's be clear. You know, David came from a successful family where when they did things, they were going to be, you know, the best at it. And
he knew the talent. Yeah, he knew the brothers had the talent.
Yeah. And so he was going to push it.
And a lot of us forget, we're like, all guitar guys, and we're like, oh yeah, the band, they did this, they did that, and this tune did that. But like when I was a kid and David Lee Roth was still in the band, all the chicks or whatever, they were looking at this blonde-haired frontman who was just going, yeah, the guitar player was a good guy, and everyone knew he was a great guitar player, but David Lee Roth was kicking shit and making, you know.
Well, you can tell that by the music, like the early music videos. Like more than half the video is spent watching David Lee Roth and
shake his ass.
We're watching like pan back to Eddie. You know.
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk about the hair metal and kind of think about all the flashy guitar players and that, but then David Lee Roth is that whole whatever, you know, your Vince Neils, your Sebastian Bachs. There was all the singers were looking at him going, I want to do that. I want to do that.
I want to do that, but worse.
Like I knew girls when I was in high school or earlier, and they didn't really like the bands, but like, oh, that frontman's sexy.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
But it was a thing. I'm pretty sure David Lee Roth, I don't know how good looking he is, but I'm pretty sure back in the day he was definitely, you know, spinning the world around his fingers.
Yeah.
Right. Hey boys, I have work in the morning, so I think we're almost at 12:40 a.m. I think I'm gonna jump.
Yeah.
Brother, thank you for hanging out with us. It's always a pleasure.
All right,
Andrew, you know what you do is awesome. Keeping this going every year is great, and I'm glad you invited me on. You know, Leandro, Chris, this has been a lot of fun. And you know, maybe when I wake up in the morning, you might still be going. I get up at 5:30 a.m., so it's only 6 hours.
All right, maybe I'll jump Andrew, back on. Poor dude. Yeah, he's still there going, someone get me a coffee.
This is great, man. This is good fun. I had a lot of fun.
God bless you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
No problem.
King
Thanks,
Edward.
bro.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, Chris, I just want to make a point about what you said about David Lee Roth. I certainly remember girls being quite intrigued by David Lee Roth when he came out with his solo album, you know, California Girls. And, you know, he definitely picked up an audience then.
It was a standard. Like, he was the standard bearer for that kind of, like, era of rock, you know? I mean, we think of Ed, and of course we do, you know? But the people that weren't playing guitar, what? Everyone knew that he was, like, one of the best guitar players in the world. That was just a standard. Like, when I was a kid, it was just a given known. You know, it wasn't even a afterthought. But, you know, I think Van Halen, they would have sold a lot of records on the music, right? But they also would have sold a lot of records because of that guy at the front. Look at all the people here tonight.
Hey, it's a big part of rock and roll. Rock and roll guys, you know, Tanner and Landro, it's about looking cool too.
You're right,
and Eddie knew that. And Eddie, they all eventually, once they kind of cracked out of their shell, they knew that. And Eddie likes to downplay his like level of I want to be a rocks, coolness, but also like pretending like he never wanted to be a rock star. And it's like bullshit.
Yeah,
like
he did.
You wouldn't have been. you wouldn't been playing live in LA if you didn't want to be a rock star. Like if you wanted to play to a group of 5 people, you could have just brought people into your garage for the rest of your life, and never, like he was humble, and that's okay. But you know, Eddie wanted to be a rock star.
Hold on, guys. We've got a special guest jumping in with us. He's going to share some thoughts and some experiences with us. So, he's popped out.
Drum roll, please.
Hold on. Hold on. We've got to wait for him to come back on. Yeah. Hold on, bro. He's not ready yet. I won't tell you who he is, guys, until he pops in.
But on that night, you're right. Like even bands like I don't know, like your Nirvana or whatever. People go, oh, those guys. They knew what they were doing. Everyone was trying to make it. They didn't want to pump gas for a living. They were busting their humps to make music. You know, your ZZ Top, your Led Zeppelin, your Nirvana, your whoever.
Well, the only job where you can sleep till 1 o'clock in the afternoon is rock and roll, bro.
Yeah, but then you got to work hard all night. But yeah, you guys have read the Noel Monk book?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah.
Many times.
Like that one interesting bit, when they were obviously Ed was the pressure must have been on that bit. Wasn't there? Noel was saying was it first tour and they were in Paris or somewhere the day off, and Al went to him.
Chris, I'm just going to interrupt you. Sorry, bro. Hold on. Drum roll. Woo!
Oh.
Hey, Caleb.
Hear me now?
Good to see you, brother.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, and we can see you, brother.
Oh, yeah.
What's up?
Just hanging out, talking EVH. It's the 6th here, and it's our annual EVH celebration show. And he's gone again.
No!
Okay. It's the wrong show. He's come on the wrong show. He's realised, no, I don't want to hang out with these dudes. Wrong show. He'll come back. Obviously. Chris, continue your story, brother.
What was it that like Al went to Noel Monk? You got to go see Eddie's on the roof or somewhere, and you had to talk him down. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I think I'm over it. I just want to go home.
Yeah.
Remember that bit in the book?
I believe I remember something like that.
Yeah.
Do you
obviously,
that's where Almost Famous, the scene in Almost Famous.
Oh, is that a rip-off from that?
It's a rip-off
from that.
A little bit from that. It's a rip-off from that.
Didn't know that. Huh.
Come back, Caleb. Right! Here we go. Third time lucky. Get that drum going.
Hello.
Hello, Caleb.
Hello.
G'day, bro.
Hello. Are we good?
Mr. Caleb Rappaport.
I think we were good last time, too.
There's some major bugs in the system. I'm not going to touch anything.
Good to see you, Nude Halen. Good to see you, bro.
What's going on?
Yeah.
So it's the 6th. It's the 6th over there already.
Yeah, it's the 6th, brother. We're a day ahead, so we're always going to be celebrating this important date. We've been hanging out for a few hours, talking a few bits and pieces, but you're here, so the floor is yours. Tell us some of your thoughts and experiences on the 3rd anniversary of Eddie's passing, if you don't mind, brother.
Well, I can't believe 3 years has gone by so quickly, or has it? Yeah. 2 days ago was like the 8th anniversary of the last show at the Hollywood Bowl, and I went to that, and I still remember at the Hollywood Bowl you take a shuttle to your car, and or you park miles away and you take a shuttle. We got on the bus, and I was sitting on the bus with my wife, and I just started crying because I felt that was the last Van Halen show that would ever be for some reason. I don't know, just the way the way Dave said that thing about, you know, the best times of my life or, you know, playing with you. And I don't know. There's just something. There's something about Eddie that night. There was a piece in him like that he could hang it up, you know, and really felt it was very poignant. And I don't know. It's hard when you think you're never going to see it again, and then you know it's true, and you know it turns out they were trying to come back, but it wasn't to be. But I don't really have much to say about that hasn't been said about the man. You know, we all know how much he meant to all of us, and like the greatest quote ever, I think, was Paul Gilbert's the day he died, which was, you know, what a gift to have a hero like that. You know, like everybody has their own heroes, sports, you know, whatever, actors and things in life, writers, but you know, my hero was Eddie Van Halen, and I feel like the luckiest guy to have him as my hero and not, you know. Does that make any sense? I don't know.
Well, it does. It does, Caleb, and you know, you've got centre stage here, if that's okay, if you don't mind. I know the story about you meeting Eddie Van Halen, and it's a wonderful story. And I don't know if these guys here know that story. Do you want to share that story with us, if you don't mind?
Sure. You know, I mean, it's incredible when you're a 13-year-old kid and you know, you get home from an experience and you are intelligent enough at the moment to realize that you're going to remember this evening probably for the rest of your whole life, and nothing will be the same. And pretty much that's what happened. I you know, grew up in Connecticut, New York area, and then we moved to Los Angeles when I was almost 9 years old in 1978, ironically. And my dad was a screenwriter, and we had to come to Hollywood for him to work because he was out here all the time and traveling back and forth, and it just wasn't working. So we had to move. And we were here about, you know, almost 5 years. And my father and mother had a lot of friends in the business, and one of them was this assistant director who worked on one day at a time, and she would get us into some tapings. I think I started going to tapings of that show in 1980, 81 maybe, and this was March of 83 that we got to go to the final taping of that season, and like technically referred to as the rap party, even though we didn't go to a party or anything. We just sat in the studio audience, and you know, I was 13, and I used to do things like take walks and see what kind of trouble I could get into. And I kind of walked around the back of the set on the soundstage, and I ran into the kid on the show, Glenn Scarpelli, and he basically was like, "Oh my God, a kid." And, you know, I work with adults all day. So you know, he just was like, "What's your name? Where are you from? Who you know?" I told him who I knew, and, you know, you know, and then I'm looking around because I'm in the back of behind the stage, the set. And there's all these director's chairs, and it has all the actors' names on them. And there's like a big, you know, TV monitor that everyone watches during the show. And basically a green room, but it's not a room. It's just right there behind the set. And I see a director's chair, and it's written Eddie in tape. And I was like, is he gonna be here? Because I knew who he was, and I had Diver Down, and I had Van Halen 1 and 2. I bought Diver Down first because it was the record out at the time when I was really getting into music, and I was into the Stones and then the Who. And but I knew that this guy Eddie Van Halen was, you know, considered the best, and but I didn't really understand why.
Yeah.
So I knew about him, and I knew he was, you know, as big a guitar rock star god in the world as there was at the time, and so I asked if he was going to be here, and Glenn said, "Yeah, you want to meet him?" It was like, okay. And then, you know, I don't remember how much time passed, but it wasn't much. And Eddie and Alex and Alex's fiance, whose name was Valerie, also came walking in and sat down literally right where I was sitting. And, you know, they started to tape the show out in front, and then all the actors are milling about, you know. And I'm talking to the Van Halen brothers, and it's going on and on and on, and I'm asking dumb questions, and I'm asking smart questions, and but what I remember most was that he was asking me questions. Eddie was like curious about me, and I don't know if anyone on this panel's met him, but when you talk to him, he looked you dead in the eye, as like intensely as anybody you've ever met, and you kind of forget that it's Eddie Van Halen, and it's just a person who's right there and is interested in you, you know, or wants to know about you. So he would ask me, like, you know, what part of town are you in, and do you play sports, and are you into music? Do you play any instruments? And you know, I told him I had an acoustic guitar that I kind of took lessons on for 3 or 4 months, and then I got tired, and it's in the closet. And you know, little did I know that that would all change very quickly. But it went on for 3.5 hours, and Alex was, you know, super funny and cool, and telling all these dirty jokes to a 13-year-old kid, which I thought was hilarious. And you know, I think he was trying to make me blush as much as possible. And you know, I think Beat It was out at the time, and I think I asked about that whole session and everything. And then I remember Eddie kept talking about his new studio that he just finished, because it was right in March of 1983. So he'd finished the studio, and they were working already on the new record. And they were also talking about this big show that was coming up in a few months, that they were getting $1.5 million for. So, so they're talking about that. And he told me that he just played with Brian May, or was going. I think he had just done it, or was he going to? I don't know. But
wow,
that there was talk of that too. But you know, it was the most surreal meeting of my life. And you know, when I left and went home, I instantly, you know, looked at all the posters that I had and all the cutouts from Circus and Cream that I had on my wall already. But, you know, that was about to, you know, multiply by tenfold and everything. But the first thing I thought was, no one's ever going to believe me.
Yeah,
that this happened, even though I got their autographs. I got all the actors signed. They signed the back of the script, the title page of the script, and it has the date on it, and I have it somewhere. But what I remember most was that I put the records on in the next few days, and I was just listening closer, and then I realized why he was all that. And I don't know what happened. It was like I always say that it was like he put his hand on my head and just said, you know, it is your destiny. You know, or something. You know, now
Caleb,
take this,
when you
take
went to
this
school
and
the
go.
next when you
What's
went
that?
to school the next day,
Yeah.
and you told your mates that you just hung out with Eddie Van Halen, did they believe you?
No, no, no. And I think I didn't bring the piece of paper because I thought it was too valuable.
Yeah, good boy, good on you.
But you know what's really fucked up is he gave me a like a tortoiseshell pick, you know, from the time had the VH on it from the Diver Down era, and I can't find it, and no idea where it is. But he did give me a pick to also. But you know that it was very rapid that Chase was on, and
well, to a point now, Caleb, where you are endorsed by the company that he set up.
technically it's called a artist relationship. There's no no endorsement.
Okay. Well, we all know what that means. So you're
I
one of
know.
those guys.
No, I just have to clarify.
Yeah.
But no, that I mean, obviously came way after decades of, you know, not getting anywhere near my dreams. You know, I spent the next 5, 6, 7 years in my room after that, like, you know, 7, 8 hours a day, and
wow.
I had no life. You know, I missed all my teen years, any kind of social thing. I had friends, but it was all about getting back to my room and chasing it. And I remember I never wanted to learn his stuff note for note. You know, I wanted that feel. I just wanted to play other stuff like he, you know, because I always thought like those covers that he did were so cool that he made them his own with that feel. You know, and obviously Diver Down was my, you know, introduction really, and I still think it's it's so underrated, and I hate people that talk shit about it. Even he talked shit about it, but I think it's because he didn't make a lot of money off the record. So, but you know, when I heard the guitar tone and Where Have All the Good Times Gone, I that to me is his best tone. I know people are like, fair warning, dude, you know, and you know, the first record, or you know, Van Halen 2 has a lot of people that like that tone, but I think his best tone is on that song, on that record. It's just the most, for me, the ballsiest, you know, loosest, and the band's super tight, and it sounds like, you know, you're in the room with them on that record. And a lot of those songs, there's not a lot of reverb on that record, and I just love it. And I was hooked. So yeah, it started the whole chase, and over the next 7 years, I was able to meet him again when I was 19, and you know, be in the same room with him, you know, at NAMM or you know, obviously shows, you know, because about a year later, a little over a year later, I saw the 1984 tour at the Forum, and flying here. And yeah, that was the most anticipated that record, and the concert was the most anticipated, you know, things I've ever gone through in my life, because you know, when you meet someone like that and you've never really seen them do their thing, you know. Another thing that was really cool about that meeting was there were no guitars there. It wasn't about him. He was just hanging out. It was his wife's night, you know, like it wasn't like being at a Van Halen show where everyone's focused on him. And Does that make sense? And
Yeah.
So he was a lot looser, I think, a lot more relaxed, and sort of like a fly on the wall, more than having, you know, everyone be there to see him. So so I really wanted to hear this album that he was talking about they were making, and I really wanted to see the show. And the show the following year was spectacular, even though it was the loudest thing I'd ever experienced in my whole life. And I didn't even know they were playing Unchained when they opened that show. I didn't even know what fucking song it was because I couldn't. My ears are like, "Are you kidding me?" But I still see him in the, you know, the yellow and black zebra pants and the black vest and you know, at that point, you know, you'd only seen pictures of him in the jeans and the Dice shirt. So, you know, a part of me had to be like, is that him? You know, like, what's he wearing? And
yeah,
you know, and now those are the pants I wear because of that night. You know, because of that look. That's the look I use now with the band, and it, you know, turned into this huge passion, and I was forever changed, and it's amazing that it's held up so long. You know, like usually things go away, and when I met him when I was 19, you know, that meeting basically set me free of the EVH prison I was in. You know, because he said my name, and then I was like, okay, he said my name, I can go, and I can get on with my life, and I did. I kind of separated a little bit from music and guitar and went in a little different direction, but you know, came back to it.
He asked you a question, didn't he? He asked you if a
What's
pizza
that?
joint or a pizza joint, didn't he?
That second time, whoop, we lose the hope. What was that, Andrew?
Eddie, he asked you a question, didn't he? He asked you. He wanted some directions, or he wanted to know
Yeah.
about a pizza joint, didn't he?
I'd kind of stalked. You know, I knew where he lived. I found his addresses, and I knew where he lived and stuff. So I would drive by the Broad Beach house because it was up the coast from where I grew up, and whenever I went to Santa Barbara, I would go by his house and see if I could catch a glimpse. And sure enough, his brother-in-law was washing a car out on the street, David Bertinelli, and I'd just seen David Bertinelli at the Kramer booth at NAMM like a month earlier.
Wow.
And so he remembered me from that, because for like 3 or 4 years in the late 80s, I would go to the NAMM show every year, and I would just go over to the Kramer booth, and I would plug in and I would play all day. So I'd be kind of like demoing
guitars.
You know, the only guy playing in their booth, and you know, so he remembered me from that, and then, you know, I started helping him wash his car, and then, you know, next thing you know, they invited me in, and Ed was sitting on a tailgate of a pickup truck in the open garage, and you know, we started and that by now I'd already like dropped out of MI, and I was really like disillusioned with where guitar was going, you know, with all the shredding and burning and arpeggios and sweeping and all this crazy shit that was part of the curriculum at GIT that I just didn't want to learn. I didn't want to become that guitar player. And so I remember asking him what he thought of, like, you know, Yngwie and Satriani and, you know, Vi and guys like that. And he was like pretty honest. He said, those guys are amazing. They're incredible players. But where are the tunes? You know, Where are the tunes? I'll always remember that.
Yep.
Yes, that's what sets Eddie apart from all those great guitar players. Even Jeff Beck. I'm sorry, Jeff Beck is considered the greatest by a lot of people. A lot of people I respect. But name me 2 or 3, Jeff Beck songs. Like it's not easy, and there's no Jeff Beck songs playing during the football game, or the hockey game, and there's 3 of them every night that Van Halen composed, and I just think he's had the most impact on rock guitar more than anybody, and for the longest time. Hendrix was here for 3.5 years. I mean, he was a sideman before that, but nobody knew his name. They only knew his name for 3.5 years, and then he was dead. And so I think we're just lucky. I think we're lucky to grow up in this time. And Leandro, I'm sorry you're young and you didn't get to live through it. But look at how awesome it is that you're inspired, and you're like making it part of your whole life. And I think that's the coolest thing.
Yeah,
is that
it's
there's
pretty rare seeing,
kids like you, kids like you that are just completely hooked, 40 years after the fact, and that's beautiful. And I get really, excited and happy when I see younger kids doing this shit, because that's how it lives on. That's how Eddie Van Halen lives forever. And I think he will. It's timeless music, and an incredible contribution to everything. And nobody really talks bad about him. They can't. They're not allowed, because it's indisputable. They can't do it, like it or not. He had as big, if not the biggest, impact on rock guitar as anybody in history. And I don't care. I don't care if you have a different opinion. Fuck you.
Well, Caleb, you and I have said this, and a lot of other guys over the years. No disrespect to Jimi Hendrix, but Eddie Van Halen's our Jimi Hendrix. When we were 13, 14 years old, we were listening to Eddie Van Halen. He was the relevant guitar player. So, I'll argue that point with anybody. He's our generation's Jimi Hendrix.
Sure.
Such a different. I think it's such a different. Like, I never try to compare Jimmy and Eddie because of their lifespans. Like, it's like comparing John and Paul. You've got such different lengths of careers, and as much as I don't want to claim that Hendrix has the death effect on his career, it definitely plays a part, because we missed out on everything that he would have created after that would have either boosted his career or maybe tainted his career. And Eddie really is, though he has had a semi controversial career, has stayed at a very decent level of revelry.
Right. The longevity is unmatched.
Yeah. And like the Randy Rhoads
is a perfect example. You die that young and that good, you're eternally cool. I call it. You become eternally cool, and then no one can stop you, and you become bigger and better than you might have been if you'd lived.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say eternally cool, but almost unfairly cool, and that's why it's like impossible to compare, because it's
right.
You can't compare someone's 3-year career to someone's 50-year career.
Exactly.
Because the lows of their career what could you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Randy could have had a
he
Stevie Ray
lasted.
Vaughan. Yeah,
Yeah,
Stevie
he
Ray
lasted.
Vaughan. Stevie Ray Vaughan had a short-ish career, but it was longer than Hendrix, and he made some stinker stuff at the end. And he's people know that they still hold him at a standard. You'll never see a comment section without best guitarist comment section without Stevie on it. But you
Mhm.
know, he had a little bit more of the career of that you know, the possibility of making stinkers, and Eddie made stinkers. And
Eddie
I'm
became a stinker. You know, like
yeah,
I didn't go to 2004 because I didn't want that image of him. I didn't
yeah,
want to live through that. You know,
yeah.
I loved him that
Fair.
much that I didn't want to go see that fucking train wreck. You know.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about every modern band. Like Aerosmith's playing Boston soon. I keep hearing about it, and I was like, God, I'd love to see Aerosmith, but not now.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a show on the 07-08 tour. I saw 5 on that show on that tour. I was ridiculously nuts about the reunion with Dave, and you know, being able to go to shows and travel. I saw one in New York. I saw one in Vegas. I saw one here in Los Angeles. I saw Fresno from the
Wow.
5th row, and I also saw Anaheim from like the right on the edge of the ring. You know, the walkway. And that night, that it was December 18th, 07, he was in such bad shape that I didn't think he was going to live to Christmas.
Far out.
It was the worst thing I'd ever seen. And no one really knew, which was sad to me. You know, people didn't understand. Only guitar players knew, you know, that he was having a really rough night. And I'm glad he got, you know, cleaned up, and I can't even believe he went another 2 or 3 months like that. 2 months, I think he went before they got him into rehab. And then I saw Vegas, which was the second one after they came back after rehab, and then I saw New York at MSG, and phenomenal. But yeah, we'll never know what it's like to be that guy, and what he went through, and all his hang-ups. You know, I'd love to know if I ever get to talk to Valerie or something. I would love to know what kind of therapy he had, or if any. You know, like, part of me thinks he never did, and but part of me thinks it's possible because you know, he was very tortured, and obviously addicted, and running from something. And I think he's alluded to his childhood and being bullied and being a foreigner, you know, not knowing language, and
Mhm.
and that's really sad but true. And that one interview where he's at NAMM with Dennis Berardi, I think it's like 87, 86 maybe. And he's real obnoxious, really high. Do you know that one interview
Yeah, yeah.
where he's being a total dick to the interviewer, and you kind of feel bad for it's like a German interviewer. He's totally just being irreverent, and Dennis is very uncomfortable. But there's one moment where
He keeps hiding behind his guitar every time.
yep, yeah, stop the tape, right? Stop the tape. And
Yeah.
but there's one moment, man, you see everything in this one moment of the interview. He asks him, you know, did you take lessons? Did you ever take guitar lessons? And he goes, no, you know, no one really took the time with me. And it's the most heartbreaking way he said it. You know, like, he was lonely, you know, he was a lonely kid. But, you know, look what he became from that, you know, the drive, the burn, you know, the fire that came from that. And like I said, we're so lucky, so lucky to have him as our guy, and you know, that makes me feel like my life has been well lived. if that's corny or not, but you know, to have him as my guy, and you know, now I get to keep it alive and have a lot of fun and you know, have people react in a positive way to what we're doing. And I don't know if I maybe told this, but we played this festival last year called the Monsters on the Mountain, and I was talking to some people after we played, and this one Southern guy came up. He had like an EVH shirt on, and he was crying.
Wow.
He was crying, and he was like, "Man, you're keeping Ed alive, man. I just love what you're doing, and keep doing it." And I'm just like,
Wow.
"You're fucking crying, dude. You know, wow." And, you know, so
Feel bad, huh? Wow.
it's incredible, you know, that's how much he means to so many people. That you know, a cover guitar player could make someone you know, feel good about still hearing those, you know, that playing, you know, in a live setting. And I don't know, it took me forever to get it together with a band and this idea, but I'm so glad it did, because I always felt incomplete, and now it's super fun, and I get to honor my hero, and I get to meet all the other people that he touched. You know, like without the internet, I wouldn't. You know, there wasn't a lot of people who lived around me that were Eddie Van Halen fans, so I thought I was the only one. And
yeah.
And then the internet comes along, and you're like, "Holy shit!" So
yeah.
I live in Vermont, and that's literally just. I mean, you tell most people in the United States about Vermont, and they go, "Where is?" They don't even know where it is. So the
next
idea,
to New Hampshire.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea that anyone in the state even likes Van Halen, you know, was hard for me. But you know, finding the especially the Facebook groups when I think I was 15 or 16, that was one of the coolest things ever, and just getting so much knowledge from the older people, and then but also seeing some of the younger kids come in and have a place to talk about it and continue it and learn and contribute.
How old are you, Tanner?
I'm 23.
Wow.
But I've been kind of in the community at least for probably, I think I was 15 or 16 when I joined my first kind of Van Halen group and met guys like Donnie Ward and Alan Garber and all these guys that I talk to,
Oh yeah,
you know, almost daily.
The two guys the correctors.
Yeah. Correctors. You've got it. You've got it.
Yeah.
The encyclopedic correctors.
The
hey,
EVH
how's it going,
police.
Brad?
Yeah.
Hey guys, how are we?
Hey,
Brad, good to see you, buddy.
I got to clock out, guys. It's 1:15 in the morning here, and I got work in the morning. So,
Tanner, thank you, bro, for hanging out with us and sharing us your thoughts. And as Caleb said, more than that, the passion for being a young cat and just keeping this music alive. 23, my gosh.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm the age Eddie was when he recorded the first album, and that's what lights the fire under my ass every day. But
right,
it's
be safe.
So great to talk to you guys. It's always so much fun. But thank you.
Take care, man.
Cheers, bro. We'll talk soon.
Yeah. See ya.
Hey, Caleb.
So, Brad.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. If you've got a question, bro, ask it.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
I've always wanted to ask somebody who knew Ed, got to meet Ed many times also. Just what kind of person he was when you got to like meet him really, and how many times did you got to meet him? Also, like, what was it like?
3 times, like where we actually conversed, you know, where there was like an interaction. So
I see.
And then maybe 3 or 4 other times where I was in the vicinity of him and he wasn't on stage, you know. But the 3 times, you know, there was that time at the One Day at a Time taping, and then there was the time at his house in Malibu. And you know, like that story's great because it kind of went around to the side of the house and there was like a trampoline there and I was really stupid and thought I would jump on their trampoline. I probably injured myself, but we were talking earlier in the garage about they were planning on going, the family was going bowling, and he wanted to know if there was a bowling alley on that side of the hill because he knew about the ones in the valley, and I told him there was one in Santa Monica down PCH about 20 miles, and it's called Bayshore Pins. And so maybe, you know, half hour, 40 minutes later, I'm on the trampoline, and I hear, "Hey, Caleb." And I look at the side of the house and he's leaning out of the kitchen door with the phone in his hand. And he's like, what's the name of that bowling alley? You know? And I said, Bayshore Pins. And he's like, you know, cool. And he goes back inside. He was on with information. And did you guys have information down under where it's like 411 and you would call and that's how you know, Google the phone number back in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
So
That's cool, man. That's cool.
But yeah, that was it. How it ended, basically. He said, "Hey, Caleb," and that's all I ever wanted from that moment I met him when I was 13. Was him to know who I was, you know me, know my name. And he said my name, and I was like, I think he knows me. So, but yeah, then, you know, years and years go by, and I really started getting back into guitar around 2004, 2005, you know, right around when the Charvels came out, you know.
Yep.
Because I had an Ernie Ball for the 93, and that was the main guitar I had, and I loved it. But I never really, it was so funny, when I started playing, my first amplifier was a PV Special 130, and I put like a heavy metal pedal and a 10-band Boss EQ that I still have. I don't use it, but one of those half rack, you know, ones, and all this whole chain of pedals, just trying to get that sound through the Special 130. And I was like, I need a Marshall, you know, not this PV shit, you know, I need a Marshall, not this PV shit. And then sure enough, who switches to PV? And I thought it was the craziest thing. And then, you know, then he started with the Wolfgangs, and I loved my Ernie Ball so much that I was kind of anti PV guitars, you know, I think I tried a few and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. But I wasn't in the market for buying a guitar. But so when those Charvels came out, like 2005, 2004, I was like, holy shit, he's making striped guitars. And then I went and played one, the Charvel Art Series, and it was like the best guitar I'd ever played. So I bought a red one, and that's when I really started getting back into it. And then, you know, a year later, 2 years later, they announced the tour, and then it just Van Halen passion gets relit, and I'm buying gear, and, you know, I had a 5152 head, but I really didn't know what to do with it all. Still couldn't put together any kind of band or anything. So, but the last time I met him was in 2012 on the 2012 tour. That year, that spring, the Los Angeles Kings were doing really well and heading towards the Stanley Cup for the first time ever. And Van Halen was on tour for A Different Kind of Truth. And Wolfgang was a huge Kings fan. So he was tweeting about Kings stuff. And I was tweeting about Kings stuff. And so we kind of crossed paths on Twitter so that when I went to the Stanley Cup final, I was lucky enough to get a ticket to that. Sure enough, Wolfgang walks down and sits 4 rows in front of me at the Staples Center. And he's with Matt Bruck and his girlfriend at the time and another friend. And I'm like, holy shit, you know, and I'm about to go see them, or I'd just seen them, you know, live. And because they were in town, obviously. And so the period ends, first period ends, and I just walk right up to him, and I told him that story about his mom and his dad, meeting his mom and dad, you know, when I was 13. And, you know, his girlfriend was sitting right there, and she followed me on Twitter, like, you know, right away. And then I said, hey, you know, your girlfriend's following me. You might as well follow me. And then he follows me. And then, so now I can send him messages. And like 5 or 6 days later, they're playing in Phoenix. And I'd already gotten tickets to that because my wife's mother lived in Phoenix. And we planned a trip around that. And we went to Phoenix, and I sent him a message like, hey, we're coming to the show, and I could really like impress my wife if, you know, I was able to get backstage or something, and something real cheesy like that. And he said, oh man, we're leaving right after. And besides, it's all the Fender people are here too. So it's kind of crazy crowded and whatnot. So I was like, all right, cool. So we get to the arena, and we were eating across the street, and I get a message from his then girlfriend, and she's like, where are you guys? So like, check please. And we run into the arena and down to our seats, which are, you know, strategically, you know, the first section up on the side, on Ed's side, you know, in the bowl, not on the floor. I hate floor seats, and unless you're front. But little did I know I'm sitting around all the Fender people. You know, Chris Canella is right there, and you know, and all these people. And then I see Matt, and Matt had, you know, was all stoked because the Kings just won the Stanley Cup, and you know, asked me about the parade because I think I went to the parade, and then I said, hey, you know, Olivia, which was Wolf's girlfriend's name at the time, she's trying to find us. And he goes, oh, let me go find out. And so he went backstage, and then 5 minutes later comes back and hands my wife 2 passes and says that Wolfgang would, I remember him saying, Mrs. Caleb, Wolfgang would like you to be his guest after the show. And I was just like, fuck. And so I tell this a lot. I never wanted a Van Halen show to end so quickly. And so Matt said, meet me at the side stage after the show. So we went against traffic and got down there, and there he was waiting, and took us back to the place right outside the hallways to their dressing room. And we're sitting on the you know, the DR12 case, you know, the dressing room 12 road case, and he said that they're showering, so just hang out for a bit. And I'm sitting there with my wife, and I go, after like 5 minutes, I go, you notice something? And she goes, what? And I go, we're the only ones here. She's like, what does that mean? I go, they're not seeing anybody else after the show. So Matt takes us down the hallway and he peeks into Ed's room and it says, we'll go to Wolf's. And so we go to Wolf's and they open the door and Wolfgang's like, hey, because he's all excited about the Stanley Cup and the Kings. And it's Wolfgang, his girlfriend, his mom is there, Valerie's there, his mom's boyfriend at the time. I don't know if maybe they were married already. Her ex-husband now, and his uncle Pat and his wife, who Stacy, is very sweet, and they were all just very cool and wanted to talk hockey and blah blah blah, and that went on for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then the door opens, and the man walks in, and this is the funniest story because I still can see it perfectly. He's looking at me like he's about to hug me.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, man, congratulations." And I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "What's it like to lift that thing up?" And I'm looking around. What are you talking about? And he goes, "Don't you get to spend like a week with it?" And then I'm really, oh my God, he thinks I won the Stanley Cup. And then Wolfgang, the most like, oh, Dad moment, he goes, "Oh, Dad, I told you I met him at the game. He's not on the team." And and Eddie just turned bright red and starts laughing because he's so embarrassed, because of like the energy he was giving me, and but it was so weird to have your hero looking at you like that, at least even if it was for like 15, 20 seconds. It was the craziest thing.
It was pretty surreal, huh?
Dude. So yeah, I took some pictures with him right after that, and he's still laughing. You can see it in his face, like he thinks it's like a total senior stupid dumb moment of his, but he's a very human guy. And I did have a moment with Valerie, and I told her I was that kid that Pat Fisher kept telling you about. because that friend of ours, the assistant director, would once in a while talk to Valerie about this little monster that Eddie created over here.
Okay.
And so I told her that I was that kid that was at that taping backstage for 3 hours, and she goes, "I remember you."
Cool.
And that was really cool. So
cool.
She showed me her license that night because she was like, we were talking about her last name, and she goes, "No, I'm Valerie Van Halen." And I really go, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah. Want to see?" And she showed me her driver's license.
Oh my God. Wow.
So, yeah. So yeah, very lucky, very blessed, and but very regular, like very down to earth. I'm sure you've heard all these stories from people.
Yeah.
Just amazed with how ordinary he is, but really special because that he, ordinary people don't care about you a lot.
Yeah.
And he seemed to really care about people that he didn't really know. And I think he really, really understood his power.
Wow.
And he understood that, look, this is a 13-year-old boy. If I'm an asshole to him, he's going to hate me for the rest of my life. Not that I care, but
yeah,
I think he did.
Yeah.
But he also said, if I'm really nice to him, what could happen? Who knows what could happen?
Yeah.
I think he knew he had that power, because I think there was 17,000 Caleb's, you know, that he'd come across, you know, that he'd met a kid here, there, that, sent them on their way, and they became guitar players, and they became super fans, and took the passion where that went, you know, and millions more that he never met, right? And that still got it, you know, they still caught the bug, and you know, so all I can say is he was very regular, and that's what made him even cooler. You know,
He was very humble, huh?
Super.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard stories, you know, I'm sure Ed had bad days, you know, where I heard he's very particular about things. I heard he was a screamer sometimes at the crew if something was bad. You know, we've seen footage of him freaking out.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is substance caused, and but you know, he's very honest, you know, like he didn't have a filter. I think he kind of said whatever was on his mind, and I think it was almost like he couldn't control that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
a bit like John Lennon. John Lennon couldn't control it either, and I think it's part of that creative process, because Caleb, you know, Chris and Leandro and everyone else in the chat watching, you know, we've all read a lot of music biographies, and it's that streak that they have as creative people, Caleb, you know, of it's almost like the scared or reluctant to hold anything back, lest that creative energy that is their essence be suppressed. Does that make any sense?
absolutely, it makes all the sense. You know, there's I don't truly understand, you know, what all this was, but I'm just glad I was here for it. So,
Caleb, I've got another question to ask you, and you know, besides the usual things as far as Eddie's legacy is concerned, you know, of records coming out and back catalogues, what would you like to see? Do you have any hopes or wishes as far as Eddie's legacy is concerned moving forward? Is there anything in particular that you would like to see or happen around?
well, I know, yeah, I know that a lot, you know, it seems like there's not a lot of recordings that he wanted to come out, and that, you know, his brother and his son are going to honor those wishes to not have it come out, and I get it. And those aren't, I mean, I don't know about Wolfgang. It doesn't seem like the kind of guy who was going to try and cash at all on any of his dad's stuff. The, you know, Jump in the Wings commercial is kind of a weird one. So I don't know what Alex is doing with that, but I would say keep all the recordings, keep it all in the vault. I don't care, but release every single concert video you guys ever did, no matter what. You know, good. I know you recorded a lot of concerts with video.
Yeah.
Let's have it, you know.
Yeah.
What's wrong with, you know, why not? You know, everybody makes mistakes. Everyone has a bad night, but it's over is really the part for me that I keep coming back to. So it doesn't matter anymore. It's over. You know.
Look, I'm just going to jump in and ask you another question. I'm sorry I never got a chance to hear you say this on any other show and on your channel. What did you think of the Donington Castle footage when it was released, when it was out? And yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, bro.
Oh, it was like Christmas, you know, and I was 7. And
Well, you guys are jumping in, and it's really going on. I'm loving these stories. Everything's really good. I've been here for a few hours and loving it. It's good to see you, Brad. Caleb, I'm loving these stories, but I might go. I don't want to hold anyone up or play a big song, but this is awesome, guys.
Cheers,
I'm gonna
bro.
jump back. I'll come back when I can and watch.
I come in and Chris is out. What is
No,
going?
that's good.
No, I get it.
I was about to jump out too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
it's not Clinton. It's not you.
Caleb, there's no guitar in my hands, bro. And by the way, I'm just here to see Brad cook. What's up, bro?
Okay.
I love all you guys.
Love you, bro. Talk soon.
Yeah.
Take care. I thought the Donington stuff was amazing, and
yeah,
even it was raw and they didn't sound that great, and it was, not the best angles, and I just loved that we got to be there, and
Exactly. A lot of people were like cutting on the tone and what you just said, the camera angles, and it's like, no, dude, it's video of the band back then. I mean, that's never been
the time machine. The time
Yeah,
machine.
I thought it was great.
I like that it's raw, and I like that you're just standing there right next to them. It's almost like you got to go back in time, and you get to say, "Oh, I can go anywhere in time. Oh, I want to stand side stage at Donington for that '84 show that I've only seen one song on, one camera angle for years and years on the internet." So,
By the way, the new mic is Johnny Heartbreaker. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, it was great.
John, what's up? No, I'm here to keep an eye on Quentin. He's here to start a go for a staple stomach staple. Yes, I made that video.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
if you want, I've got a Van Halen video queued up of the NAMM show when he was still with Peavy.
Oh,
you remember that? He came in and he wasn't doing really well, and
yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, he's got the loose corduroy on. Yeah.
He's got the 2 different colored gloves on.
Oh man.
But
yeah.
we were a Peavy dealer. This is in Anaheim, right? So my Peavy rep comes up to me and goes, "Hey, Q," because people call me Q. He said, "Hey man, you want to meet Ed?" Excuse me? Okay. And it's like, what do you say to Eddie Van Halen? What kind of picks do you use? Oh fuck. I'm sorry. But being right there in the audience, and James Brown is on stage with him. Not the I Feel Good James Brown, but the amp maker.
Yeah.
Caleb is like, oh dear Lord.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. But just as a person, you just felt so bad. It was like he was a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. And it's like, you just felt so bad for him. And there was a point where I just couldn't take it anymore. And I just yelled out, "We love you, Ed." And Eddie goes, "Yeah, I love you too." And I'm like, Eddie Van Halen told me he loves me. Anyway, I've got that video. It's not very good, but yeah. Want to play it? Let me share it? No?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Quick question, actually, Caleb. Are you going to this year's EVH Con actually? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, no, I've been hoping to get back there. I talk to Joe a few times a year. He's a really good dude, and I definitely want to get back for that. And it's my home state, so you know, I'm just trying to bring the band there. So hopefully we'll be able to play in that area soon. I'm really trying to get back there.
That would be awesome, actually.
But I don't, no, I don't have any plans to. I kind of have like a hall pass for these shows next weekend, and and I have to kind of sit around, you know, stay. So,
Caleb, you got any plans to come down under?
you know what, dude? I was messaging Silverback Touring, and they were interested, and then they kind of went dark on me. So I don't know what the deal is, but it sounded for a minute like we might have had a shot. Do you know that company?
I know them. Yeah, I know. You know, I do know them. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know somebody. If you know somebody, reach out. Say that, you know, you should bring these guys down there.
It's just a few seconds here. I'll play this real quick. Frustrated. Anyway, here we go. Eddie Van Halen told me he loved me. Okay.
Okay, he loves you.
But, you know, the whole thing was, I mean, you don't know what's going on in people's lives, and you know, so what? He was having a bad day. He's Eddie Van Halen, for God's sake. You know, you don't hold shit like that against people.
No.
Well, I mean, those NAMM things, you know, I was going to NAMM just to have the odd chance of seeing him again, right? That was like the number one thing. I thought it was cool to see all the gear, but it was really like, because I remember the first time I went, he showed up at the Kramer booth, and that was one of those times where they completely underestimated the security situation.
Yeah.
And it turned into a fucking zoo, you know. And he's already a shy guy, so just imagine having
right,
you know, 1,000 people in a small space all saying Eddie, you know, and he's like having like a nervous breakdown from that. So, but he kept going back, which was crazy. I thought, like, I think he just couldn't say no to people. So
Caleb, do you think it's because, you know, obviously when he's on stage and he's performing in front of 50,000 people, he has clearly an element of control in that environment. But when you're in a auditorium room or a small room where there's a show, obviously, you just said with 1,000 people, like right there screaming at him, and he's obviously got no control.
you know what I think it is? I think it's exactly what I told you that he did, like in that meeting with me, was he really wanted to be engaged with me and talk to me. And I think when there's a lot of people, he realizes that that's impossible. So it throws him off his whole, you know, way of interacting with people. Like, because if he had his choice, he would give everybody there a moment. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
But he realizes he can't, and that makes him feel, you know, not in control. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
100%.
So, because I really think like he liked to interact with people and liked to be normal. I think he so wanted to just be in a normal situation after becoming famous. I think he had a real, you know, adverse reaction to that. Like he you know, said it all the time. Like, I hate the fame part. I hate it. Because he's not real anymore to people, you know? And I think he just wanted to be regular, just like a lot of people. I mean, fame is crazy. Some people really love it, you know, but those are weird people. Those people need a lot of work. So, you know, it's just like anything. I think if you you know, you go to the store and you can go and nobody bothers you, I think you could never you don't think about how lucky you are if it was the other way around. You know, and you're having a bad day and somebody wants to talk to you, you know, and they want to talk about the same thing that the guy, you know, 3 hours wanted to talk to me about, you know, it's like, it's got to be brutal. So, but you know, you make your living in this business. That's what comes along with it. I'm sure he understood that part too. So it just comes with the territory.
Yeah. I guess from even on a smaller scale, playing in a Guns N' Roses tribute band, you get asked the same questions, you get asked the same things. Caleb, you probably understand that with you know, your shows. I mean, you love it, but you get to a point where you sometimes need that little bit of time out as well. Because I'm not very good with lots of people either. Like I'm not very good at dealing with the same questions over and over and over, and you sometimes get frustrated. So imagine that on a massive scale when you're Eddie Van Halen. And
Right. Imagine if you have someone there, right, that you want to spend time with.
Yeah.
Right. But you have to be nice to everybody. You have to give everybody their moment. And
yeah,
then you kind of feel like a dick, right? To the people who came to see you that you're actually like friends or related to. Like that creates a whole dynamic, you know.
Well, I played in a cover band, and we sold T-shirts, and people would bring them up and say, "Hey, can you autograph this for me?" And it's like, you know, I'm in a cover band playing Green Day and Hootie and the Blowfish, right? It just,
I gotta
I
run
mean,
real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, bro.
but yeah, I couldn't imagine like Slash or somebody. You can't even go to the freaking grocery store without people mobbing you. And
yeah, that would be difficult. It would make life very hard.
yeah, like there's lots of videos of like celebrities in airports when the paparazzi come up to them and they can't get in their car, and then they get angry because the celebrity is like, dude, just leave me alone, Jesus, you know.
You gotta give them space, you know.
Oh my God, yeah.
And there's some people out there that just don't even know how to give space at all. They just like invade like their personal space, you know.
Right, yeah.
Well, it's been a symptom of rock and roll, hasn't it? You know, the Beatles themselves talk about it, that the only way, even when they used to book out the floors on hotels, there was still mayhem on the floor that they had there, and the only way that they could find any peace and solitude was for them to go into a bathroom and just, you know, have a cigarette in the bathroom with other sane Beatles, because everybody else, including people on their floor, were just wanted everything, just wanted something from them.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And even the people that you're paying to protect you are interested in, you know, selling that information.
They want something, yeah. But like that videotape of me and Pamela Anderson came out.
The one which you can't stop laughing.
Oh.
John,
Yeah.
good boy.
John just comes in with a sharp tongue, yeah. Caleb, I met Ed once, and I can vouch for both scenarios that you were talking about, where there's lots of people around, and then when you meet him, when it's one-on-one. And I think Caleb's just gone, but I'll just explain this. My situation was I went to an autographing, like a signing for records, yeah, on Van Halen 3. And there was a lineup of people, everyone asking questions, everyone. There was the 4 members of the band. They were very overwhelmed. Obviously, you know, he was hugging everyone in the signing. Like I was just saying, Caleb, I don't know if you heard of, you know, I met him in the signing for this Van Halen 3 when he came to Australia. And, you know, it was like a lineup of people that sort of got to meet him. It must have been at least 50 or more people. And I guess they just put on the face and they do the thing of signing the record, saying hello to everyone, shaking everyone's hands. Eddie was hugging everyone. But then I knew one of the girls that worked at the HMV store at the time. I knew, and I said, I've got to meet them. Like, she goes, well, just go out to the lunchroom, because they've got to go through the lunchroom to get out to the back laneway to get in their Tarago. So I waited in the lunchroom, and I thought it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
And then before I knew it, I heard voices coming, and it sounded like them. I was like, "Oh man, this is them." And he walked through the door for, it must have been no more than 10 minutes, Caleb. But the four of them were there, and I said, "Hey man," I didn't know what to say. I was like a bit shell shocked,
Right.
Heroes, you don't know what to say. And I said, "Hey man, I know you signed this, but can you personalize it for me?" And he's like, "Sure, man." And then he started interacting with me and wanting to know, where I lived, what I did, blah, 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 so exactly what you were saying, Caleb. I was listening while I was driving home. And I know your story when you met him. So like he signed it and he wrote Brad on it to Brad, and he signed it. And then I got the rest of them to sign it. So
that's cool. Wow.
And they're all really nice, but Ed took he kissed me on the cheek and hugged me. He doesn't know me from a bar of soap. And then I was talking to him about my friends that toured with him, Baby Animals, and then he just opened up like a floodgate. And after about 10 minutes, they were like, Ed, we've got to go, man. But I'll give it to all of them. Alex was very nice. Michael was very nice. Gary was nice. They were all really accommodating, but Ed was intently wanting to know about me. He was focused, and I agree, Caleb. He was very interactive, but he was staring at me the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very intimidating when your hero, that face, those eyes, like I remember going, "There's his nose," like he's got that nose, right? Like that's it, like I remember thinking that, like that's that nose, it's right there.
And that smile too, also that smile.
Yep.
I remember just being like in awe of the four of them, obviously, because I'm a young kid. I'm a nobody. Nobody knows who I am. I'm there, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting in a lunchroom at HMV Records, waiting for him to pass through it to say hello. But he remembered me from out when I got the initial signing done, because I mentioned Baby Animals there. Obviously, I was trying to get some, green points or whatever you want to go, brown points.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to him about stuff, so I mentioned Baby Animals, and he was talking to me. And then when I came out in the lunchroom and started talking about Dave Leslie and the Baby Animals guys, and then he just wanted to know about me and when I was playing guitar, and I said, "Yeah, look, I'm," but it was that's the one thing I remember. He was completely and utterly focused on the conversation, but in a large group, what you were saying before, Caleb, he wasn't able to do that. So
yeah, and you could almost see him kind of, being crushed by that, reality that he couldn't be that way with everyone. Like
that's like that when he was with Peavy, man, and that everybody in the room felt so bad for him. You could feel it in the room, man. Like, yeah, he was not in his element there. He would, I guess, be with you one-on-one. He wants to talk to you about your dog or whatever. He doesn't. But when just, I don't know, 100 people are packed in this little fishbowl looking at you, it's just got to be a little panicky feeling. Like I have kind of an anxiety. What's the phobia for being in crowds and outside? So what so what do? I play in a band. Okay.
Well,
yeah,
it's a great way
I'll
to
ask this of you guys. You've all been up on, different in bands playing in front of people, and I've heard it described as like when you're in front of 100 people, it's 100 people. And I don't know how big venues you guys have played, but when it's something like a stadium gig, it's not people anymore. It's just a mass.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's something that's away from you.
I would rather play in front of maybe 500 or more than like 20 or 30.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but this was back in. I mean, I haven't played out for 20 years. This is back in the early '90s when, college rock was real big, and there are plenty of clubs to play, and but I'm so jealous of. I hate to say it because he's going to be like. I'm so jealous of Caleb because it's like, dude, you get to you get to do what you love. I miss the live and being able to hear my guitar really loud. It was you're just in this world that it doesn't matter what's out in front of you really, as long as you can hear hear your band, hear kick and snare and the vocals. There's just nothing like it, man.
No, there's nothing like it, and it took me forever to get to it. Trust me, because if you know my story, I was never in a band until this one. So I played with people. I played here and there. I recorded things and did stuff like that, but I never actually had a group like for more than a month. It just didn't work out.
That's a pretty good first band then. Shit, my first band was playing in the upstairs for like 20 people. We'd have a party, smoke.
Well, I mean, we started playing. Our first show was probably for 28 people. So it doesn't start huge, and I mean, it helps if you have a singer has some notoriety, so he can bring a few people in.
But as a guitar player, you still got to bring it every night.
That's correct.
I mean, if people weren't so critical to my playing as you're playing, they're like, okay, Mr. Van guy.
Yeah, no, you definitely are. People are watching.
On your phone, the way you jump. If you don't hit that lick right, dude, oh boy.
Well, Caleb, there's a couple of questions I want to ask you. Maybe you can tell the guys about that guy from Weezer that came to check you out, and he was standing in front with his arms crossed. So maybe you can tell us that story.
Oh, that's brutal.
But I know that you're an endorsed artist. Were you involved with the new Fender pedal board that's been released? Because
I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it till yesterday, till I saw it.
Oh, okay. Because it's got some EVH. It's got the EVH amps on there.
Right, and all I've said for years is like, why doesn't EVH make a modeler? But here it is. Fender made a modeler, and there's EVH in it. So it's here. Yeah, it's
you're the only YouTuber not to get one. Hell, I even got one.
Yeah. Did you?
No.
All right, guys. Sorry, guys, I gotta go. All right, because it's pretty late for me. It's
dude.
It's late. It's late.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Luckily, I have no school tomorrow. So, actually, today I have no school, but I'm cool now. So, just gonna take a rest. I'm a bit tired, but it was great chatting with you guys. So,
keep playing, dude.
Come back.
Thanks, Caleb. I always wanted to be on a show with you, actually, with Andrew.
Oh.
And you to cook Brad cook.
We'll do it again,
man.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, bro. Keep it up, man.
Take it easy, all right? Take care.
See you, mate.
Long live Eddie.
You got it, bro.
The king. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of you straight away when I saw it. It came up on my news feed on Fender with this new modeler, and I know that you're a Headrush dude. And then I checked it out, and there's an EVH. There's the EVH amps on there, Brad. And I'm going, man.
I know.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought. I wasn't even happy to see it. I swear, I was more like, oh shit! Now I gotta spend money.
Like, damn it! I think I'm gonna like this thing. Shit.
Yeah, I have to spend more money and learn something new. Fuck.
The guy, I tell you, the guy
they
who
give you one.
On it,
I get half off, but it's still half off is a lot.
Okay.
$800 or $900. Yeah.
Yeah, It's not cheap.
I did see Ola. Ola did. He got one, and Ola goes straight for go 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 go. It's like
yeah.
I don't want to hear the amps with a shitload of effects. I want to hear the amp and a cab. I want to start there and hear that. But what seemed to be really interesting was their FRFR amps too. So
right, they have EQ on the FRFR, so that's new.
It looks pretty interesting, man. You still got to be in the room with it and to hear it, but
yeah, like I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna have to play it first and see. I got to stop buying things.
Don't we all?
Don't
we all, bro?
But it's never gonna end. It's never fucking ending. So, yeah. And I just built like a whole like wet, dry, wet, for this new delay pedal. I'm like, oh, I guess I got to go there, and I still haven't like found the space to be able to set it up, and plus it's complex, and I have to know, I was talking to Pete Thorne about it, and now he doesn't have time to help me actually plug it all in and stuff, and get the right. Because he told me what to get. Like he said, you get this little thing, this thing, that thing. Get the fucking parallelizer, which is gonna mix the wet, in parallel.
Oh, wow.
Make sure it's in parallel. Don't like all this shit. So. And now there's a new modeler. Great. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I'm definitely not gonna do anything drastic yet. I'm going to Texas with my old rig, my old head rush. I'm going to plug that in. I'm going to be comfortable, But,
Digitech has this RP, never mind.
I do want to start playing with cabs behind me. So I think the next thing I want is the Seymour Duncan stereo, pedal amp, 100 watt. Like it's very powerful, but it's stereo, so I can go through 2 cabinets from my head rush or whatever modeling board I use. So that's a cool item that's coming out like in a month or so. So
I like how Brad keeps nodding his head. Like
he knows what I'm talking about.
Green, but look,
that's really cute as he sits in front of the packs.
It's one of the things you learn when you do these shows a lot is you let people have their space and talk and not talk over them. But I'm agreeing without going, yeah, Caleb, I fucking agree. I'm just listening and nodding away rather than spitting it out the way I want to. But I think I've learned that over time. How long have I been doing these sort of shows, Andrew? It's been a long time now.
Couple of years, bro.
Yeah. So, Caleb's talking. It's like, give him the space. I'm not going to talk over him.
No, I'm just talking about your back line there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, well, my backline, I mean, when I do local shows, I pretty much only use one head, one cab. But when I haven't done the Guns N' Roses show for a long time. But when I start doing them again, I'll be using both heads and both cabs again. But I'm trying to work on my own shows a little bit and trying to get some, probably be playing to 28 people as well. No one will probably come, but I want to just do a couple of shows playing my own stuff. So it'll be fun, and get that sort of going. And I'll probably use a bigger venues boat just because nothing, I've got and I'm kind of spewing the Fender thing came out too because less than a year ago, Andrew, I bought the Helix floor stomp thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not made of money, I'm a struggling musician, as they like to call it. So,
and they're not cheap. That Fender one's not cheap. It's going to be about $2.5
I
grand.
known it was coming out though, bro. That's what I mean. If I hadn't known, I might have held off. But I bought this Helix Stomp XL. It's called. It's quite large. It's got BV50 150s in. It's got everything. I'm using it strictly and utterly for fly gigs when I do Rewind 80s shows interstate, because a lot of the higher amps we're using are just not up to it. They sound terrible. So, you know, I take one guitar, I take this Helix thing, I plug into the loop effects, and at least I've got decent tone to do gigs with that I've worked on.
It's
but
just
yeah.
too easy. It's too easy. It's too
Yeah.
easy. And
It
we're getting older. Nobody
Oh.
wants to lug that shit. Nobody.
Yeah, well,
even with how cool it looks, and it looks cool. It
Yeah.
feels good behind you, but
Well, unless John ZD351 can help me move some cabs, mate, I usually use the other way. This one.
exactly. So
Caleb, are you using just in ears, or do you have a FRF?
I hate in ears.
Same.
There's only one place we've played that has forced us to do it. Otherwise, I kind of sometimes I put the napkins in, and I just go that way. But
I was still fortunate enough to have, I've never used in ears. Back in the day, it was still floor monitors, 2 412 cabinets, because I'm Quentin fucking James. But at the end of the day, you're talking about your what processor are you using again? The 11, Caleb?
I use the Headrush, the small one, and I go straight into a DI, and then they give it to me in my monitor wedge, maybe a side fill.
Your sound guys love that. At the end of the
they love
day, the audience doesn't give a shit what you're playing through. They don't care. They
No,
don't,
but they're also they're kind of amazed that's
right.
giving that sound. So
right.
Wow.
And the
Put
stuff.
a cardboard quad box on stage, they'll swear it's a Marshall.
Yeah.
Dude, we played that Monsters on the Mountain, and the extreme was there, and we saw them in the airport the next day, and the bass player, what's his name? Pat. He couldn't believe it. He was like, "Are you serious? Like, really? That's what you're using?" And I was like, "Yes." And their sound guy, the guy who mixed A Different Kind of Truth, I think his name is Hagar. Ironically, he couldn't believe it either. And even Nuno said, like, really, like a modeler, really, because they're so old school,
right?
But it's getting it done.
The stuff it sounds so much better,
It's technology. They're nailing
stuff,
it.
$1,000 or $1,500, and they do everything really well
and consistently.
And you can put it in a carry-on bag.
Right? Yeah.
I take when I do fly gigs, I take one guitar, and I take my check-in luggage, and in my check-in luggage, I've got leads, I've got my pedal, I've got everything in there, and it's 2 items of thing that get checked in, and that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, I just travel with a carry-on suitcase that I put my board in that has the Headrush on it and the EVH flanger and the EVH phaser, and then I have a little bypass switcher that's down on the front of the board that gives me both of those. And then it's a cool board because it extends and it does that little telescoping thing, and then I put my wireless on it right down on front of me, and then plug straight in. So that goes in my suitcase that I put over in the overhang, and then my guitars are in that new Anki case. Do you have the Anki, by the way? Sorry, I gotta go check something. My kid's blood sugar. I'll be back.
No problem, bro. It's all good.
I would be. I still think to this day that as technology moves forward, even guys like Nuno and who knows Ed probably use a lot of that stuff in the background as well as real amp tones as well. I mean, Nuno recorded a lot of his recent album using plugins.
Yep.
So
he's
you
halfway there, bro. He's halfway there.
And in a venue where you're playing, where the sound guy wants you to play at a lower volume than, an acoustic drum kit, that it's almost impossible sometimes to get a guitar tone out of a valve amp, because even though my amps, for example, have been modified and sound great at a low volume, sometimes it's really difficult. And like having, for example, the Helix, and I know I've got consistent tone. It's not, but look, I'm using a Friedman amp in my line 6, and the thing sounds incredible. Really sounds amazing. So, Rock Professor.
Right, stop that. Good God.
Oh boy.
Morning, kids. What's going on?
Morning.
Look at that. So I'm in with the big boys tonight. Quentin, effing James, John. How you doing? At last,
I'm still doing.
On a stream. My God. And the mighty twosome, the boss man, Brad.
Good
How
to
we
see you,
doing,
bro.
guys?
Caleb's coming back too. Caleb's just gone to do something with his boy, and so he's still in the chat as well. So
No worries. That's all right. Yes. Good morning, Caleb. Yes.
good to see you. Good to see you. I think you did this last year with us too, didn't you? You jumped on the EVH show last year as well.
Yeah. Just leapt on for a bit just to make sure you were all behaving yourselves. And hey, Caleb, how you doing?
Good, man. Good, Simon. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah.
Caleb,
Yeah.
Caleb, what was his number?
Well, he's
I'm
laying
di-
on it.
I'm diabetic too. So, yeah.
He's laying on it. It's 94. So
That's good. That's really good.
yeah, he drops fast, so it's kind of
Oh,
we try
dude,
to keep him.
the first time I found out I was diabetic in the ER, my blood sugar was 576.
Wow.
Which is apparently like 4 minutes away from a diabetic coma.
Yep.
Wow.
Acid for blood, like alien.
Why can't I see straight? What's going on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to hospital line.
That's Simon.
Yes.
That's Simon every Friday night. Why can't I see straight?
Yeah, I wish. Yes. Oh dear.
That's not sugar.
That's not no. That's the kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew, you haven't got that picture handy, have you, mate?
Oh, this one. Hold on. Hold on.
Oh, this one. You see.
This one.
I'm off. Honestly. Caleb, when you as you're traveling this weekend, don't you? Do you book your guitar into the hold?
To where?
Do you take your guitar and put it in the hold of the aeroplane?
Oh yeah. I have these Anki. They're called Anki case. ENKI.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's like a big monolith. That you roll around and a piece of it comes off.
Yeah.
You stick 2 guitars in there. And I was doing the double guitar on the plane, but we did this one thing to Idaho and back, and on the way back we had a really, really mean flight attendant who would not let us on the plane with the guitars.
Really?
And yeah, like we had to check them, but these cases weren't made to be put down below. So I just told myself that's never going to happen again. That plane we eventually did get to put them on the plane upstairs, but I just told myself I'm getting that monolith. I'm gonna check it. I have a tracker on it, you know, so I know if it's made it on the plane or not. In most cases, sometimes it's fooled me, which is a fucking heart stopper. But
I'm going to Italy on Sunday. I'm going for a week playing my guitar in Italy, and this guitar holiday. But I've booked my guitar a seat.
There you go, like Joe Bonamassa.
Yes, yeah, I know. Yes, I'm not, but it's like 100. It's like 100. The seat two ways was 120 pounds or something. You know, 130 pounds.
Right.
So yeah, I've got an old. It's not particularly valuable. I've got a 35-year-old Stratocaster that I've had for 35 years. It's like that is not going to any baggage hold ever with anybody. You know, it's the only way that's going on a plane is if it's an EasyJet, the company the British company I'm flying with. They've been really funny about guitars in the past. You know, that thing about it's got to be a certain size and the guitar right on the edge of the measurements. I'm not doing it. So in the past, I've gone by train because I'm too scared to go on the aircraft and put my. But no, I've got a Mr. Music 10D Mr. Musical Instrument, 10C Simon Williams. Yeah.
I won't fly with anything that I can't replace. You know.
No.
Like.
Well, I can't replace that guitar. You know, he's played every gig I've ever done, literally thousands of gigs, and I played every single gig with that guitar. It's like it's part of me. You know, it's a sentimental thing.
You're in a long-term relationship with that guitar.
Yeah, very. I've had it nearly as long as I've been with Caroline. Not quite,
I think
nearly.
Simon, it's your first wife, isn't it?
My only bloody wife.
Years ago, it was back mid-90s, we were the Melbourne and Sydney office where I was working, were going back and forth for different meetings, and one of the guys said, bring a guitar up next time. So I had one of my, it was a Japanese-made Strat copy that I just took the neck off it and put it in my carry-on baggage. And I got a weird look when I was putting the bag through the X-ray machine, boarding. Got there, screwed the neck on, and off we went. You wouldn't even be able to take a screwdriver onto a flight these days.
My guitars just got chucked in the back of my Astro van.
Somebody else I know went on the same thing I'm going on. He bought a Strat and then just took the neck off, put it in his luggage. Didn't take the strings off, just took the neck off, put one on, put it in his normal suitcase.
There you go.
I'm too scared to do that. I'm not taking the neck off. God,
you got to go set it up.
The fear, yes, absolutely. Then it'd be ruined. Oh my God, just surrounded by 17 other guitar players. Somebody will be able to fix it, but it's not my idea of a good time. So Caleb, how many gigs have you got? How many gigs have you got this weekend? Got one in Texas, is that right?
Next week.
Next week.
San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston.
Nice tour.
And then the following Friday night is Vegas.
Vegas, baby.
So
cool. What, in one of the casinos? Yeah. Is it casino gigs?
So it's at the Hard Rock Cafe. They have a stage there. So.
Oh, nice.
I hope there's a good showing because we could possibly get like a regular thing if it's a good night. So,
are they what a casino audience? I mean, is it a theater kind of thing? So they're going for the gig.
Sorry.
So are they good gigs? Casino gigs? Is an audience there kind of up for a gig?
It depends.
Sitting at machines.
The money is always good. This one at the Hard Rock.
Of course.
The Hard Rock's not a casino. It's a restaurant.
No,
so
true. It's not. No, yeah,
they have a stage, and it used to be a casino, but it's in a different location. It's just a restaurant on the Strip now. So But usually a casino gig pays really well, and sometimes the crowds are really good, but sometimes they cannot be that great too. But you still get paid. So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, paid to practice. Well, so they're not all sitting at machines, are they? And kind of.
No, it's usually a theater, but
okay,
right.
It's usually like a venue that's part of the casino.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So it is a proper. Yeah. You're not just
He's
playing.
not on the blackjack table.
Yeah.
No.
The casinos have all
opposite the black.
the casinos have all figured out that the best way to bring out, the demo that they want in their casino, pulling levers and stuff, is to bring them rock music in a theater nearby, so that when they finish on time, which you're supposed to, like, there's a very hard schedule when you play casino, because they want people back in the fucking casino as soon as possible. So that's definitely like a gig, like you can't keep going, or they'll just pull the plug. Like, fucking,
I know, Caleb, that you've gone to the World Poker Champs a couple of times. You've given yourself a opportunity to do well there. So when you go and play in these gigs, do you go and play some poker?
Sometimes, I mean, most of the time, well, it's changed. A lot of casinos don't have poker anymore since COVID, so they kind of took that game away from the casino because of the proximity. And then a casino, they're smart. They know that poker is one of the only games that they can run where they don't make a lot of money, because the money goes between the players, right? So the house just takes a rake here and there. They pull money out of the pot, but it's not really for all the, for the amount, for what they put into hosting it. It doesn't really. It's not a great investment for them. So they use the pandemic to kind of kill poker in a lot of casinos. So. But yeah, I don't really have time to play a lot when we do these things, because we're kind of in and out,
Yep.
So I'll bet.
I'm sorry, I've got a critter on the floor.
Oh wow!
Now he's on the modem. Reggie's kind of getting his flying wings underneath him, so he's trying.
The baby dragon.
Yeah.
Baby dragon.
Baby dragon. Blimey.
Well, long live the king. Thanks for doing this.
No problem,
I'm gonna hop off here too, because I think even my voice is hurting Caleb's ears. There's a whole joke in here, so just don't even.
That's all right.
But not to give him a big head, because his head's big enough already. But Caleb, you're a monster player. There, I said it.
Thanks.
He's like, thanks for the backhanded comment.
Oh man.
No, best of luck. Seriously. All right, guys. Andrew, did you send me a friend request on Facebook?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because I didn't know if it. I don't like saying. I thought we were already pals on there. I don't know why, and I don't like. I didn't know if you got hacked, and so anyway, I'll go back and you can see all my ghetto Kroger posts on Facebook.
Awesome. Oh, guess what I'm doing after the show.
Trying to figure out how to block me on Facebook. All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
See ya.
Have a good one.
Thank you,
Quentin.
Thanks, Quentin.
Take care. See you soon. Bye.
What a dude.
Up to get
Well, just on what Q said, Caleb. I'm glad that you said before that you don't concentrate on note for note, even though you do a very good job of emulating, but you go for the spirit. And I think that anyone who tries to do any sort of tribute needs to put that first. So many people just look for the notes and just don't.
There are the exceptions, I mean, Simon, that it's ridiculous. He
but
does it
no,
all.
he does it note for note, but he has the spirit behind it,
Absolutely.
and
So,
and
you know, like,
and I
more
think
power
that's
to him. Like,
why it succeeds.
yeah, I can't.
You know,
he's a
I've heard
mind
some-
blower to me.
Oh yeah.
So, but I never wanted to do the note for note because I knew that it was, you know, not possible for me. You know, it's possible for Simon, but
not me. I hasten
like,
to add.
This from the guy that does the Oakland version of Unchained in there as well. So look, I know you. I know where you're coming from with it, but
yeah,
you close
well, even
enough
that
that
I
you don't
don't.
have to
Even
worry.
that I'm not doing note for note, but
and that kills me too. Actually, my brother-in-law plays in a cover band, and a few weeks back, he got a comment on a Facebook video where some guy said, "Oh, you was a." Are you going to go my way, Lenny Kravitz? And he said, "You missed a couple of the notes there in the solo. You know, you made some interesting." No, what did he say? He said, "Have you tried learning the solo because he makes some very interesting note choices which you missed?" And I'm thinking, this cock, you know, just you know, you miss the
They're
whole
everywhere.
point of music. Yeah, well, you know,
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, when you spoke about having someone with the arms folded watching you, and they can go jump. You know,
I understand it. You know, you put yourself on, you know, on display. You know, everybody's a critic. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's in our nature to want to see someone prove themselves or want to see them fail. Like, people are that sadistic. So, I think my whole mantra has been, I want it to sound like it's Ed just at another show where he doesn't even remember what he's doing. You know,
that's it.
Like,
and
because
you know,
that's what he would
hear
do.
some, yeah, definitely.
You know,
you hear some players
so,
when you know they do
you
their
know,
own versions of their own stuff too.
Yeah. So never trying to just do what was done. Yeah. I think it's kind of more exciting and easier. It frees me up, dude, to not think about that. Because
say that.
you know, the old saying, if you're thinking, you're stinking, right?
Yeah.
If you're thinking while you're playing, it's probably not going too well. And it's so much more fun to just let it rip. Yeah. And that's what he did. You know, that's what he did.
Ed's comment was, you don't work music, you play it.
Exactly. And you know, some of those solos you got to do kind of right, you know, like note for note or close to it. Because it works with the song. You know, I'm sure there's solos he did where he's like, oh my God, that really works for the song. I will stick to that. You know.
Sure.
But we've seen him go off the page a lot. And I think that's cool too. Because then that's special for you. So
yeah.
There's something
drawing
liberating
the
about,
line between copy.
There's something liberating about not having to play it note for note anyway, and really going for it and putting yourself in the zone, like really finding, you know, that moment. Because this, I mean, you watch Ed live, and that's what he used to do. He used to just go for it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his solos were never identical every show. So.
Yeah, and you know, that probably came from him trying to do note for note and then realizing it's impossible.
Okay.
Why do this to myself? You know, why do I? It's so much easier just to let go. You know, like the first year that I did Nerd Halen, I was still thinking about, like, who's paying us, you know, while I'm on stage, you know, like who am I collecting from? You know, do we have, you know, do we have rooms all set up? Like, there's all these questions in my mind, and I'm playing, and it was suffering. Or, you know, is Jeff doing the right fill? or that kind of thing. And as soon as I finally just said, dude, stop, this is the time you get to just play. There's nothing you can do about any of the other things, because I run the whole show, and I like it. But I was thinking about way too much other shit while I was on stage, and it was definitely making me fuck up. And as soon as I realized that needed to stop, and that as soon as I kind of meditate before we go out, I tell myself, you're a guitar player. I keep saying that to myself, in the 30 seconds till we're up, you're a guitar player, you're a guitar player. So that I just stop thinking about everything else related to the operation. Right. And it works. So anybody out there who's in my position, they run their own band and they control everything or think they do. I would recommend that you just sort of zen out and get right back into just, having that moment. 'Cause there's nothing like it. That's why we do it. It all comes down to that moment when you're about to go up. It's the coolest thing in the world. You're nervous, sure, but I always tell myself I'm excited. So I kind of kill it. I'm excited. And I love it. I love just the camaraderie I have with the guys and the team part of it, the sports thing. There's a sports feel to it. Let's go execute. And then, I love this. I love that we start with Running with the Devil because it's easy and I get to look at people, I get to check in with everybody while I'm playing, just to start. And I'm not worried about playing Unchained, which is what we used to start with. Because there's some pretty hard parts to play in that song where you kind of want to be in the right spot. But, you're playing Run with the Devil. It's not that complicated. So it's a great way to ease into the set. And I love it. I love being able to do it. I'm hoping to do it a lot more. We just got a booking agent finally that seems like it's going to work really well. So I'm anticipating a really good upcoming year. And man, I'd love to come down and see you guys down there. That would be the fucking coolest thing ever. So
well, and certainly Europe. Europe. Richie Kotzen's just touring Europe and at the moment, and I'm putting you in that category. Caleb, you know what I mean? But the good thing about touring Europe is that, as you know, you can be in 5 countries in 1.5 days,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would be so surreal to take this thing out of the country and, get a nice reaction. That would be, it wouldn't make any sense actually, but then it would. So I think it's a lot of fun. We're having fun. The show's fun. People like to laugh. Hal's so funny, and I love what he does in between songs and how he loosens everybody up, and then the music just kills. And so it's a good product. I'm really proud of it. And
I wouldn't discount how important an aspect of your act that is, because people go out to have a good time, and I think especially Van Halen being a party band, I mean,
that's what
you need to bring the spirit.
A lot of people, when they compare the singers and all that, and don't get me wrong, Sammy said some cool stuff between songs, and he was actually way more honest and real between songs than Dave. But Dave had the perfect delivery, so you thought it was the first time he was saying it to you. And but he was so funny. He had such a great comedic timing that he made people literally laugh. And that aspect of Van Halen that set them so apart from every other band that took themselves seriously. And that combination of being able to laugh at stuff and smile and then get your head blown off by that band is why the Mighty Van Halen was the Mighty Van Halen, because they kind of stripped you down to a 7-year-old mentality. It was that kind of entertainment, and they it just worked really well. And but I love all eras. I love, obviously, because of it's Eddie's music, and I was really sad that it ended with Dave, because I was just getting into them in the first couple of years, and it really felt like it was over. It didn't feel like, oh, they're just going to get a new singer, it's going to be fine. A lot of people don't talk about how scary that time, that 1985 period was of, holy shit, this could all be over, forever. Hey there.
Morning, Holly. How you doing?
Hi guys, how are you?
Hello.
G'day, Holly. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, thanks for letting me jump on for just a bit. I just I've been watching for quite some hours, listening to everybody.
Well, you're a
So,
Van
and
Halen fan. You're a big
Yeah.
part of the community that we're all part of. So yeah, good on you.
Yeah. Hey Caleb. Hey Johnson. Hey Rock Professor. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can
Yeah,
hear
you're
you.
fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah, this was the first photo that I called, or I messaged Richard Galbraith, right after Eddie died. I'm like, Richard, do you have any pictures of Eddie? And so he gifted this to me. And then, of course, it ended up on Tinkerman, however you do that right there. So, yeah.
That's great. You don't see those a picture with him in those pants from '79 with the bumblebee. You usually see the Frankenstein.
That's what
That's
Johnny
the
Dean
nerd in me.
said. Well, and good for you. And I think Caleb, is he playing Ice Cream Man
Probably.
in that pose?
He might be.
Somebody had mentioned that to me a
He
long
might
time
be.
ago.
Or he's in the middle of his solo.
Okay, yeah. And
Let
this
me.
is
Can you
Tulsa.
put it up to the screen more, and I can tell you. Isolate her.
I'm
Isolate.
trying not to get a glare. Okay, hold on a minute. See it's
There you go.
reflecting
Turn it to that way a little.
this way.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Can you see his hands?
Yeah, I think he's playing Eruption right before the fast part. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What song is he playing?
Why are you?
What's some sort of twisted game
That's
show?
really funny.
That is
great
some,
game show.
that is some nerdery right there.
That is some nerdery.
I learned that
nerded-
word.
I
from-
nerded that.
You did nerded that. I learned that word from you, Caleb. Nerdery.
I just used it just now.
Oh, well, you used it before, and I picked it up.
Some nerdery.
That's
So, gosh, how cool that you got to meet Brad. I didn't know you got to meet Eddie either until tonight.
Yeah.
Both of you guys did.
No, it was something that I won a contest for an album signing, and I wasn't satisfied with just getting the album signed and not having a decent chat to him. And I'm lucky I had some connections there through someone who worked at the record store. So that just worked in my favor. I was very lucky. Very lucky.
That is so cool. And I love your autographed thing. I'll have to go back and look at it again because Caleb, did you ever you got a tortoise pic that you can't find? Oh, he's going to show it.
So
Where's Eddie? Down low.
Ed's signature is there.
Okay, right there. Okay, sideways. What is that?
That's the
What
Van
is
Halen
that?
3. Inside of the Van Halen 3, you know.
Oh, there were cards.
It's like a limited edition steelbox version.
Yeah, so it's like a tin
okay.
box. It's like a tin box.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Were they all pre-signed, or they
No.
signed them for the people?
They signed them
As
in
they
a
came
record
past.
store, John. There was about maybe 60, 50 people lined up to sign. And or they signed for an hour or something, and
okay,
they were really slow at signing because everyone was talking to them. so that's what they signed when everyone was getting signed, and I wasn't satisfied with that. So
You got another. Well, Brad, you've got an extra one, and you know you could always mail that on over here.
no, it's personalized. That's
I'm
probably
I'm teasing, of course. I'm teasing. Caleb, and what do you think happened to your pick? We need to find your pick.
I don't know. I have a red one from the 1987 NAMM show, NAMM Jam, when he
Yeah.
played with Steve Stevens. Remember that night?
Yeah.
That was really cool because do you remember the Police Academy movies? That guy Michael Winslow, the voice guy, the guy who did all the voices, and he was in one of the Cheech and Chong movies, and he played when they were at the insane asylum, and he was the guy playing like Hendrix on a broomstick, and he can do this thing with the microphone where he can play Hendrix with his voice.
Yeah.
So he was the MC of that NAMM Jam where he's introducing everybody, and then when Eddie came out to play with Steve Stevens, he said, I always wanted to see what it was like if Hendrix and Van Halen dueled. So
yeah,
I wish that was recorded. I wish that was on, recorded somewhere, because it was crazy. And they're just trading licks, and he's doing the voice version of Hendrix, and Eddie's playing. So
oh my god,
that was a really cool night. But I knew a guy who was playing keyboards with Elliot Easton, who was on that bill because he was a Kramer artist. And so I went to sound check, and so I was standing side stage while the Elliot Easton act was checking, and that's when Zeke walked up next to me, and with a
Zeke Clark
with a tweed Fender case, and put it on the ground, and he opened it, and the 5150 was at my feet, and I'll never forget that. So yeah, I got two red picks from that exchange, and one of them I put through a necklace, and then it ripped out and I lost it. But the other one I have somewhere. I think I know where that one is. But yeah, to be that close to the 51, I wish I could have said, can I touch it? But I didn't. I was so like speechless.
Or can I take this?
You weren't looking around for the exits. Yeah.
Yeah.
You look around for the exits, Caleb. Where's it? Yeah, run.
I wish I could have said, that thing's going to be worth like $20 million someday.
Look over there. Look at that. Yes.
Yeah.
That piece of wood, that piece of wood right there is going to be worth $20 million.
Yeah.
So, but he gave you the tortoise pick at the filming?
At the One Day at a Time taping, yeah.
Yeah.
Since, in March of '83.
Well, that was just yesterday. I mean.
Yeah, 40 and a half years ago.
I know. Where did you just put it in your jeans pocket and then you took it home?
No, I think I had it in a box of keepsakes, so it could still be in there. I just haven't looked thoroughly enough. Maybe it's stuck in something or something. I don't know.
Oh, you gotta go look. You gotta find that.
I know.
That's
he opens the box. It's like the Holy Grail.
I know. Oh, light comes shining out.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Yes.
we're down. That's what it was like when Zeke opened the case. So.
Zeke.
I don't know, man. Things are just things. The memories are what's important.
Wasn't expecting that. So.
Adam, that's
Hi,
Adam Roach.
Adam.
That's the, what do you call it? The lanyard thing that I had from the signing. So it's in
Cool.
HMV in the city.
Oh wow, that's cool, Brad.
Yeah. So it's HMV Records.
But you got a lanyard to go to the meet and greet, Brad.
Yeah, it was selected people, mate. I was a very important person back then. I'm joking.
Of course.
I knew someone at the record store, so it worked in my favor. Let's just put it that way.
And then the
Brad,
following
still
year,
a very- oh,
in '88, he played the NAMM Jam, and that's the night that Sam Kinison hosted.
Oh.
And
he's from Tulsa, Sam Kinison.
Yeah, he was, and
yeah,
he I remember because like right before he introduced Eddie near the end, who came out with to play with Billy Idol. I think they played together. But Sam said something like, you guys, everybody here, you got to take your life tonight because it ain't going to get any better than this.
Oh, yeah.
But
the end all be all.
I was there for sound check that day, and I got these pictures.
Oh. Hold on, bro.
Hold on. Oh shoot, ski.
There he is.
Wow.
Slamming
Oh
a Heineken
man.
there. And then, what's up, dude?
Dude, that is
And
so
then-
cool.
And then he was walking away from sound check, and I handed someone my camera, and
got that.
That's my first ever picture with him.
Oh, Caleb, that is so
That was
amazing.
the coolest. It was the coolest. That's one of the times that I didn't get to talk to him, but we were together. So, but yeah, where's that pass? I have a pass.
Trying to find. Laz just sent me. Where did I put that? Well, these are the ones that Uncle Pat gave me at Mammoth, or a couple of them.
Cool.
He just like put a bunch of them in my hand like that. Oops, and now I just dropped that one. I found it. I sent a couple of them to, or what I forget, 1 or 2 to Adam because he helped me with Tinkerman. And there was just the back. But that was so nice of Uncle Pat. He was so gracious.
Yeah, he's very, very cool guy.
I got to give him a hug. I'm like, can I give you a hug? And he's like, of course. I had this giant sign that said, Chris Gill sent me. And I was right up at the front. And I had this letter taped to the back of the poster. See, it says Wolf. And it fell off in the car. So I'm like, my name's Holly. You know, I'm trying to write what the hell this is, and I'm trying to give him. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Which was a Tinkerman poster. And, you know, Jeff Goebel spotted it in the, what's it called, Caleb? Help me out. The Mates studio.
Yep.
There in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's a rehearsal spot.
Yeah, and Matt Bruck and I think a guy named James Brown.
James
Is that
Brown?
his name? John?
Not that one.
Didn't y'all talk?
Not that James
one.
Brown.
No, he's the amp
Yeah,
builder,
they
isn't he?
were-
James Brown, the amp builder.
No.
I dated a guy named James Brown but his nickname was Ozzy. If that can screw with your head, but anyway. Yeah, he spotted Tinkerman in Mate's studio, storage, whatever they were doing there.
Here's that pass from the Kramer 87.
Hold on, bro.
Isolate. Wait, hold still. Oh, that is so cool. NAMM All Access. That's all I can make out.
All-Star
Cool.
Jam. NAMM. See more
All-Star
documentary.
Oh, wow. So cool.
Yep.
You guys.
Yep.
Well, it's been 3 years. Can you believe you've got a Ritz Cracker, John Zed?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, crunching live on YouTube.
That's a wrong show.
John's always telling me off for making a noise.
No, we don't eat food on the show, John.
No.
That was just for comedic effect.
But you're allowed to drink.
Does it count if I've got a pink Van Halen guitar pick or not?
Oh, hold on.
Of course it does.
A pink one. Of course it does.
Isolate.
Hold on, Pinky. Wow.
Ooh, that's nice. That's very nice. Those were probably for the girls. I'm kidding. I have some other Van Halen picks. I'm just trying to. I don't know. Oh, maybe I'll put them in here. Yeah. I've got it. This is from Halenville when I won trivia. There's one there, and there's another one there, and I got it. And I won a Jason Becker and a David Lee Roth. Wait, sorry, I can't turn it. And a Cabo Wabo and a Michael Anthony. And I think that's it. Yeah, I need a new pick holder. For real. Oh, and I have a Quentin a Quentin James, but it's right there.
Haven't we all?
It has fallen. But I shall fix it.
What, like Quentin? Yes.
Yeah.
Falling behind.
Yeah. It's fallen like Quentin.
Hey, Andrew, thanks a lot for doing this, man. I'm gonna roll, but
no problem, bro. You know you have a permanent invite on here, so anytime you want to hang on, jump on when we're doing
I won't
anything.
be such a stranger.
Nah, you're all good, bro. Rock and roll.
You're busy.
Keep
Good luck. Keep battling those promoters, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for playing and putting your videos out and your solos. And I love the Without You that you just put out. That was so great. I mean, you are just such an amazing player.
I'm trying to talk the guys into doing that one, but
that would be great.
I haven't been able to do it yet. I want to do that song.
Oh, poor Hal. He's like,
and then do like a verse. Stop it in the middle and do a verse of More Than Nerds, not More Than Words. There, I said it.
Nice.
Oh, I was going to ask you, where are you going to be in Texas?
San Antonio on the 13th, a week from tomorrow. Holy shit.
Wow.
At a place called the Hespy. And then the SB, and then in Dallas, in Grapevine, Texas, which is part of Dallas Fort Worth, a place called the Glass Cactus on the 14th, next Saturday.
That sounds painful.
And then the next
Texas
day.
before, Caleb?
Oh yeah, we're big in Texas. Like that's where we get most of our gigs now. So
everything's big in Texas.
And we're gonna go back to the Glass Cactus on New Year's Eve. So
wow.
Ooh, looking out.
paying
New
us a
Year's
grip.
Is Barber gonna come see you? He lives
don't know.
doesn't he live in Dallas?
Oh yeah, he lives in Houston. He's coming because on Sunday the 15th we play in Houston at the Rise Rooftop, and I will see Alan there. Yeah, he came to see our Austin show a year ago.
Okay, it was Austin. And there
Yes.
isn't that. Do you know that Steve Emerson?
And he told me I
man?
played the first solo in I'm the One all wrong. So I'm just kidding.
Oh.
He did he really?
He did. He did.
He would.
No, he's like, I already know.
He did.
No, he goes, I already know you don't play it note for note, so it's okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did.
Alan.
But he'll also tell you what volume to put your amp on too as well.
No, he was telling me that my B string was 2 cents north of
under.
Oh no,
2 cents sharp.
2 cents sharp. My A string was a little off, but not really.
Yeah.
And plus, Ed's strings were 7 days old when we recorded that record, and mine seemed to be seemed to be about.
Just play him a balance song so he runs away.
It's a sickness. All right.
Oh, no.
Great seeing you guys. Brad,
God bless
see
you, bro.
Caleb. Take care, man.
See you.
Next week.
John.
Thank
Cheers.
you so much.
Bye.
Andrew.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Cheers, bro. Oh, John, play him a balance song and he'll run away.
Alan, we're
Alan,
totally
we love
ribbing
you.
you. Yeah,
We love you.
he's so smart. It blows me away, these guys that know the history of Van Halen just in their head.
And everything else. Him and John Conklin off on the power station and various things like blind the other night when you had him on a couple of weeks ago. Him and John were, off and running. It was amazing,
That's incredible.
It's not only Van Halen that Alan is a nerd on. He's a nerd on Led Zeppelin as well.
Jimmy Page.
Yeah.
And he'll tell you that Led Zeppelin's probably his most nerdiest subject. If you thought that he was a nerd on Van Halen, he's even more nerdier on Led Zeppelin. And also, obviously, you guys know this, a lot of Black American blues artists.
Yeah.
Oh,
he has massive knowledge of everything.
That's where it all
Puts me to
started,
shame.
right? In the Black American blues, that's where rock and roll started, right?
Oh, there's a discussion.
Right?
Holly. Where did it all start?
Oh no.
Ike Turner, Rocket 88? Is it Louis
don't
Jordan?
know.
Is it?
No, Elvis Presley. Started with Elvis, bro.
No, it was before
Oh, look at that.
the rock professor. No.
Yeah. Well, that's the point, isn't it? I mean, I think that's probably as good argument as any for it, isn't it? Actually, it started with Elvis because he was the first great rock and roll star. So then, that's a good point, isn't it?
Those Sun record
Sun
sessions.
Yeah.
Oh,
And Memphis.
oh.
I think I have a Sun Records pick. Hold on a second.
Well, music
Yeah,
being an
dude,
art form, it's all in the eye of the beholder. So it all started for us in all different places wherever we first got the bug.
Right there. I
John.
found
Nice.
Sorry, Holly.
No,
Sorry,
you're
Holly.
fine. No, I'm boring. Sorry.
No, he doesn't.
I can actually isolate people and ask questions at the same time.
Do you want me to show it to you or no?
Come on,
okay.
show us the sun pick. Show us the sun pick.
Right there.
About there.
Sun
That's it.
records.
Yeah. Very cool.
Because I think I just found it on the ground in Nashville somewhere.
Oh shit!
Because I would just find it. I would just find them. I'd be like, okay, I'll
Wow.
pick that up. Anyway, I'm Andrew. Go ahead. I feel embarrassed.
Yeah, no. I was just going to say, John, it's good to have you on, bro, because I think this time last year we couldn't get you on. You tried a few times, didn't you? And there was
oh man, back then I would have been back in my old apartment where I was living in the area where I grew up, and it was like I was in the second level of a 3-level apartment building, and for whatever reason, the reception in that apartment just got worse and worse as time went on.
Okay.
And so now I'm using this as like a bit of a guinea pig setup. I bought a laptop not long, like a couple of weeks ago, and I've only just got internet connected into the house yesterday. So up until then, I've just been using my hotspotting off my phone. And I think the last time I was on with you for any length of time, my phone just overheated and just gave up. Just
it was the debrief show. It was the debrief from the
right.
Corner Bar show.
Yeah. So I know you guys keep hassling me to come on, and I just wasn't confident that I'd ever get through a show. So I'd never want to sign up for a show, but now I suppose I've got no excuse. So
you've got no excuses now.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say, like, I put the headphones on because I wasn't sure if it was myself or someone else that was echoing at the time. I noticed a couple of people weren't wearing headphones, so
I think
I
it was
wanted to see how the
Quentin.
setup was.
Oh, was
I
it?
didn't.
I think it might be.
I didn't
I think
see-
even maybe Leandro was at one point when he jumped on. I think I'm not too sure, but anyway.
Yeah.
But I'm usually that stuff drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
And I don't want to be that
it
guy
does.
saying, "Oh, you're echoing," or whatever like that. So we're all just here for a good
Audio.
time.
Where's
Who's
Hugh?
got their speakers turned up?
No, he's in bed.
He wasn't.
Hugh is.
He was in the chat.
Yeah,
he
he's
was in the
watching
chat
from
earlier.
bed.
Is
Yeah,
he?
he's in
Nice.
bed still. Yeah.
I
Tell him
can
to get up
see
and
Get
get
out of
ready
bed.
for work.
There's a show for you. We could have a show where everyone's in bed.
Get on
I
your
said that.
pajamas.
I said that to him. I said, we can stream from your bed. And he said, nah.
There he is. He says he's still
There
here
he
in
is.
the chat.
Oh, I'm here still. No, he knows. He's got the invite if he wants to. He's got the link if he wants to jump on. Go and check out Hugh's channel too, folks. Go and check out, please. Go and
Yeah,
see
some
what
great fun.
the collaborations that Hugh does with these
Yeah.
cats and some of these women singers. Fantastic work.
Yeah, does great stuff. Great cover versions of things. Fantastic.
Oh, I texted with Haas earlier and asked him if he was going to come on, and he said he was having to get on an airplane. Because
Correct.
I'm like, gosh, we miss you so much, and I hope I'm not overstating, but he always answers me. He's so nice, and he's so busy.
He's very busy.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, he was going to be.
We were all wondering where he was for a while, and someone, I actually think it was you, Holly, that asked, is he okay? We haven't heard from him, and I saw him pop up in one of Ben Coombs' live streams on a Monday out. I think it's the Sunday night show, and so I actually asked him. I said, "Man, you're all good. We were wondering about you." He said, "Yeah, just always in the middle of something."
Yeah.
Which
He was
is
gonna
Like
jump on.
a pro musician.
Yeah.
It's
His
amazing.
intention was to come on and be a co-host with us at the start. But yeah. Brad traveling interstate.
Yeah.
On an aeroplane somewhere.
weren't they in New Zealand just the other day doing the Dirty Dancing show?
I found out that after they were here.
Well, there you go. Timing's
Is that
everything.
him?
Oh, he was
Yeah,
in
they
New
were at-
Zealand, and you didn't go see him.
They were in Auckland, but I found out 2 days later that they were there because, well, and I said to great marketing on your social media, bro.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a marketing thing. I just saw it. I think Nina put up a.
That's right. That's
an
how I
Instagram
saw it.
post or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I knew, and it's like, oh, okay. I would have
Amazing
gone.
singer, Nina.
I would have
Maybe
gone.
that's what they were afraid of.
Oh shit! Don't tell me.
Oh. Oh no!
My reputation, Brad. It's what happens, when you're a mongrel, Barry.
I don't know, mate. Yeah, no, I'm keeping my mouth shut because I don't want to offend no one.
Oh no! How far are you from
I'd do that if I didn't
Auckland?
care.
Hour and a half. Hour and a half. Just
An
up
hour
the
and
road.
a half. Okay. Okay. Aw,
69
that's not
miles.
far. Oh, to be exact.
To be exact, 69 miles.
Yeah, just up the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just googled how far it was, which is what
Oh, no.
I know. Literally just did
Aw.
it. Yes. Gotta
That
know
was
this stuff.
funny when Caleb mentioned 411 for information, and Leandro's like, "What's 411?" You know, he wasn't alive then.
411. I don't know what that is either, but
Oh, did you not have four? Well, that was in America. You would dial 411 on the phone for information.
yeah.
Like,
Oh,
what's
to
the
talk to
weather?
somebody, an operator.
What time is
Oh,
it?
I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like a primitive version of Google for
Yeah.
various things.
Where's
okay.
my husband? No, I'm kidding.
Dear, oh
You
dear.
should- I wonder if they had this in other countries. They deactivated it a couple of years ago because obviously no one uses it anymore. But there used to be a recorded clock that would just you'd dial 1194.
Yeah, the time.
And it
time.
on the third stroke,
The
it would
time.
be 3,
Sponsored by
33
Accuracy.
and 20 seconds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And it was just like
Yeah.
Yeah, they had the same thing here in New Zealand. And if you wanted directory, it was just easy. It was 0. Dialed 0 and you got the operator for directory.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, back in the good old days when you had the phone. I'm kidding.
Okay, here's a question for you guys. And be honest. How many of you can remember your phone number when you were a teenager, when you had the dial-up phones?
Well, of course we all do, because you
Yeah.
had to remember it back in those days. There was no, you'd walk up to a phone, all you had was numbers to press. There was no contact
Can you
list.
remember? Can you remember your number now?
Yeah. Yeah.
9350 5768.
Yep.
Yeah.
918-622-3088.
Yeah. When
Well,
we
Brad
lived in Dorset,
Brad did not answer. Is he too young?
No idea. He's too young.
Oh.
No idea.
I think it's
no
all
one used to
these
call Brad
that have ruined my memory. I can't remember things.
No
I
one
struggle
rang
to
him.
remember the chord
Oh.
structure.
Isn't-
So
Isn't it amazing how many numbers you knew? So you knew your number, you knew your girlfriend's number, you knew your second girlfriend's number, you knew your third girlfriend's number. Yeah. You knew your nana's phone number because you'd had to ring her, a couple of times a year, and when it was your birthday, and say thank you for the $20.
Yes.
So you knew at least 5 phone numbers by heart, didn't you, Simon?
Oh well,
I don't know
my
anyone's
first
phone
telephone
numbers
number. My first telephone number when I was before was Piddle Trentide 293. They are. That's in the 60s. It's only 3 numbers, man. Only 3 numbers.
What did you say though, Pendleton? What?
Piddle Trentide. There's a village in Dorset. Look it up. It's called Piddle Trentide, and we lived between. We lived between Piddle Hinton and Piddle Trentide, in Lackington Mill. And I went to Piddle Hinton Primary School, and it had 27 people in it. The whole school.
I always wondered
I
about this
remember
when
my
I used to
dad
hear
told
about those.
You what, John? Say that again.
No, I was about to say, I always used to wonder, like when I used to sort of hear that people would say, their phone number was words and then a couple of numbers on the end. How did you actually do that?
Well,
Yeah.
Or is it just
Well,
that you just dialed 3 numbers because it was all a local call?
You just dialed 3 numbers because it was local call, John, basically.
And so what happens
Ben.
if I wasn't living in that village and I was calling from London?
Well,
how would I call you?
Oh,
Does that
then
count
you
as long distance?
well,
Or?
no, then you'd put some codes on the front of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't remember what
Or
they
you'd
were,
be
but
cheeky. Or you'd be cheeky and say to the operator, "Can I ring Pendle P Tread
yeah,
851?"
cool. Yeah, and then they put you through.
It's Piddle.
Yeah, they put you through.
Piddle tree
P-S
trunk.
P-I-D-D-L-E, because there's a river piddle, Tolly. There's
Oh,
a river
no.
piddle right through our garden.
Don't drink from it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Doesn't
yes.
that mean to go
yellow?
pee, Piddle? It sounds like a
P-I-D-D-L-E.
The code for that was number 1.
Oh,
I went to a village in Ireland called Burtonport, and they referred to like whenever you went, the phone number for the police station was Burtonport 1. Frank Kelly's bar was Burtonport 3.
Yeah.
It just like everything else was irrelevant. It was just the number of just a single number that you just for whatever wherever you were, and it's just like mad. This is in the 80s as well, but no. So here you have like an area code. So Bristol is 0117. So if you want to dial a number in Bristol and you're not in Bristol, you dial 0117 and then the number.
okay.
So if you London has 2 0207 and 0208, and then you've got 7 digits after that. But yeah, that's how it's divided up here. But then it would have just been because when we moved to Bristol, what was it? It was 0272 73 0272 38024. I think was our phone number in Bristol. So the 0272 was the code for Bristol.
For Bristol.
Which you dialed when you were in there. Yeah, would you dial?
Remember when you
there?
had to dial? Remember when we first started texting, and you had to go A, E, or A R?
Yes.
Each button had 3 letters. What a pain, man!
Tremendous. It's
But the one number we all remember is 5150. That's
999. Yes.
The
number we have
I was
to
about
remember.
to say we've gone off the Van Halen subject, but nicely steered back in.
Beautifully back on by Holly. Yes.
I think Steve Rosen in his book Tone Chaser, he either put his old phone number or Eddie's old phone number. Do y'all remember reading that? Did you get to that part?
No.
I'm like,
what? And then people
I'm
start dialing it. I'll bet.
Yeah.
Blimey. Oh, of course. Yes.
You know I was.
Yes. Was it connected, Holly?
No.
No, there's not enough numbers on it anymore, probably. Yes, fortunately.
It's just like 8670309 or whatever that song was.
All right.
Jenny.
And there was something similar on a was it on the Carnal Knowledge album? There was a phone number, Brad, on the Carnal Knowledge.
Yep. I was just listening and I thought bringing it, the whole Eddie Van Halen thing, it's on Carnal Knowledge. They had to change the album cover.
Yeah, because it was somebody's phone number.
That house is right down the street from me where that number rang in Tulsa. I took a little trip down there and took a video. I
so
tried
it was a
to
random
call
number.
Now it was on a board.
On a blackboard.
A blackboard.
It was Steve Ripley's old number.
Right.
I'm sorry, Brad. Go ahead.
No. That's fine. I was just trying to remember whose number it was, but I thought, it was Steve Ripley's.
And they reckon the phone number that Bon Scott recites in the song "Dirty Deeds" used to get a lot of calls.
Correct.
The guy got very upset about it.
I'll bet, yeah.
Well,
that's cool. Well, guys, listen, I got to go because I have to get ready for work. You know,
Well,
some
you
of us
guys,
are
I'm
working
gonna
today.
jump
And I'm
out.
going to the and I'm going to the chiropractors in half an hour. So
Okay.
I need to go and
Well,
have a
thank
shower.
you guys for jumping on.
Ooh.
We're going to wind up soon anyway.
Thanks for having
So,
us, Andrew.
Thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure.
Have a good
No
trip,
problem, man.
Simon.
Thank you, Rock Professor.
Have a good trip,
No worries.
Simon.
See you in a
Have we
couple of
run out
weeks.
of Van
Yes, thank
Halen
you.
nuts, have we?
Okay.
Andrew, thank you for doing the show. We love you so
No
much.
problem.
We love your show so much.
It's
See
a
y'all
communal
later.
effort. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Holly.
Okay.
See
Bye.
you, Holly. See you, Rock
Yeah,
Professor.
we'll see you soon. Yeah,
See you
take care,
see you,
guys. See
mate.
you in a couple of weeks. Okay, bye. Bye.
Cheers. Thank you, bro.
Take care, man.
Oh, well, you're
Yeah,
stuck
like
with me
I
now.
say, it's good to have you on, John, because now you're probably going to do a few more shows with us.
Well, I will now. I was like I said, I really wanted to come on and test out. The worst thing was, I remember the first, like a couple of years ago when I jumped on this show, and I was out on my balcony because it was the only place I could get reception, and the birds were going nuts. And
Oh, yeah, that's right.
and all
Yeah.
of that. So, and then I don't want to be sort of like Carl Jr. always trying to connect and not being able to get on. So, so now that I've got my rig sorted, that we can actually do that.
Do you want to do? We've booked Zach Idris on, haven't we? Not for this Saturday, not for this Sunday. This next Sunday, haven't we, Brad? To do 1987, haven't we?
Yep.
And we all know John's thoughts about Whitesnake.
Do we? What are my thoughts about Whitesnake?
No, sorry.
Stay tuned, everyone. This is another one that I'm going to get blamed for something I never even said. This is what happens on this channel.
So sorry. I'm getting it confused with
Suppose
David
I invaded Poland in 1945.
I'm getting it confused with David Coverdale. But if you want to be a guest host with us on ranking that album with Zach, you're more than welcome to join us. Not this Sunday, next Sunday.
Okay, yeah, why not? I'm pretty sure I'm free, but I'll confirm with you.
Okay, you confirm. So just going to be the standard album of 1987. You know how the format is.
Oh, here we go again. All right, no worries. No, yeah, all right. I'll give that a go.
Fantastic. Should be good.
Like I said, provisionally. As long as I haven't got anything, don't think I have anything set up, but yeah, should be good.
Oh well, you've got a week. You've got a week anyway.
Yeah.
Well, no, technically you haven't. You've
So
got
what's
until
happening
probably
this week? I've seen that the two of you are doing a show in a couple of days, and I'm not really looking forward to it because you both look like you're dreading it from the thumbnail. What the hell's going on there?
Oh, we're just gonna jump on for an hour, shoot the breeze. We actually don't have a topic to talk about, do we?
Jeez, mate, you don't have a topic, and you're going to keep it down to an hour. I like to say that.
See what happens when the Rock Professor's not around.
Jeez.
The show goes to the pack. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
You can jump on that one too, then, if you want.
Well, if I'm around, why not? Yeah. Look, it's if something like that has no preparation, I'm probably ready.
Probably. No, we're going to jump on. We're going to talk about, obviously, do a bit of a debrief on this show, and talk about, some of the
how
things
it all went
about
to
Eddie.
shit at the 6 hour mark.
Yeah, that we probably didn't get to talk about, because Eddie's a big part of our lives. Seriously, when we were all growing up, he was one of the key figures.
I was really wondering why you were really clamoring to get me on this show, because in the past I've sort of been a bit of an iconoclast and really presented myself as a mad EVH fan. Is it you're just looking for someone to make you guys look pretty or whatever in comparison?
No. We're looking for someone to contradict us.
No,
no, you're not.
Make us look good, John.
Yeah.
Although I was going to say I did have it standing by, but it never had the point in the conversation. But as much as I'm not a Eddie fan, I do have that.
Oh, what is that? Oh,
and I did.
hold on, bro.
You know, I wanted to get something with these specs, but what I was, you know, I haven't even set it up yet because really the plan is to take it apart and repaint it because I don't want to be running around with stripes.
What are you going to repaint it?
A colour. I've got an idea that it'll be the basis of it will be a single color, but it's going to have something on it that's going to be something that that will suit me. But you can't walk around like, you know, obviously if you're someone like Caleb who can pull out Van Halen with a good degree of authenticity, then that's the type of thing you want to do. But I think that's a bit of a weight on the shoulders for me.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and it's one of the reasons why the EVH Frankie guitars and the solid colours are going to do well.
Yeah.
They reckon because you can go and play that at Brad's gig, a 80s gig, and not have people yell out, "Do Eruption, Brad! Play Eruption!"
That's the main thing, yeah. And
that's 100% true. I mean, I'd love to get a Frankie for the studio just to have maybe as, rather than stick a picture of Ed up on the wall, maybe just have the guitar there, but, and something to play and have fun on and stuff. And when I'm jamming along with Van Halen here, it might be cool to do that, but I would never really play on stage with a striped guitar because even though like we play some Van Halen in Rewind 80s and things like that, there's something funny for me. I just don't know. It's Ed's thing. Unless you're doing like Caleb or what Simon Hosford do or whatever, different story. But I couldn't imagine just playing a striped guitar even in an 80s tribute band or cover band that's doing 80s and some Van Halen. It just seems a little bit odd to me. I don't know why. I
don't think there's anything wrong with it. And like you're saying, if it feels odd to you, then you don't do it. If you're okay with it, then I'm okay with you doing it. You know what I mean?
think, you talk about Ed being so, he striped the guitars, he personalized those guitars. And I think
and why?
Ed would really
not
want,
look like
Ed,
everyone
Ed,
else.
Ed would really want you to personalize your own. And I think that the solid color Frankie's is a great idea. So you can actually do your own, if you don't want to color any multicolors on it or stripes or anything, you can just buy black or a red or a white one. But if you want to do some stuff on it, you can. You've got the ability to do that. So
it's one of the reasons why Zach liked that sort of white relic road-worn guitar that he had for the same reason, he could play 80s metal with that guitar piece of piss, bro. No problem, you know what I mean? But he liked it because he could play blues as well.
Yeah. Exactly. But anyway, look, it is. And there's nothing wrong with people playing it either. I'm not saying that by any means. And if someone plays that in a band, then I think that's amazing too. For me, I just been uncomfortable doing that. Playing I couldn't imagine playing a Frankie doing Brad Cook trio or something like it. That's not. I don't want to do that stuff. I'd be still annoyed. I know people say, "Oh, such and such plays a Les Paul, such and such plays a Strat," but it's not like it's not quite as personal as a striped guitar. Does that make sense?
Well,
100%.
Other people played Strats and Les Pauls, but how many? Like Eddie played Eddie's guitar, and that was it.
That's right. 100%, John.
Yeah. And
exactly.
like I when we did that the corner gig that Simon did, like I got to see his guitars up close, and he let me pick them up and everything like that. And great guitars. That one that Neil made for him is fantastic. But again, sort of like I attribute it, and I see the way that some of these people that make their replicas and they get like the finest detail, and they think, well, you know, the one little tiny thing that might be off is going to ruin it for them if they're that, you know, deep into it. Same reason why the best dog's a mongrel, because he doesn't have to attribute himself to any particular, you know, breed characteristics or whatever. And yeah, like you said before, and I commented earlier, that the best tribute you can do in the spirit of that is just grab a guitar and make it your own.
Yeah, I agree.
100%. And that's why I like a Strat. You know,
Yep.
like Brad was saying before, John, like a Strat, you can play this at any gig.
Yeah.
And you can play anything with this, Brad. You know, no one's going to have any prejudgments for you when you go and play at a bar next year. You know, so say at New Year's, you got a gig for New Year's, and so you turn up with the Strat. Well, what's this cat going to play? No one knows.
Yeah.
You know, and I love going to see like the band that my brother-in-law plays in. Like he'll rock up with a Les Paul one day or a Strat the other day, and you know, I've seen him play all the same song on different guitars and stuff like that. And it doesn't really matter. And you know, you'll always get your handful of, you know, the arm-folded brigade saying, "Oh, you did this wrong, and you can't play Sweet Child of Mine on a Strat or whatever like that." And then you turn around and the crowd's loving it. The crowd doesn't care. The majority of the people wouldn't even know, you know, what a Les Caster is. You know, they're just there to enjoy the song that they know off the radio.
They just want to have a few beers and dance and have a good time.
That's it.
That's
man.
right.
You know about that, you know, and yeah, you know, we've all been part of it. We've all in various forms or another played in bands, like participating in that tradition, that ritual, that activity, and we've been on the other side of it doing getting hammered as well. You know, great fun.
Man, you know, one of my favorite stories is not so much a gig, but it was a friend's party, and we're all in the backyard. And back in those days, it was sort of like always common for us to, you know, a couple of acoustics out and you know, do a few numbers, and everybody would think you're fantastic and whatever like that. And so I had these two guys corner me, and they're going, "Oh, mate, play Khe-Sanh." And the problem was I didn't know it. Like I knew the song, but I didn't know the chords. And this is like I was still back in those days. I hardly knew what I was playing. And I'm going, "Mate, I don't know." "Oh, come on, mate. Of course you know it. You know, you play it." And I'm going, I don't freaking know it, you know, like that. And they wouldn't let me go. So I kind of just did a bit of a with the hand over the strings, and just kept the rhythm and sang the song. These guys were like, I was God, you know. It was just, they don't know.
Yeah.
So they're the people you want to have fun with.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, they just want to hear something.
They heard something, all right.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think the only thing, like, it doesn't really matter. I think if the band's, I mean, look, I've got to, you know, say if you're doing something and you're replicating it, then it makes a bit of sense. Like playing a Les Paul with a top hat and the gear and the leather pants and all that stuff in a Guns N' Roses tribute band makes sense. You know, I'm not going to wear a top hat when I'm doing Brad Cook music. It just doesn't make sense because it's not me. It's what I'm saying. It's a signature thing, the striped guitar.
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely.
I find that itself is something that and even during the 90s and that, when I was learning guitar, I deliberately didn't really get into finger tapping because I didn't really want to. I mean, obviously I did as time progressed, but initially I didn't want to because I thought that was like Eddie Van Halen's thing. I don't think people should copy it. I found that more respectful. I couldn't imagine playing, and I have done it in recordings, obviously, in bands I've been in where you use your finger on your right hand on the fretboard. But at the time, I was like, I couldn't do that in a recording or playing live because it felt disrespectful, maybe, to me, how I felt about Ed. So But again, as we evolve and become different sort of musicians, you start honoring your heroes a lot more without realizing. You start putting them into your music without realizing it. So it is what
and
it
that's when it
is.
becomes authentic.
I guess that's probably a good point, John. Is it's like you can't help get away from your influences. They're always going to creep in.
And you shouldn't have to. But that's what I mean. If it happens organically, then that's fine. Like apart from Eddie and Nuno, usually whenever someone else is like doing their bit of the tapping, it's like, oh, the guitar playing has stopped and the tapping has started. You know what I mean? Whereas Eddie obviously incorporated that into his style seamlessly. And like I said, there's a lot of times where I see someone, doing this, and then all of a sudden they're doing that, and there's a delineation. Then it's not natural.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. But it's an open discussion. I mean, it's one of those things that could go on for a long time. This sort of discussion, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, well.
But Brad and John, it was bad enough for me learning to do this, to do a vibrato, let alone finger tapping.
Yeah.
That personally, this is what I wanted. I wanted to be able to, do a vibrato.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I know, I get it.
That's the kind of music I play, though, so that's only just natural that I would want to learn how to do a vibrato because,
but your influences will always creep in eventually if you let go and it happens organically. It's great. That's what I think. But I'll go back to my original comment of I don't think, well, I can't say 100%, but 99% sure you won't see me playing a striped guitar at a gig unless I'm ever doing a Van Halen tribute thing.
Yeah.
That would probably be the reason.
And that makes sense.
But, you want to be the best version of yourself. You can only ever be a second-rate version of anyone else.
That's right.
And
there's enough amazing players doing a Van Halen tribute without me trying to do it and hacking it. So there's no point,
man, look, I know that I'm telling you something you already know when I say that I'm looking forward to see you play your music.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate that. You and probably maybe 5 other people.
Well, then at least it's 5 other people that know what's worth listening to, I guess. But
we can talk a little bit about that on Sunday. So hold that.
All right.
Yeah. Hold that. Hold. Yeah. That could be a little bit of a show. Yeah. Hold that.
All right. We'll talk about that stuff. Yeah, 100% for sure.
Cool. Are we out of here?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're
in the summer, it doesn't look like anyone's going to come in to visit. So,
are we out of here?
Thank you, Andrew, for doing this. You've done an amazing show. And, I've been lurking in the background while I'm at work. I've heard probably 3/4 of the show, the 6.5 hours or whatever. And, long live Eddie, the king. 3 years gone. I didn't actually get to say anything about that when I first came on because Caleb was talking and I shut my mouth. But, yeah, long live the king,
Let the experts go.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Let the guests go, John. That's what it's about because we can talk about this on Sunday ourselves.
Yeah, for sure, of course.
Yeah, but Andrew, well done, and I mean another credit to you. Another year where you put yourself out. You do it for the entirety of the day, pretty much, and it's a big effort, mate. So everyone appreciates it. So well done, Andrew.
No, I appreciate it, mate, and it's always good to have friends jump on and hang out with us. And I've got to take something that John said a couple of weeks ago. Music's too important for us to take seriously. But it's a big part of our lives. Still now, even as we get older and older, it's probably actually more and more important as I get older and older because. You understand more about the music that you love too, as well, and you can put it into a lot of context, but the fact that we can do this together as friends, brothers, and sisters, I like that. I like it. And yeah, it's a celebration. John,
I'll give you two more quotes that are not mine, so I'm not going to take responsibility for one. One I think I know who said it. One I have no idea who said it, but they're kind of relevant. One I think was, if I remember correctly, was Laurie Anderson said, "Talking about music is like dancing about architecture."
Yeah,
and in some fashion, it's right, and some it's not, obviously, because there's so much going on in how you experience music that talking about it's futile, obviously, and we'll all listen to the same thing and take whatever we have, experience it however we experience it. And that leads to the second quote, which I thought was brilliant, was music is like a well. You turn up with your bucket and you take whatever you take out of it.
Correct.
And what's important to us, and as we saw tonight, some of us can obsess over the tiniest detail and clamor for every little bit of information about it. Other people might dismiss, or other people will just casually enjoy it. It's a type of thing that it's always fun to discuss with friends and give your viewpoint of what you get out of it. I remember back to when you guys were doing Zep 3 on your ranking show, and I said that it didn't particularly resonate with me, and I was kind of a bit disturbed with the comments that I was seeing of people sort of thinking I didn't like it because of this, or I didn't like acousticy type sort of stuff, and it wasn't about that, and it made me very maybe sort of like sorry that I said it, because I recognize that for a lot of people that was very important music to them, and I didn't want them to think that I was trying to take that away from them, because anyone who enjoys any type of music, and even if it's something I hate or I don't respect or whatever like that, it's important to them, and it's valid for them, and it's the worst band in the world is somebody's favorite band of all time.
100%.
No matter what. So, good on anyone who can find something to get out of it.
Yeah, and I remember that show too, and I remember backing you up by saying for a long time I never liked that album too. I never got that album. I was listening to the other Led Zeppelin. It wasn't until I got a little bit older, and when I was listening to Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, and some of that folk music, where I was appreciating, and country, and then going back and go, oh, I get it now. Sometimes you just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it half the time, Andrew.
Oh yeah.
I'm not talking about music. I'm talking about just in general.
Yeah.
I just want to be friends, man.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I
don't
but I love
it.
talking about music. I love talking about music. I love it.
Well,
I love it,
gentlemen. I think on John's, the wisdom from John, we might have to do a segment called, the wisdom of John ZT351. So on that note, I think we should end the show at that wisdomless point.
Oh yeah. In other words, enough for that bullshit.
See you guys Sunday. We'll be back here Sunday, the three of us.
Oh my God, here we go.
Bye-bye.
See you later, everyone.
I fucking hope John ZD351 is going to be fucking decent and proper on Sunday, bro.
You better pull his head in, eh? What do you reckon?
I'll tell you what, because that's our flagship show on Sunday, bro. If he's not fucking pulling his head in.
Wait, the red light's on, Andrew. Red light's on.
Oh,
Still going.